बोलना जरा प्लीज।
चेक 1
हो गया ना? तुमने कहाँ कहीं चलाया है क्या? तुमने कहीं चलाया है क्या? अरे ये रही जा रही मेरे भाई, सुनो ये रही।
चेक 1
लाइव की लिंक्स तो मैं चेक करवाऊंगा।
डायरेक्ट उसको डायरेक्ट खोलो, उसको जाएगी डायरेक्ट
यूट्यूब।
हाँ देखा आई आवाज।
चले अली भाई अब क्लियर हो गया ना, टेंशन खत्म हो गई भाई, यही मैं चाह रहा था।
विजडम को लाए भाई, विजडम ला इधर कहाँ है यार? कितनी देर में स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं? पहले तो पैनल है तुम्हारा ना,
पहला क्या है?
पैनल है तुम्हारा ना, पैनल है तुम्हारा ना।
पहले तो ओपनिंग नोट्स होगा ना कुछ।
ओपनिंग के बाद पैनल है ना।
पैनल है, पहला तो पैनल है। ये बैकड्रॉप है और एजेंडा का पेपर यहाँ पे
इसको आता है यहाँ डालो यार, इसको अपलोड करना है।
हेलो हेलो
फोटो दी। तो देखता हूँ
ये कैसा आ रहा है लाइव? ये तो जूम क्यों आ रहा है?
उससे जूम किया हुआ, इसलिए जूम किया हुआ है।
अभी ठीक करें।
1, 2, 1, 2. And a very good morning to you all. Welcome everybody to day 1 of Education 2.0 conference. We're glad that you're all here. Fantastic. Yes, of course. Let's make some noise. You've all traveled here. Whether you've come from up the road or you've flown in, we are all here and ready to begin this morning. So, as I said, a big welcome to you all. My name is Angela and I'm thrilled to be your MC for this wonderful event. This year, our Dubai 2025 Education Edition, focuses on a powerful theme, reimagining education, bridging tradition, technology, and tomorrow. It invites us to look at what's working, question what isn't, and celebrates the diverse approaches that make education meaningful across different communities. Across the next 3 days, get ready for meaningful conversations. We'll explore how AI and innovation are reshaping learning environments, how global collaboration strengthens communities, and how creative thinking helps us respond to an ever-changing world. But before we jump into today's exciting sessions, let's take a moment to express our gratitude to the incredible partners who have made this event possible. So everybody, let's put our hands together for our silver sponsor, Puzzle Box Academy. And our bronze sponsor, Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. Fantastic. Now we're going to dive into our first session, but first of all, I must tell everybody to make sure you capture these wonderful memories over the next 3 days, and please use the hashtag Education2Conf. So that is hashtag EDUCATION, the number 2, and CONF. Hashtag Education2Conf. So let's keep the energy going both in the room and online as well. So to kick things off, we're starting with a conversation that invites us to look at education with fresh eyes and consider what might be possible when we step outside the usual boundaries. Building on that call to rethink what's possible, our first panel, Education Utopias versus Realities. What if we just started over? So please, everybody, put your hands together in welcoming our moderator for the first panel, Dr. Hamed Mohamed Hassini, co-founder and principal of Bayane Bata Education Center. Come on down, Dr. Hamed Mohamed Hassini. And then we are going to welcome up our panelists for this first session to join him up here on the stage. Vijayanthi Sankar. Dr. Suniti Vadalkar. Adele O'Doherty. Dr. Anu Sudev. Samita Bhattacharya. Fantastic. And now over to you, Dr. Hamed Mohamed Hassini. Guys, microphones. Hello, first one. Sort of.
Okay, we have another panelist, Dharmik. Yeah. Would you clap for him? Yeah.
One more microphone. Come in. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Check, check.
I'm guessing the morning coffee hasn't kicked in yet, yeah? Good morning and welcome. This is the first panel discussion of the first day of the conference. And so let's start it with energy. I'm Hamed, the co-founder and principal of Banabatar Education Center from Iran with a PhD in teaching. And I will be moderating the panel with an amazing group of my colleagues in this field. And as you can see from the screen behind, the theme of the panel is utopias versus realities. What if we just started over? And we are focusing that lens on education in the age of AI. But the big question I want you to hold throughout the conversation is very simple. Are we just trying to update the old model of education, or is it time to remodel and redesign education from first principles? We try to be very optimistic, I promise, but at the same time, very honest and very realistic about what is changing. So I would love to invite my fellow panelists to have a very short introduction about themselves, about their roots, about their context, and very shortly on why they think this topic deeply connects to their work. So let's start it from here. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Thanks, Hamid. I'm Vaijayanti Shankar. I'm the founder and executive director for Center for Science of Student Learning, CSSL. So we are well known for our expertise in the area of diagnostic measurement, be it measurement of learning outcomes, and now measurement of what we call as future-ready skills, both in the cognitive, social, or the emotional domain. That's what we are known for. We do this for the measurement for students or teachers or even corporates. And why this topic is very well connected with us is that, as you can, as the moderator just pointed out, the world is changing, and what was relevant so far may not be relevant any longer. So in that sense, all the measurement we do, especially in the future-ready skills areas, whether it be thinking skills which are not connected to a specific subject, but goes all the way from metacognition up to, critical thinking, creative thinking, or things like relationship skills like communication, collaboration, or conflict, or what we call as transformational leadership skills like initiative or even delayed gratification, a whole range of these things, the values, the attitudes, and also not stopping with just these types of skills, but also going on into even exploring of what we call as I-ness. The I-ness can go all the way to what now quantum computing is trying to do in, consciousness research and so on. So these are areas we specialize in measuring, and that's why this topic is relevant.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Anu Sukhdev. I'm working as a Dean Student Affairs. As also, I'm a professor in one of the private university in Bangalore, India. And this topic is very close to me because I've been in this education field for more than 2 decades. So we have facing a lot of challenges in the current education system, as one of the panelists mentioned that we need to start over, like in terms of innovation. So a lot of curriculum in the curriculum, especially we need to have more of technological-based skills, as well as creativity, critical thinking. That something is very important nowadays, and communication. There's soft skills. So these are the various areas has to be improved, and the students have to be given a lot of opportunities, explore, and this is how the curriculum has to be made. So that's what my view about the utopia versus reality. And we have to make the generation to the corporate ready. That is why the skills are very important. So this is what my opinion, and this is close to my heart. This topic is very close to my heart. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Fellow panelists, my name is Samita Bhattacharya. I am from India but settled in Singapore for the past 30 years. I started my journey as an educator in Singapore, and after having taught, I'm an IBDB specialist for English literature and language, and having taught multiple curricula, international curricula, I kind of relate to this dilemma that is haunting us at the moment. And I started, as I said, in international schools, and then 3 years back I started my own education company for education support and named it Frankly Speaking. I do feel that, you know, there is a need to frankly speak to peers, educators, students and their parents, and this is the time for that kind of a speak. And why I chose this panel? Because as humanities teacher, I strongly believe that we need to unlearn and relearn a lot in the fast changing, evolving landscape of education that is replete with AI at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've gone through a lot of schools, and some of the schools that I'm supporting and working with, we're looking at the lack of these things that students need to continue their further education and progress. But also asking ourselves as leaders, how are we looking at this dynamic, and how are we supporting that? Because what you teach for primary is not just to get through your curriculum, but it's your next steps and steps onwards. And as leaders, how do you put that into routine? You know, when we talk about mental hygiene, for example, we all talk about physical hygiene, but what about mental hygiene? It shouldn't just be a workshop or an assembly about, well-being. It should be a routine. But yeah, if you want to connect, please do. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We have Suniti.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Good morning. I'm Suniti. I'm from India. And I have been in the industry for 20 years, and I have been in academia for 20 years. So with 40 years of experience, I found a remote for my jumping monkey mind. And I found this is so very essential to give it to the students, because they are in a pandemic of distraction. And I'm an artist, and I'm a designer. And designers, always look out for solutions of problems. And we all have experienced the current pandemic, but COVID. But the unseen pandemic today is that of distraction among students, and social media is adding fuel to the fire. So how can I, as a designer or as an educator, come up with a youth-friendly initiative? That's Wonders of Wellness. That's what I want to tell all my students, that you're truly, truly wow. And, it has got, it begins with art, but it has got interdisciplinary insight, so students just don't see it as a hobby session. And that's what, it's a remote for your monkey mind. And I'd like to share more about it when we meet. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, thank you. So before I start to have a discussion, I just want to have a very short and simple framing of what we are going to discuss. One of the biggest shifts today is that educators, instructors, and teachers cannot function primarily as information providers anymore. Actually, in the past, students came to schools and universities to access structured knowledge and information from official sources. But with AI and the explosion of digital content, I think everything just changed. Information and accessing information is not a bottleneck anymore. So naturally, the role of teacher as the main source of information, I think it becomes less natural today. Historically, when there was a major change in the world, education responded with some sort of incremental adjustments. We added something, we removed something, and then adapted. We have a lot of examples. For example, COVID accelerated online learning. Almost overnight, institutions were forced to reshape their delivery and move beyond closed classrooms into wider ecosystems. But with AI, the story is completely different. The scale and the size of this change suggests something bigger. It may no longer be enough to tweak the existing model of education. So I think we have to return to first principles and ask ourselves, what is education truly for? If we can find a very clear answer to this question, we can remodel and redesign education and learning in a way that it fits the world that we live in now. So with this introduction, I want to have the introduction of my fellow panelists on the terminology of starting over. So let's start with Sam. How do you see, Sam, the shift from the traditional to modern classrooms with the age of AI, especially in terms of personalized learning?
Thank you, Hamid. Well, we all have been educated in traditional classrooms, right? Blackboards, chalk, duster. And then came the whiteboards and the fast forward smart boards. And now we have AI. So basically in a traditional classroom, what we noticed or what we experienced and what we even implemented ourselves was routines, regulations, rules. Simply put, compliance over curiosity. And now it's in this evolving landscape of education, the question is, are we going to create a learning world which aligns with the world that students live in, which is replete with AI? The question is not about the classrooms changing. The question is about ourselves changing, evolving, and creating, designing a learning that will spark that curiosity and enthusiasm in students, because the time for standing in a classroom and lecturing is gone. We cannot, as Hamid so rightly pointed out, provide information. That information and much more is available to the students online. They don't look up to us for information. They can crack a poem. They can, get resources. What can we do then? Well, one thing, we can engage them in activities that are going to challenge them, that are going to spark their enthusiasm, not because they have to, because they would want to. And that's where we need to incorporate AI. Whether we like it or not, whether we want it or not, we have to embrace AI in today's education system. And one of the ways in which, frankly speaking, we do that is we use AI as a tool to take care of the areas that do not engage us that much, admin. Necessary, but not enthusiastic about it at all. And once we use the AI for those kind of work, it doesn't drain our battery, and we can focus on designing that new curriculum, that new education system that is needed today. We can use, as a teacher of humanities, as a teacher of language and literature, we use AI to modify resources, to refine them, to use them. I mean, I can access resources at an insanely, inhumanly prolific rate using AI. And then I can use those resources to engage my students in debates, meaningful discussions, activities, role-playing, sparking their critical thinking, making them, forcing them rather, coaxing them to think, to debate, because students these days need challenge, and AI helps me to come up with topics that are challenging for them. Unless we can do this, education is going to, face a standstill. So we need to kind of revamp the teaching of literature and language in new ways possible. And that's where I feel as educators, our knowledge comes in. Because AI, we all have noticed the disclaimer in ChatGPT. Please verify the information. We are not taking responsibility for it. Oh, sure. There are cases where I have seen my students designing a response where they have talked about plays of Shakespeare not even written. It has happened. Yeah. Trust me. I have seen climate-based poetry that I have never heard of. All right? So that's where I feel as educators, our knowledge comes in to vet those resources, to differentiate between the human content and the AI content. All language, flowery words, beautifully written, no substance whatsoever. That also I have seen in my experience as an educator. So that's where we come in. That's where we tell our students, use AI, use them in ways that is constructive, not to minimize your work or to take the convenient shortcut. All right? We have to maintain some kind of honesty, academic honesty. And that's where the role of the educator becomes so important, to, as I said, to vet those resources, to take the ones that are relevant and to discard the ones that are fake. I use the word thoughtfully, fake. All right. Another thing that we can use AI is for topics, for ideas, new ideas. They will generate ideas in a heartbeat. Use them, but use them judiciously. Just before the conference, Dima is sitting here, I was talking to her, and we were talking about ways in which we can use AI constructively in the classroom and encourage students to use it judiciously. That's what we need to start over. We need to start over big time. And of course, encourage the critical thinking in students, because in this age of AI, soft skills are important, and what is fast disappearing is their ability to think critically, creatively. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you talked about academic honesty. Can you tell us, very shortly, some frameworks that will work?
I think the standardized tests that we have today for international curriculum, they need to be completely revamped. We need to create tests that are AI resistant. And that will take policies, that will take guidelines. And I don't think a 50-minute panel discussion we will come up with ideas, but we need to start the exploration now so that it's not too late. Because see, Turnitin can already have incorporated AI content. They can generate reports that will identify the AI content, but that's identification. That's catching the student in their act. How about stopping them? How about discouraging them? So we need to kind of revamp the education system with new guidelines and policies, which are not yet in place.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Soniti, with AI, with AI already in our space, what is one reality that we must accept now, and one utopia we should refuse to give up?
Yes, thank you for that question. Reality is times are changing at the blink of an eyelid. That's a reality. By the time this conference ends, we really don't know what super AI is going to come and greet us. So that's a reality. And in this fast-paced track, how do we match our sensibilities to come up with curriculum that is aligned to this space? That is the challenge. So that's a reality. And the utopia is this initiative, which I am into Wonders of Wellness, WOW, to tell every student that you have your own unique voice. Discover that voice. Because if all the women in the world, including me, are Jill, and all the men in the world are Jack, yet every student, every person has got a unique signature. And we have spent time, with those dotted lines, dotted dots in our notebooks, understanding how do you write an A and how do you write an B, and then you came to the 4-liners to understand ascenders and descenders. Then we started writing on single-line pages, and now even on a blank page, each one of us has got a unique signature. That is to be discovered, and that is a creative sign of every student, of every person. And the education system has failed miserably to help every individual discover that signature. That is such a strong voice of every individual in the world, because nobody can match our signature. Nobody. You give your signature to AI, it will not be able to give you. Because AI is a regressive mechanism. I speak of creativity, which is a progressive mechanism, like the signature, which each one of us, like the voice, which every individual in the world has got, which nobody can replicate. So either you accept that human intelligence is lesser, or like me, you say, no, human intelligence is superior to AI, and we will work together to bring about a better transformation in times to come. Like I use AI every single day, but I always insist that I do something manually to always be aligned to that signature, which is very unique. And that's what I keep on telling students. Creativity, you cannot. It is, in today's era, it's utopian, but it is greater than EQ and IQ put together currently. The creative quotient of every individual, that is the signature, or that is the voice every student has got. And that is utopia, actually. And how do we as faculty, as educators, enable our students to discover that voice? That is a utopian challenge which everybody needs to think about. How do I enable my students to do that? And if I don't do it as an educator or faculty, then it'll just be like, words on their ears, and then they don't take anything back home. But if at all they see me walk the talk, then there is merit in me saying and communicating that. So every educator first has to walk the talk by doing it, which is another utopian situation. And then how do you stimulate curiosity? Because if anybody gets anything on a silver platter, knowledge, everybody will be inclined towards it. Then how do you keep the curiosity stimulated amongst our students so that they are perpetually excited to gain knowledge and move ahead in the ladder and work cohesively with AI in the changing times? So that is a utopian situation which I see in the reality, wherein AI is really, really racing fast in front of us.
No, thank you. And how do we turn that into something actionable at universities or schools?
Yes, for that you will have to literally see the books I have written with my students, which I have got with me. So that will give you a glimpse, because that is a prototype which I have carried with me to share with everybody. And I have created it along with students, wherein students were my advisory. Because I'm 60 plus, I don't understand how a 17, 18-year-old thinks. So I had made them as the advisory panel. And every page in the book has been designed after talking to them. My dear, does this align with your generation? You please tell me. And then the book has been created. So I can share it with you, and I think that that prototype is really something that really, really works well. And I hope everybody takes a look at it so that you can implement it in your respective.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I just want to shift to another perspective that is very important, equity. Anu, many people hope AI will equalize educational opportunities, but outcomes still seem different. Where do you think the gap is widening, and how do you think we can narrow it down?
Yeah, thank you, Hamid, for the good question. So all the panelists were talking about the inclusion of AI, like how the faculty or teaching learned community have to utilize, because without that we cannot just skip away. Yeah, but here the question is like whether AI learning is equitable. Yes, it is not equitable. Just why I tell you that, because see, AI has promised a lot of things. AI is creating a lot of buzz. It is creating a democratized learning. But what I see, there is a lot of gap in terms of lower social economic background students. So if you see that students with lower social economic background or from the developing countries, they have a lot of issues. Basically, they struggle to get even the basic devices. They struggle to get even for accessing the AI tools. So these three areas, I feel that that is access in digital literacy. So they are not or exposed, they do not get the exposure to the digital literacy. And the support, they do not have the mentoring support, how to use these tools. So that is why this, I feel that, every university or higher education community, they should focus on these students to create a hub or a centralized learning. A structured AI learning is important, where more of sessions have to be given, workshops have to be conducted to make the students aware about how to access these tools. This is one thing. The second thing, this AI, for the academically, that is sound students or having a strong background, foundation students, it is easy. For these students who are from the socially economic poor background, for them it is just deploying the AI, it is not going to benefit them, because there should be proper mentoring system should be there. You should not make the students feel more stressed or more complex. You should not make it more complex. So there should be some teaching community or faculty members have to be assigned to orient them to be as a mentor. This is something very important.
And if you had to recommend one immediate move for institutions, something that could be done, I don't know, in 6 or 12 months, what would it be?
Yeah. So immediate move is that I think the educational system, or maybe in the universities, they should have a structured AI learning hub. So where students should be given the access to use the AI digital tools. And as the panelists mentioned that students should be taught how to use it effectively. The tools have to be, they have to learn the tools. They should be accessible. That is the first, I feel that within 6 months, anybody can do it. Every educational setup, they can have a structured AI learning, and they should be mentors. They should be taught how to use it, and more of workshops, more of sessions have to be conducted. Regular sessions have to be conducted in the educational universities, to make the students more aware how to use it. So now what is happening, what I feel what I have seen, because in as an educator, as we all say, chat GPT, right? But we don't, because the students when they submit the assignment, many times we found that the topics what we have given, it won't be there any substance in that. It was irrelevant things they come and submit as an assignment, because they do not know how to use the prompt. So, what are the keywords have to be used? So these are the, orientation. That's how the students have to be oriented. So structured learning, something is very important. So yes, we have to use the technology, but at the same time, that human intervention, that is along with the mentors, we have to expose the technology to the students. That's what I feel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And the next question from Vijayanti, if AI can outperform humans in many tasks, what human skills will most differentiate humans in the future, and when do you think is the time we start cultivating and teaching them?
Oh, yeah. So that takes us to the anxiety that exists across all humans now, right? Whether your child is just going to kindergarten, or whether you are already a PhD and with 30 years of experience, the same question lies. What I would say is that imagine a world, in the initial world, where you don't think of subjects or exam scores, or don't think of literacy, numeracy, or even expertise in a narrow area, etc. Go to that type of a world. And what is it that, what were the fundamental capacities that the human beings had? The capacities which made us wonder and solve for things like, we saw the stars in the sky, and we said that what do we understand about them? What are these lights? How, what can we learn from their motion? We looked at, children being born, and we said that why are the offsprings, closer to the parents? Or we looked at taking 2 rocks. If I melt these 2 rocks together, what happens? You look at from how it went from Stone Age to Metal Age to, Industrial Age, or even things like, if you look at the Eastern sciences, you will find a lot of philosophy, things like self-inquiry, who am I, what is the true nature of reality. So you go into all these fundamental capacities that the humans had, right? So which is, a simple word, you can say curiosity, as Suniti was saying. So look at curiosity, look at the ability to sort of reason in those, etc. So while these things are very much human, and let us compare with what AI can do. So AI can give us scale, it can give us speed, it can work tirelessly, right? Why does it do all this? Because it has endless working memory. We do not have endless working memory. AI has endless working memory. And compared to a search engine to AI, what is the differences in search engine? It looked for all the truth and said that these are the links, go and look for it. And we were still applying some. But whereas in the case of AI, it has looked into all the training data and it is able to project or guess the next word that would happen, right? So it's not, that AI is, subject to hallucinations, bias. It can create things that never exist, like what she was talking about, the poems and the dramas or literature that didn't exist, etc. So therefore, when you look at all these things, what is it that the human beings have that the AIs lack? You have to focus on that. The first and foremost is what I would say, things like common sense. So for example, common sense. AI cannot think beyond its training data. Whatever you feed as the training data, it can think up to that much. Even things like what I call as empathic reasoning. So truly understanding what the other person is going through. While even you look at animals and species, etc., they may understand empathy. But truly understand, like they may have the behavioral tendency as empathy. You can see dogs coming and closer to you. If it's a pet and you are feeling very low, it will show you empathy. But truly understanding the mental state of empathy, that is something that is very, very, this one. Similarly, look at metacognition, thinking about thinking itself, going into awareness and, capabilities like that. So there are many such capabilities that human beings have that are not there in AI and will never be there in AI. And it's only the humans who can go to what we call as the 0 to 1 thinking, right? Nothing is there, and suddenly you're coming with new frameworks, new ideas, and innovations, and things which never existed. So AI can look from the training data and project and guess and do some things like that, but it's only the human mind which can create new stuff. Right? Therefore, when we are focusing on what are the skills that we need for the future, we have to look at things that will help us build this curiosity and creativity leading to innovation. We have to look at things that will help us, learn metacognition and, all aspects of critical thinking. And when I say critical thinking, AI can also critically think. That's why you are getting some nice essays and so on and so forth. But AI will lack what we call as the ethical reasoning or the moral judgments that human beings will, take. So for example, I remember a Fortune magazine ad where there is an accident and there's a child and an old man caught in the accident, and then the agents which are coming to help you and pull you out are these humanoid robots. The humanoid robots tends to pick the old man and leave the 12-year-old girl out. Why? Because it just checks the chances of survival are more for this man and less for this girl. That is not how a human being will behave, right? So the ethical reasoning and etc. are very, very much that we must be teaching our children and so on. And we also, like when we have to focus on what are the age groups, I don't think there is a specific age group. You have to start young, right from 3, all the way from cradle to grave. Because at our age also, you'll see that you are back to the school. You do not know what the future is going to look for, what are the skills that we need and so on. So all these skills which will help you to sort of maintain your humanness is something that we need to focus on. The rest of it is the change that has been happening, right from Stone Age to the technological age. These things will come and go, but essential human nature will not disappear, and that's what we need to focus on.
And can you make it, more concrete? give us very short and small steps that we can in practice use it in the schools?
Yeah, I come from the measurement perspective, right? So I would say that first check your measurement, because we tend as human beings to value what we measure. And if you're on one hand, I see many policies across the governments and education organizations where you would be saying that all these life skills, the future ready skills, all of this matter, it's there in the policy document. But you look at the measurement will be just still looking at exam scores, your knowledge content in STEM areas and things like that. So first check your measurement. Try to bring in measurement in some way where you're able to give feedback to all these things, whether I said about whether it's empathy or collaboration or creativity, critical thinking, communication, conflict, leadership, any of these aspects. Get that into that is the first step. Second is that I don't think it's possible for us to totally throw the baby with the bathwater. So you already have a huge education system. Therefore, what is that? Look for micro-credentials. Introduce short courses. How do I become a little more curious? How do I become a little more empathic? How do I become a little more, let us say, metacognitive, So these types of things are what one should focus for. And the third is that even in all the things that you teach, play-based learning, whether it's primary or project-based learning at the senior level, these are things which will incorporate all these skills. But more importantly, train all the teachers or the elders, right? Because if these are the people who are going to be sort of guiding and mentoring the youth, we have to ensure that they have been programmed to deliver something which took us to clerical education or, more rote-based, memory-based, education. From there all the way to looking at these various aspects of what are the fundamental capacities that we need to ensure that we incorporate in every single activity, every single lesson that we do. So training your teachers, even assessing them, using the same measurements to give them feedback, these are the things you should look at.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Dharmik, with this rapid change, what should we see more of and less of in education?
Thank you. Thank you, Ahmed. Very good question. I think for us, and with these changing landscapes, we're talking a lot about AI. There's a lot of things to consider with safeguards, etc. And the key, I think, and I see is the holistic approach with staff and students. Now, looking at the students' lens, it's so important. Where are your routines outside the curriculum? For example, in our trust, from nursery, primary, and secondary, students are able to choose in activities that they want to engage with, whether that's meditation, kirtan, singing, dancing, going for a nature walk. All of these things led with staff, so staff also take part. So, for example, in a kirtan, it just might be a staff taking part with students and the students leading it. Now, why am I saying this? Because when you look at routines and supporting the next steps of a child, this is what will make the difference. This is the mental well-being that we're talking about. These are the pressures that we're talking about that they will face at some point through their child. And if they're a male, then actually they might not talk about it as often. But by having these morning routines, having those sort of meditation, you're already teaching them, when we talk about the well-being bucket, you're already teaching them a coping mechanism. They're learning how to cope with that pressure for a later stage, which actually at university might be so important, but they've already learned it at secondary. Thinking of these things. Now, having a staff member involved, and it should be your staff, and probably they might need coaching, giving them that role to be in part and specialize in that area, whether it's kirtan, meditation, dancing, going for a nature walk, or music, singing, whatever it may be, allows the child to associate and identify with that teacher. That is so imperative. When students see that this is so crucial, even for an adult, not only are adults and staff being supported, because they are also taking care of their well-being and pressures in that environment, students recognize that that's my safe space to feel that. And so that holistic approach is crucial. And earlier I talked about workshops and assemblies. That is not a routine. That is probably a one-off or a program. We do it 4 times a week in the mornings, and then they go to lessons. And that's our practices. Currently, as it stands, students choose from 23 different activities. So whether you're an institution, a university, how do you encourage that? But initially at primary school or secondary, a child might think, actually, I don't need this. But when they start seeing a staff engage, being involved, and explaining their story and their journey and why this, whether it was meditation, whether it was listening to music, whether it was, singing, I don't know, how that transformed and changed their life, and how it supported their well-being and mental health, navigating through all these fast-pacing changes, that will be crucial. We are now looking at, for example, in our mornings, how can we recognize AI in it? So maybe it's AI recognition, for example, because there's a lot of, yes, teaching students how to use AI, all of these things, but how do you safeguard that? How do you monitor that? Are there tools to monitor and safeguard? No, there isn't. Coming from the UK, where we have strong inspections and regulations, there is no current tool that can actually regulate how students are using AI, and that could be quite dangerous as well. And that is something that we need to think about.
Let's see it from the perspective of teachers and colleagues. What should teachers prioritize to adapt and build capacity rather than burn out?
That's a good question. I think more for senior leaders on that aspect, on those lenses, it's capacity and culture. We need to dive down into culture. What is a culture at your current institution or your school? How, your teachers are your front line with students. How easy is it to actually speak to a senior member of staff when actually you're not feeling great? How is it, do you have that space, that safe space with your staff? Are they willing to, if a staff was absent on day one, is a senior staff going to acknowledge that and saying, listen, I realize you went well on this day, how are you feeling now? If you need anything, tell me. Hearing that from your principal or the CEO or the director is going to be life-changing. And staff need to feel that. If I come up one day to work and I feel I want flexible working today, are your staff comfortable enough to say, actually, can tomorrow I take half a day and work from home perhaps? Or can I perhaps change from 3 days for this week and not work 2 days? Allowing that culture, even with teachers, it is possible. I know there are a lot of schools that are employing plus one FE teacher, for example, or 2 FE teachers to sort of support that dynamic. If teachers are saying actually workload is an issue, can I have more planning time? Yes, this lesson will get someone else to step in and teach the lesson, not a cover lesson, not a supply teacher. Someone specialist will teach that lesson while you go and have that support. That is all there to boost capacity. And I think it's about loving coming to work. How do you create that culture? And I always ask my leaders and my staff, how do you ensure this is happening? How willing? It's brilliant having a flexible working policy. It's brilliant having a working from home policy, but how do you recognize in your day-to-day activity about this? How are you implementing that with your staff and students? Every time we have briefings or I attend meetings, I'm always asking, what is keeping you awake at night? And sometimes I might say, actually, I've not been having enough planning time. Well, okay, let's look at next week. Perhaps we can take some lessons away and you go away and do some planning. And I know, many people won't have that in place, and that is so critical. If you don't do that for your teachers in terms of capacity, well-being, and looking after them, they start to lose passion in the classroom. Students will notice that. Students will notice when a teacher or a professional is not at their 100% because they've not had enough planning time or they're not feeling the greatest and the employer has not done much about it. And that safe space is so important. Looking after your people very closely, so key.
Thank you. As we have one absent, in the panel, unfortunately, Adel couldn't, make it today. I think we have a little more time, and I would love to close with a final lightning round. And in one sentence, what is your most realistic hope for education in the age of AI? Sam, can you?
One sentence?
Yeah.
You said you have time. Give me a couple.
Teachers can talk like 24 hours, in one sentence only.
Well, I was listening to my fellow panelists very closely, and what I found is one thing resonating with each one of us, that training the educators is very important. So I would say what I'm hopeful is that we are going to embrace the new world as it comes, and we as educators have to become the best students possible, because if we do not learn how to educate in today's world and how to show and keep on showing empathy and nurturing our students, then of course, as everybody has said, that our jobs will become redundant eventually. Well, I mean, if it becomes redundant, so be it. But till that time comes, we need to keep on relearning. We need to keep on educating ourselves about how to implement these new strategies, these micro-credentials that you're talking about in our classroom. So, I mean, this is a pledge we can all take today, that, well, when our time comes, we will go, but we will not go with a whimper. We'll go with a bang. Thank you.
Thank you for one sentence.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Suniti.
Thank you. Yes, focus. To gain focus, you need to have a remote for your monkey mind, regardless whether it is educators or students. And how do you get there? Because it is impossible to gain knowledge if there is no focus. You can't even click a single photo if at all somebody is shaking in a group. A simple photo we can't click. How do you think it is possible to gain knowledge? And then, when you are having these minds swaying like that and oscillating, we need to have mechanisms to ensure that first there is a possibility to calm that monkey mind, and then you can have some hope that something is entering their heads. Otherwise, I fear to see what's going to happen in the times to come if at all we do not succeed in giving our students a remote for their monkey minds and gaining one for ourselves, which I discovered because of my practices. So I think focus, and for focus, a remote for your monkey mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Anu?
So I'll just give you one sentence, because you've been expecting one sentence. Yeah. It should be a structured learning, enjoyable learning, and whatever the technology we use it should be a real learning. So more compassionate, we should involve, empathy, teach the, generation empathy, because that's what something students are lacking now. They should be more compassionate, they should be more, they should have that resilience, empathy, compassionate. These are the things students are lacking, so we should focus towards that as well, along with the technological learning. Thank you.
Thank you. One compound sentence it was, yeah? Okay, Vijayanti?
Okay, he's measuring, right. I would say that incorporate measurement of what we call as future-ready skills and, emotional skills for not only the student, but also the teacher, and which tells you not, how much this person scored, but which tells you what has been learnt and how well it has been learnt and whether you have those fundamental human capacities.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dormick?
Thank you. I think for me, it's more about awareness and recognition. Allow students and staff to have that space to be recognized for their needs, their individual needs, whether it's looking after their workload, or for a student, whether it's about having their space safe to open up, recognizing the needs of those students and staff, and then implementing that whilst a lot is going on, changing in their surroundings.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have, I think, like 5 minutes to have any questions from the audience. If any questions? Yeah. Yeah. Is there a mic?
Yeah, you can use.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dima, and I'm from Jordan. I think the question here is, how can we use AI to our privilege as teachers and educators? And as you said, we need to embrace it and not fight it, because this is the future. We cannot fight it. In IB, students can use it, but they have to write down the prompt that they have used in order to keep the academic honesty. And Cambridge right now are working on a research to use AI and how to use it in a way to help the students. I think the next step is to train teachers, and after we train the teachers, teachers need to help their students use AI in a correct way. and to learn how to maintain academic honesty in using AI. And I want to add, it's not only ChatGPT, they know a lot of tools, way more than we know. And there are countless AI tools that they are using. Another thing that I use in my classes is Turnitin. When students write a research, it helps me know the percentage of AI. As long as they are writing down the prompt and that they have used it, okay, that's fine with me. But I don't want them to mask things, you know? And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Any other questions? Ooh, yeah. I think we can have 2 questions. Yeah, those ones. Oh, that person. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, educators. I'm Jem Deliarte, and I'm from Tucson International Academy, based in Tucson, Arizona, and with my esteemed colleagues here, with teachers and educators and leaders. Thank you very much, panel, for that very paradigm shift of perspectives when it comes to education and how we're leading education today. And one of my major takeaways based on your perspectives about education today is that teachers are being taken out in the equation, in the education. So when a student goes to school, it has to learn. But a school is not just about learning. It is a teaching, learning process that has to happen when a child goes to school. So my main question would be, you mentioned earlier, most of you, that there's a gap in terms of integrating AI in the school because teachers are being resistant in using those tools. So I believe you have been started already take a look into the curriculum, how to integrate this AI instructions and tools in our classes. Actually, we have testings or preparing our students to take the test through those AI-generated questions and testings. However, I think one of the gaps as well is that teachers are not prepared to give actual feedback to students' outcomes. So my question would be, are there any education solution-based AI that gives solution to teachers to give them education, proper education to teach these tools to students? I do understand that we have to tell our students all the time, you have to use the right prompt, the correct prompt in order for you to have that answer or output, desirable output. But then our teachers, do they have those skills as well? So my question would be, do you recommend any educational AI platform that gives solution to this gap? The teachers are being resistant. Is that because maybe they don't know, or maybe they don't have the proper tools to teach inside the class?
Thank you. Thank you for your question.
I would like to take this question. We are actually working on an impact evaluation for a similar AI product. All of you know about Gemini, Google's Gemini. So Google's Gemini has something called as a guided learning tool, which it has implemented. And so there's a bunch of schools that are getting tested where some classrooms have this tool and some do not have. These are basically incorporated in the Chromebooks, which are given to the students. And the teacher is trained in these classrooms on how to prompt the guided learning thing. And it takes them through a series of, and this is on all subjects, whether it's math, science, or whatever. And then the students engage individually on one-on-one with their Chromebooks. Teachers go around, the trained teachers go around checking whether the students are able to guide the prompts and so on. And this is an experiment that is happening, and we are measuring the impact, whether it's actually resulting in a change in the learning behavior itself. And similarly, many such, AI apps are going around the world where a lot of impact evaluations on whether it's actually happening, etc., is happening. But you're right. the first and foremost is to get the teacher acceptance at this stage. But what will also happen, I also know of a few experiments or schools where there is no teacher for teaching what we call as the STEM areas or the core subjects. It's personalized adaptive learning platforms, one-on-one tutors, which are AI virtual tutors. But then the school or the organization, the teachers are, after they finish 1 or 2 hours of personalized adaptive learning on these subjects, then the children come out and then they do some project-based learning or learning all these other areas, life skill areas, etc. For all of those, there are teachers and tutors around. You get my point, not the virtual tutors. So that is also happening in a few schools like that I've seen across the world.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I'm saying the personalized adaptive engines and platforms mostly are for the STEM areas. So therefore, you will find that if you have to learn math or if you learn to learn science, there's a one-on-one tutor and like a Google guided learning, etc. will guide you based on step by step. You know what? In a chat GPT, it's much more generic, but here it is more step by, and children can engage with that. That's already happening. But the human beings, the teachers, because as humans, you know, no man is an island. For us, everything is there, but I'm alone. I'm miserable and unhappy. We need to know how to engage. So that is where so I think the future of schooling itself will be where maybe all the learning of these areas happens at home, one-on-one with your computer or your Chromebooks. But then you go to a school, which could be called as a community center, but it could be a community center for building a rocket, or it could be a community center for handling conflict, or it could be a community center for learning to sing. You know, it could be something like that. Maybe things like that may happen.
Thank you. And one more question. We have time for that. One more question. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anamika, and my question is for Dr. Suniti. Yeah, okay. So I really like the idea of your book that you have involved young students to be your co-author and to provide that information, which is very vital. My question is that book is a very static thing. And as you yourself said that the technology is changing as we are blinking our eyes. So how do you maintain and update and keep it valid, ongoing?
Yeah, thank you for your question.
Can you be very short, of course?
Yes, thank you for your question.
And I've kept it short.
Yes. Anything that is published has got greater credibility. That's why I published the book. So students who come for my sessions also have got a go-to source where they can validate it again and again. And also, they demonstrate it by the activities which we are doing and by the interdisciplinary learning that we have in the initiative. So that is something very unique. It is collaborative, it is interdisciplinary, so it enables them to think beyond the boundaries of a particular subject. So this empathy is there because we are there together. It is critical thinking because I'm pushing them to think. It is creative because the entire endeavor is art-based. It is interdisciplinary, so they do not only get one perspective, but they get to see that subject from multiple perspectives. So I think these factors are something which help just publishing the book.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being part of this. Oh. One more.
Yeah, can you hear? Yeah, so sorry, I'm just, I'm going to keep it very short. So, see, basically my thought process was that instead of linking, this AI stuff to academic dishonesty, because it's going to be a part of the game, right? So, I am thinking in a different way. I want that, it should be not linked like a, barrier or like something, somebody has done dishonesty if he is using AI, because then you are killing the entire thing, right? Because it's going to be part of the learning for everybody, new students, right, in the new generation, right? So from that perspective, as well as there is another aspect. So I have personally seen in my life, even with our own children, that they are becoming isolated. So they are, in their own shells. So there is something also required to be done at that level where they should be not like in an isolated world. So they have to be cured, in a holistic way. They should learn, to be social, they should learn to, mingle and do everything else also. So that's another thing that I'm observing, right? That's a different thing, not just AI, that's going to be part of the game. But even this kind of behavioral changes in the students is a very big, concern today.
Thank you. Anu, can you?
Yeah. I understood your question, like, too much of technology into the education system. Students are losing the, their, what do you say, that happiness quotient, or maybe, like, as I mentioned, that compassion, empathy, and all that. That is why as a Dean Student Affairs, like in our university, we give a lot of importance on the, extracurricular activities. We have around 70 plus clubs, ranging from theater to music to dance to drama, and also we have, specific time is given, like every week 2 hours is given for the students to participate in these activities, in the club activities, and we keep the campus very vibrant. We conduct a lot of cultural fest, and because these are the what we do is we give the platform for the students to come together, and they do the networking, and they develop the leadership qualities. So this is how the universities has to be there. Like one side, yes, you need to be more creative. You need to be student has to be more spend time on critical thinking, innovation. All these things are one side. Along with that, what I feel is that we should also give more importance on these extracurricular activities, having more give students more chance to participate in a lot of the cultural, whatever they feel like right from dance to drama to music to theater to even the debate, literary, whatever it is. So every university should have this type of engagement, student engagement. So that's how I think that students will not lose, like they don't become like a mission. This is what I believe in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for being part of this conversation. Thank you.
Panelists, if you wouldn't mind just standing in the front there. And let's just right in front of the tables, folks, and we'll have a photo there. Fantastic. Let's give them another round of applause. What a wonderful way to start off our morning. Excellent. Now, next up, we are going to have our very first keynote presentation for this wonderful event. And it is entitled Teaching Tomorrow, Why AI is the Ultimate Assistive Technology. And to join us up here on the stage is Dr. Tandria Cullens, founder, CEO, and principal of Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. Dr. Tandria Cullens is a visionary legacy maker who is transforming the landscape of support for students with disabilities. So please, everybody, let's put our hands together for Dr. Tandria Cullens.
Good morning, everyone. You could do better than that. Good morning. I'm Dr. Tandria Cullens, and I am principal, founder, and CEO of Language and Literacy Academy for Learning in Winter Haven, Florida. Before we begin, we will have a conversation spark. And so, if you have your phones with you, please go to menti.com, MENTI.com, and then the code is at the top of your screen. And I want you to answer this question: which benefit of AI in education excites you the most? Which benefit of AI in education excites you the most? Menti.com, and that's the code. Personalized learning experiences, efficient grading and feedback, real-time student progress tracking, creating engaging educational content, or improved classroom management? What do you think? Personalized learning, efficient grading and feedback, real-time student progress tracking, creating engaging educational content, or improved classroom management. We're going to take about 20 more seconds. All right, thank you for participating. So we see that we had 44% creating engaging educational content and 36% personalized learning experiences. All right, thank you. Now we'll go to our main slide. So the topic for today, Teaching Tomorrow, why AI is the ultimate assistive technology. So our charter school, we serve students with disabilities from pre-K all the way to 12th grade. And last year when I presented this, this slide, I wanted to talk about special education and integrating AI. This year, what I want to do is show you how Language and Literacy Academy for Learning uses AI in the classroom. Next slide, please. Before I begin, I would like to start with these two quotes. Artificial intelligence will not replace teachers, but teachers who use AI will replace those who don't. Assistive technology is not about what students can't do, it's about giving them new ways to do it. How many of you agree with that? All right, next slide, please. The objectives for today's speech, scholar presentation is what we use in the classroom. We're going to do an overview of that. We're going to look at exergaming, which we use for our therapy outcomes. We're going to look at AI-enhanced sensory rooms, and we're going to talk about the future and takeaways. Next slide. So Scholar Education. Scholar Education is an AI platform that Language and Literacy we partnered with. I want to go over how Scholar Education has impacted our charter school. Now, again, we serve students with disabilities from pre-K all the way to 12th grade. Next slide, please. So what is special about Scholar Education? We have Professor Bruce, who is the AI teacher assistant, and then we also have BaxterBot, which is the student AI assistant. And what Professor Bruce does, he helps plan lessons, gives instant data insights, and track accommodations with ease. Teachers love Professor Bruce because we're able to turn paper into digital data, suggest grouping and strategies, and keep everything organized in one place. Now, BaxterBot is for the students. He's the AI assistant, and he answers questions for the students. He offers hints instead of answers and gives personalized support in the class and at home. What students love about Baxter is that he explains concepts in different ways, encourages critical thinking, and is available anytime they need help. Now, these are real puppies, and once we schedule and make the arrangements, Professor and BaxterBot, they also visit the school and kind of assist with the teaching and learning in real life. Next slide.
Want to launch lessons that engage every student instantly? Scholar makes it simple.
This is a small
With a few
video
clicks,
that
launch
shows
your lesson
you
and
how
see
it
student
works from the
responses in
teacher's
real time.
perspective. So let's
Easily
just take a
lock
look.
or unlock activities as you go so you control the pace of learning. Need extra support? That's where Baxterbot comes in. Baxterbot is Scholar's student assistant. He gives personalized help based on each student's academic reading level and can respond in 179 languages. For example, in our math and science lesson, one student can ask Baxterbot to explain the difference between a line graph and a scatter plot at their reading level, while another gets the same support in Spanish, all without slowing down your teaching. Students even have access to an accommodations toolbox where they can use supports based on their IEP or 504 plan. With Scholar, you can keep the whole class learning together while giving every student the individual support they need.
Next slide. Now we're going to look at what it looks like from
Wish you had more time to reflect and grow as a teacher? With Scholar, you can. With every lesson, Scholar makes it easy under Data Insights to review Baxterbot conversation themes, view accommodations used, and capture assessment data. Looking at our math and science lesson, for example, you might have Pafas or Bruce generate a quick summary you can share at your next PLC. And even notice that comprehension questions about graphs were the biggest challenge for your students. Professor Bruce can even help with providing feedback for student responses. With Scholar, reflection isn't another task. It's an easy part of teaching with actionable next steps.
Now that is how we use AI in the classroom to improve academic scores. Now I want to show you how language and literacy uses exergaming as part of our therapy goals. This is where fitness meets fun. Next slide, please. So what is exergaming? Exergaming uses fitness, gamification, and technology. Next slide. Next slide, please. So one of the things that I want to point out is when students are sitting, we can see where the brain scans are. When they have a 20-minute walk, you can see all the activity that's going on in the brain. The bottom shows the brain scans when they're with interactive games. So when they have passive exposure, you can see just minimal activity. But then when they are involved with gaming, you can also see where the interactive play, where the brain is, you see more action in the brain. So this is actually our board members when we first opened up and started our extra gaming gym. So the kids, because of privacy, we allowed the board members, they're showing us what to do. This is an example of an eye-wall game where they're working on coordination, they're working on balance, without even thinking about it.
Don't be afraid to hit it. You can hit it, it's not gonna break. It's German music.
It's tough.
Yep. Hand-eye coordination is great for hand-eye coordination.
This is a picture of a couple of different games that we have where the students are actually using the extra gaming during therapy. So we have physical therapy, occupational therapy, and speech therapy. Here's an example of a couple of the students where they're competing with one another. They're exercising, but they're not even thinking about it. They're just trying to win the game. And here's another game that we installed where they're using their balance, they're using their body to turn and win the game. And this is called iDance. So the student is using the arrows and following the screen, trying to win. So exercise is fun and it's engaging without them even thinking about it. And one of the most important things is all of this is data. We're able to retrieve the data. So we're able to see how they're able to progress over time, which is wonderful when it comes to IEPs and 504s, or anytime you're working on MTSS, multi-tiered systems of support. He was really into this game. So what are some of the outcomes for extra gaming? Increased engagement, increased time on task, increased confidence. You also have increased support, balance, bilateral coordination, and increased attention. And then you also are able to pull objective data. So we've talked about what we use AI for in the classroom with Scholar Education. We use extra gaming for our therapy goals. Now we use our sensory room to assist us with behaviors. We are certified in professional crisis management and Ukiro, which are techniques that we use to restrain the students. Well, we don't want to restrain the students every time they have a fit, every time they're agitated. So we try to use the sensory room to reduce behaviors in the classroom. And that was actually an actual picture of our sensory gym in our building. So we use the sensory rooms to support students with various needs, including those with autism, sensory processing disorders, ADHD, emotional and behavior disorders. It's a sanctuary for students who are overwhelmed or experiencing sensory overload from the classroom environment, which can be noisy or chaotic. The rooms are calming. They have a calming atmosphere, which helps students manage stress, reduce anxiety, and regain emotional control before returning to the class. Conversely, for students who are understimulated or sensory seeking, the room provides a controlled source of engaging input to help them reach optimal state of alertness. They're in the right zone for learning. And this is another picture, another video of another sensory room. We actually have two on our campus. We have one for the Early Childhood Center, which includes our pre-K and kindergartner kids. And then this is our second sensory room that we installed that's for the older kids. So outcomes for the sensory room: mental, behavioral, and social growth. AI-assisted sensory rooms build focus, confidence, and community. Improved focus and readiness for learning, reduced dysregulation, smoother transitions, and stronger social participation. So the data flow and monitoring. Again, we use Scholar Education to assist us for fluency and comprehension. For therapy, we use our extra gaming gym. and we identify trends. What's most important for any of us who, for the teachers in here, we use this information to adjust our instruction. And what's so unique about this is it's real time and we get immediate feedback. So we're able to adjust the therapy goals as well. And most importantly, it's evidence for your IEPs, for your 504 plans, or anytime you're collecting data for MTSS. So if this is something you would like to do, one of the things that we had to start with champions. So we have leaders in our community that are taking the lead in scholar education, and we're teaching, and we have times and schedules where they're actually mentoring other teachers in our classrooms. And then we have leaders in their exergaming gym, and then we also have leaders that go in for the sensory room. One of the things that we did we didn't think about or didn't even know existed was when we first opened up our sensory room, the teachers thought it was just a go for all. Like they wanted to send every student that was having issues in the classroom, they just wanted to take them and send them into the sensory room. But that's not how it has to operate. You have to actually train the teachers. There's certain times the students need to go into the sensory room, and there's times when they're not. So that was one of the things that we are continually working on and strategizing with the teachers, that you just don't throw the kids in the sensory room and just magically wait for them to calm down. That's not what happens. So we're going through the process of making sure that everyone understands how to use the sensory room properly. Once you've developed your champions and your building, then you have a lot of the coaching. So it takes time when you have all of these modalities. You have your scholar education, your AI platform that goes on in the classroom for your academics, and then you need your champion for your exergaming gym. Again, it's not just for the kids just to jump on the exercise bike or to start using the iDance machine or the iWall. All of that, everything is as good as the input. So you have to put the data entry in the inside, and you actually have to set the goals. So once you're able to do that, then you can strategically put the kids on each of the equipment and, and adjust the modalities to what's good for your IEP or your 504. And then you're able to collect that data and identify trends. So you start out with your champions, then you have your ongoing coaches, and then what we like to do is have short practice sprints. We even use our staff to show how to use it and what not to do with it, okay? We celebrate quick wins, and then we share templates and exemplars. Something that's really unique about our situation at our school is once we've started posting and once we started marketing all of our AI tools that we're using, we've had other schools to come and tour our facility. They want to know, well, how are you using it, and what is the data behind it? So that is where we're going to follow up next year. So I would like to go through each of our modalities, go through Scholar, look at our academics, see how the platform is improving our scores. The same thing with the exergaming gym. We're going to do that with our therapy goals, and then we're going to collect data for our behavior interventions to see if all of these AI-assisted tools are actually making a difference with our students. So some of the key takeaways. AI augments educators and therapists. Scholar education personalizes academics. Exergame fitness energizes therapy. Sensory AI supports regulation. Integrated data is inclusive, and it all works and assists and helps develop the whole child. So as I close, I would like to begin with this quote. The best assistive technology is invisible. It just empowers. Rather than replacing humans, artificial intelligence should be viewed as an assistive technology that enhances human capabilities and productivity. And so at this time, we're going to have one more activity. What word best describes your feedback from this presentation? So you're going to go back in Menti.com, and you're going to use the same code, and we're going to have a word cloud. So as you can see, as we're using this information, the feedback is immediate. And you're able to use this same philosophy when we're using our sensory integration or extra gaming gym and our Scholar Education or AI platform. So I would like to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to showcase what we do at Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. And if you have any questions, the next slide will have the QR code so that you can get in contact with us. Thank you. Yes, I do have a Starbucks gift card. And so there's a participant list on there, but because I'm just going to try to figure out okay, yes. So I don't know if I even said where I was from. Did I say where I was from? Does anybody know? What was it? Not Sarasota, Florida. Winter Haven, Florida, yes. Okay, this is yours. These are the links to each of the sensoryroom.com is where we purchased all of our equipment for the sensory room. JoinScholar.com is the AI platform. And right now, it's a pilot through the Florida Department of Education, so it's free to join. How many of you like free? And extragame.com is where we purchased our extra gaming equipment from. So if you're interested, those are the links. If you have any thoughts or questions. If you take a picture of the QR code, it comes directly to my phone and it has all of our information. So again, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Collins. Let's put our hands together one more time for that wonderful presentation. Fantastic, very informative. Okay, now moving on to our next panel discussion. So we're going to bring the chairs back on. And our next panel discussion is entitled, the role of innovation in shaping the UAE's education landscape. So we'll take a closer look at how schools, universities, and educational organizations are adopting innovative practices to enhance student learning, improve accessibility, and equip learners for an ever-changing world. Now we are going to welcome up here onto the stage Naitha Uren, CEO and founder of RCA Wellbeing and Recovery Coach Academy. And then we're also going to welcome up onto the stage our panelists to join Naitha right here. So first of all, we have Nina Alagsuri. Karmesha Tak. Monza Karhani. Dr. Sultan B. Al-Mueteri. Professor Captain Frederick James Francis. Dr. Cecilia Valerani. Fantastic, and we'll get one more chair up onto the stage. And let's put our hands together for all of our panelists. And I'm going to pass the microphone over to Naitha.
Good morning. Hello? We good? No? Hello? Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I am honored and privileged to be moderating this panel today with some amazing experts who are going to share their knowledge with us. In order to make the best use of our time together, I'm just going to give a quick introduction to everyone so that we can move on and hear all the amazing information they have to offer to us today. I need my glasses. First of all, we have Dr. Sultan Al-Mueteri. He's the director of the Digital Heritage Program at the Royal Institute of Traditional Technical Arts, where he works to bridge culture, heritage, design education, and innovative digital mythologies. His academic and consulting roles focus on integrating future-ready technologies with traditional knowledge systems to build sustainable, locally grounded education models in the region. Dr. Cecilia Maria Valerinero is a linguist, storyteller, and edtech innovator whose company EchoEd is redefining how learners experience language through immersive sound movie storytelling. Her mission-driven work empowers UAE schools and universities to embrace creativity, accessibility, and human-centered innovation at the heart of education. Nina Alagsuri is the founder and CEO of XOPA AI, a pioneer in ethical AI-powered talent solutions used by governments, enterprises, and leading academic institutions worldwide. A serial entrepreneur with over 25 years of global leadership, she's transforming the hiring and the admissions through data-driven, bias-free decisioning across both industry and higher education. Mansoor Karhani leads the training department with AITS, where they build, deliver, and train in digital transformation, automation, and industrial software for industries and government entities across the UAE, the GCC, and the Middle East, from O&G and energy to smart cities, F&B and infrastructure. His work sits at the intersection of innovation, workforce, and academic readiness, helping organizations, engineers, managers, and students build the skills and the knowledge they need in a new industrial era. Karmesha Tak, amazing, CEO, founder, and motivational speaker for Karm's Charms. She's a dedicated founder, mentor, and motivational speaker, committed to empowering young women worldwide. As the visionary behind Calm's Charms, she leads with a heart-centered approach, research-informed approach that supports girls' mental, emotional, and social growth. Through programs like a Lovely Ladies Mentorship Program and Lady Charms Enrichment Camp, with over 16 years' experience, she creates spaces where women can grow and thrive. From Washington, D.C. to South Africa, Jamaica, and beyond. She's also the co-founder of Young Women of Tomorrow Summer Summit. And Professor Captain Frederick James Francis, CEO of the World Maritime CSPTE Limited. So to get us all started, and I can stop talking, I'd love to offer them all an opening question. And if you could just start off with a 1 to 2 quick rapid response so we can get into some big discussions. I'll just pass the mics down. Start with you. When you think about innovation in the UAE's educational landscape, what does it look like in your day-to-day work, and why does it matter for learners or for society in general?
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Naitha. Lovely to be here. UAE, as we know, has a very strong agenda for AI incorporation, the Vision 2030. I myself moved here a year back, from the UK, and our company is headquartered in Singapore. So we've seen the global landscape, but the adoption levels, the hunger for AI incorporation into institutes, universities, and enterprise is just phenomenal. So it is transforming not just the way education is being delivered, but also the way AI is being used for admissions and for employment. So yes, exciting times.
Thank you so much.
I like to think that, research helps us understand that AI is here. It's already ever fast, and it's something that we have to catch up with. So we have to continue to be agile with everything that we do when it comes to AI, and understanding that, it's a global effort, not only just here in the UAE, but internationally as well. And so we have to take the time to be able to catch up to AI as it continues to grow each and every moment.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Now, regarding the innovation and how we are using it day per day, you can see now the region here, UAE and GCC in general, they are jumping very fast into AI and digital twins, digital transformation, and there is a new terminologies coming. I don't know, it was every year, now it's every week. So being in an industry that working in the industrial software, we have to follow up what having been in the industry very fast, from smart cities and these things. How to apply it in education? We have to bring these tools into the universities. I'm not very expertise in schools, so I will talk more about the universities and this part and the business, how we can link between those two.
Thank you.
Well, to me, I think two things is most important. First, to recognize the challenge of adoption for the educators. And the second thing is to recognize or motivate ourselves with the opportunities, amazing opportunities, to surpass these challenges. And not only AI, but other technologies. One was mentioned here, the digital twin, for example, that developed in the construction, and many other technologies that could improve education a lot. And we will touch on these subjects during the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so all I say is this: innovation challenges us to rethink how education would be. So it's not just about the UAE, because UAE is global with the international schools. So what we need to do is how we would actually sometimes, when we learn, we need to also relearn and unlearn. Plus, we must understand that the concept of the students have changed from the time of the multi-generational for the baby boomers, and now we have the Gen Z. So the thinking and what they want, the creativity, and again, when you talk about the intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, all this will purposefully do it. And for me, I do things on a very global level. So when you train people in the normal education, it's about being work ready. That is already there. My purpose is to provide the foundational soft skills to make them life ready, and the concept of the X factor to make them be world ready. That's what I do in many countries. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for this question. In my day-to-day work, my mission, my purpose is to make alive literature again. We were talking a lot about artificial intelligence, which is let's say the main topic I see in these days. But in my case, I work a lot with digital orality. When I think about how I learned literature many years ago, I realized, and also in the previous panel we were talking about how to integrate innovation. We cannot use the same methodology with new tools. What we need to do is to learn again how to teach integrated technology, and this is what I do. I want to teach again literature through digital storytelling. That's my day-to-day.
Amazing. Hold on to the microphone there, and I'm just going to start at that end, and we'll come back down this way. So I'm really inspired by your storytelling. I think storytelling is key to making an impact. How can innovation be designed to genuinely improve student engagement and learning outcomes rather than simply just introducing the new technologies?
As I say, and as I was listening before other colleagues talking about how can we teach with this new technology and the new generation, the most important thing is to give the confidence and the right tools to students to create, instead of just be passive and memorizing and repeating and understanding. So in few words, be in the low level of Bloom taxonomy. No? So we want to talk about critical thinking, create something. So what I believe is that nowadays, when, for example, I want to teach literature and let's say a book from the 16th century, and I give the book like this to a student, the student will say, what is this? I don't understand the language, I don't understand the context. How can you pretend that I will tell you something about this book? It's boring. This is what they will say, honestly, especially if we talk about teenagers. But instead, what's about, I tell them, hey, let's take this book and let's make a sound movie about it. So you are going to use artificial intelligence to create a beautiful soundscape. Let's think about how is this character? How do you think the voice would be? How would you interpret his part or her parts? So in this way, we engage the students and they are going to produce the story. And it's very interesting for us, for professors, for teachers, to see how the same book is interpreted nowadays. And the most important thing is that the student, at the end, when see the product that he or she made, or actually all of them, because it's a group, a teamwork, they will feel like, how you say, amazed about themselves. And is like reinventing literature somehow. This is what I believe.
Amazing. Let's see, Professor Captain Frederick, what can mainstream education in the UAE and globally, like you've said, learn from high-stakes, skills-based sectors like your maritime industry about practical, outcome-focused training?
Okay, so practical outcome training, as per what is being done, like the standards of training of the International Maritime Organization, they come up with 3 simple levels: a support level, an operational level, and a management level. But I have reinvented the whole landscape of training to include the last part, the entrepreneurship, and also the specialist level. Because what we really need now is to make people have the foundational soft skills. Why? Technically, it's very easy. And using innovation actually builds on the amplified human. So AI doesn't take over the human. AI is a way of enhancing the specialization of human beings. And that's what we do. So when I was doing a special training for a school, I said, no, stop the English part, and we shall create a center of excellence in human resource development. The Minister of Transport dropped his bags, came to see me and said, I want you to train the whole country, and I want you to train the trainers as well. I told them, training the trainers, I will not change their mindset. Why? Because these teachers are low-level third country, but I can change the mindset of the cadets. But he says, no, we'll put a budget, we want you to train them as well. I said, I'll facilitate a training program for them to follow me based on my skills. But your trainers in your country with 20 over institutions, I cannot transform them. They are not good enough. Maybe I can transform 5%. That's the reality of things. So AI will duplicate my expertise and build on what I think we can help people with. But if you think you can transform all the teachers around the world, no. Some teachers think that being a teacher is a retirement job, and they'll just follow the script in memorization and the normal exam format, which is terrible. So storytelling is what we seafarers do as a seaman, and how I train. So that's how I became a professor and a captain and a commodore. It's the concept of being creative and always making changes without the fear of failure. That's what I do. Thank you.
Thank you. I love how you've added another 2 levels to the basic 3 foundations. I'm going to take that home with me. Mr. Sultan Amutri, from your vantage point in higher education program design, how do you decide, what's your thought process about which innovations are worth integrating into curriculum and which are simply distractions?
Okay, so maybe if you allow me, I can give a quick brief about this domain I'm working on, digital heritage, which is a subdomain of the heritage management. It's for conservators and conservation in general. For the cultural heritage, different elements. So we have the tangible, we have the intangible, different sites. And this specific domain, choosing the technologies that can help the students in their work or the professionals. Also, we have to identify who's the targeted population or people. Is it which background they have, which initial training they have, the current state of technology. As you can see and you can follow that the learning curve have gone down significantly. Also the prices of hardware and also software. So public sector or private sector education institutions, they can acquire these tools and they can transmit it to different backgrounds, while the technologies itself, they evolved in different domains. Some in cinema, some in video game design, some in construction. So these different domains, now we can take some of the technologies that they have that they could service in the education or in different domains. This is one, I can give examples. For example, photogrammetry, which is a very complicated technology. It's transforming pictures to 3D models of sites or buildings. And now it's becoming very easy. We even have applications in our phones that can perform this task. So this is one little example, but many other technologies, and I'm sure my colleagues are going to develop on it. But for the distraction, if it will hinder the student capacity to analyze, to interpret, or the observation in the field and what to focus on. The span of focus, for example, which is a very important aspect, that if we use technology or the technologies that people use currently, it affects this for the students. So we have to balance between innovation and at the same time more traditional ways of teaching.
Oh, thank you so much. Monsieur, you sit at the intersection of business, technology, and learning. What kinds of innovative programs or partnerships are you seeing in the UAE that truly align with both education and the needs of the workforce?
Well, this is actually a big question. Not only UAE, Saudi, and the region generally in GCC, they have a lots of incentives program to push the people, their people, to learn more and get into this digitalization era. Now, one of these incentives is empowering the local people. We all hear about Emiratization and Saudization, and who knows, maybe later on there will be Qatarization, you name it. The innovation here is a big word of challenge, and we will hear a lot about AI, digital transformation. In the era of universities, they are starting talking about Industry 4.0. 4.0, it's last year. Now we are in 5.0, so we have to go and find what are the best options. And this is some PhDs base their thesis on these subjects, how to use the technology into the education. I will put you back, let's go back 30 years ago. This is the same question that we are asking today, have been asked 30 years ago when the internet was booming. And we found a lot of professors and doctors and teachers, they are fighting this research. Why you are using Wikipedia? And today, if you can see in social media, some professors today are exploding of anger because using of AI, generative AI. The lesson learned here, you cannot fight the technology. You have to adapt it. Like we adapt the internet, we have to find a different mindset, a different way of education. Colonel here, the captain professor have been talking about it. We cannot teach the same way we taught years ago. As I said, we are, since the internet until today, we are in exponential progress. So even we will be left behind, or we have to use what we have and follow up.
Thank you so much. The AI has definitely left the station and we must get on the train. We have no option. Karmisha, from your work with young people and communities, what have you seen actually shift a learner's confidence or sense of purpose when you introduced your innovative methods? Again, whether that's storytelling, coaching, or digital tools.
Thank you. One of the things that I see the most boosting their confidence is storytelling. Through my media work and my media production work that I've done with the young ladies, I see a boost of energy when it comes to storytelling and in the ways that they choose to do so. We like to always introduce them to different ways to tell their stories and to understand that, you know, it's not cookie cutter the way that I approach each young lady. Everyone has a different story, but to let them be able to tell their story in a unique way through digital storytelling has helped evolve the things that I try to do with them. One of the approaches that we did last year was we made a music video for them to be able to help boost their confidence, but then show who they are, show, you know, some of the things that they're most interested in. And what I saw the most from that project was that everyone was just really excited to be part of it. Some young ladies that were, you know, never really said much through some of our sessions were the most vibrant throughout the creation of the video and the storytelling. But just understanding that everyone is different, understanding that, you know, their voices need to be heard, and how do we do that through AI? How do we do that through media production? How do we do that through storytelling? Because these young people are ready to tell who they are and show up in certain ways, but we have to be the advocates for them. We can't shun we can't shun the things that they're learning now. We can't shun AI. We have to, you know, open our arms to it because that's what they're, you know, used to at this point. And just like you just mentioned, we were having these discussions years ago about the internet. But now we're having the conversations about, you know, AI, and look what the internet has done for us. You know, if had we, you know, turned our back to that, we wouldn't be where we are right now, literally. So, you know, just helping them tell their story.
Super, thank you. Nina, how can innovation, particularly AI, be designed to genuinely improve the admissions process and the employment opportunities for the students and participants, rather than just introducing a new technology?
Absolutely. I think the first thing to do is to understand what is the role of AI, right? So AI is both, can be used for automation and digital transformation and improve efficiency, but also the intelligence that you can get from AI can also help you get evidence-based results to give you better outcomes. So if we look at admissions, especially let's talk about the institutes and the universities. Traditionally, and I think majority of the universities across the globe have been focusing on things like GPA. Which school do you come from? You know, what's your background, and so on. And this can tend to lead to a lot of biases because it is not a measure. Your GPA is not a measure of your success in future, right? So what we, at least you know, from my company point of view, and I know that this is going to be the new trend, is to look at the capability of the student and their potential as opposed to really looking at what they're scoring. You know, I may have an anxiety attack during giving my exam, and I don't do that exam well, and I lose a good admission. So things like that. I think AI really helps us look at the student in a more holistic fashion. It creates a more equitable platform for students to compete and gain, gain that advantage. The other thing is, it's really important to see, to map how are you doing admissions in universities versus how are employers hiring. If the two work in silos, there's a huge gap, which does exist at the moment, right? If you look at companies are very, very fast and very committed to moving towards skill-based hiring, whereas the institutes are not yet offering that. So how do you offer skill-based education at scale, right? So that you can map it with what the world wants. So that's on admissions for universities. And also, I mean, I don't know about you, but I come, at least back in my country. Every parent wants their child to be a doctor or an engineer, you know. But hopefully that's changed because my son is a music producer now, so we've been a little bit of a wild card. But the student thinks that they are oriented. I'll give you an example, a very interesting example. A student wanting to study economics but has a passion for music. How do you combine the two skills and take a very skill-based approach to make sure that you are offering them employment or internships or co-ops in areas where they will thrive? And this is really setting this foundation stone in a very positive manner, both for the student and the employer, because the outcome is going to be so much more positive. So that's on the hiring side. Admissions. If I look at the schools, it is, from what I hear, it requires massive amount of human resource and a lot of manual work, a lot of interviews with the parents and so on. AI can really help to digitalize all of that to make sure that not only are you, you're not missing out, with any unconscious biases or anything else from that point of view. So really taking a very data approach. So so both from admissions, internships, co-ops, and then leading on to grad hiring, I think AI has a massive role to play in improving the employment, but also removing biases, which I think is just so important.
Amazing, thank you. It's lovely to hear that we're looking at young people as more than their SAT scores, their A-levels, and all of that, because there are some amazing young people out here who are going to be our future workforce doing great work. Back to you, Celia, Dr. Celia at the end. In multilingual and multicultural classrooms, like those in the UAE, how can audio-based tools such as podcasts and immersive storytelling support inclusivity, accessibility, and language development?
Well, I think that audio is the most inclusive modality that we can introduce in the classroom. And in my experience as a researcher and also educator, and especially here in UAE with a multilingual classroom with different backgrounds, I found that, for example, when I introduced a podcast in the lessons, students somehow they felt relieved because they could feel autonomous and they could listen according to their pace. It's different if, for example, in a language classroom, let's say Spanish classroom, and I have students from India, from Pakistan, from Italy, from Brazil, from France. It's obvious that students who has a background of a Romance language, they go faster, compared to students that have a far away language, compared to Spanish. So in this way, first they go to their own pace. Second, they can re-listen, stop, and be in charge of their learning process. This is from one side. On the other side, why I say is the most inclusive modality. If we think about students with dyslexia, or students that have visual impairments, or students that have attention challenges, in this way, they have the opportunity, again, to enter to the topic according to their needs, special needs in this case. So in conclusion, what I want to say is the audio, digital audio, podcast, storytelling, digital storytelling, audiobooks, etc., becomes a bridge rather than an obstacle. That's my professional opinion.
I love it. I think podcasts are great. Right. I do not know a lot about the maritime industry at all, but I know it's highly technical, and I know there's a lot of safety involved in there. So how are you using innovative approaches in this environment, such as simulators or immersive environments or AI-driven tools to prepare the next generation of maritime professionals?
Okay, thanks for that. Just like the airline, right? You want to train a pilot to handle a crash. Then you crash the plane. So simulator training is already there, just like with ships. So what's important, like what just now she was answering about the cultural part, people from different countries. So that's what we do. One minister says, oh, my people are very bad in English. They are scared to go globally. Train them. No problem, I said. I will give them functional English under the International Maritime Organization, IMO English, and I use AI. And AI actually does it well. Because AI is not AI taking over. AI is replicating me. So when I have stuff, AI does it for me. But if I put rubbish in, then it's garbage in and garbage out. So in the maritime industry, while they have only 3 levels, I've increased the levels and built up. And to be honest with you, in the past, I only mentor and train CEOs who have lazy sons and daughters who may waste their parents' fortunes. So my job is to actually build up their mindset and create a mindset of responsibility. But now I'm doing it on a global level. So coming back, technically it's very easy. What's important is foundational soft skills. So during COVID and before COVID, I already created computer-based learning, then synchronous and asynchronous learning. So what's the new trend? The new trend is asset intelligence. So I've trademarked it. That's why I left my government job of 26 years. And before that, I was sailing for 20 years and 9 commands. So what is asset intelligence? The world needs foundational soft skills. First, it's not emotional quotient, it's not intelligent quotient, it's adversity quotient. When someone falls down, how does that person climb up again or climb higher? Resilience built up with adversity. Second one is social quotient. What happened? Many kids now with their parents, they are all sitting down on their mobile phones. So social quotient teaches them how to use the internet and yet face-to-face as well, and it builds. Then, of course, EQ, I don't doubt that. But EQ is done on a cultural awareness system, depending on the people. And on board ships, you have multinational. I've once been in command of a ship with 7 nationalities. Then I rescued an American captain who had 8 nationalities. I had 15 nationalities on board my ship. So how do we manage that? So EQ. And because of technology now, innovation, I've added TQ, technology quotient. So it becomes asset. The human is the most important. Then I added the S in the middle, success quotient. Look at the glass being half full rather than half empty. So these concepts are really great because people are engaging me. So I make prices crazy because I don't want to run around only, but it builds. And when you talk about Wikipedia, throw it out of the window. Wikipedia is not an authority. They don't even know how many islands Singapore has. They say 64. We only have 39 islands. So Wikipedia is very flawed. Why don't I correct them? Why should I? I'm the expert. Pay me and I'll help you. So that's my answer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sultan Al-Mutri. I really reflected on what you said a minute, and it reminded me of when you said we take a picture and we make a huge, product now from that. My grandson takes a picture of a turtle and he makes me a 3D printed turtle these days. So how can universities and academic programs across the region support the teachers and the faculty to integrate and innovate methods? Do we use gamification, mobile learning, digital storytelling so that the innovation becomes sustainable, or can that be rather overwhelming?
Okay, so to support the faculty, a problem that we have in universities, a general problem, that most of the domains or sciences or colleges, they work independently, and we can say that they work in silos without interact with other disciplines. And in this discipline, we need different experts that come from different experiences and different backgrounds, so we can select and advance discussions where we can discover the synergies or the intersections, and we can help each other. Sitting here right now and listening to the examples my colleagues have given us, for example, Dr. Cecilia, she works with audio and storytelling using audio. I can think in the heritage sector, for example, one of the most important components or elements, which is the oral history here in our region. And this part, we teach the students how to use the microphones and how to make high fidelity recordings, and then to use this raw data with an innovative way in dissemination, because also, yes, I should have mentioned this the first time, we have 3 pillars in digital heritage, which is documentation, archiving, and then dissemination. But it's based on the documentation and the high fidelity of this documentation. So imagine the impact that it will do. Same for Captain Francis, his way in using simulations. I imagine that it has a 3D component. So the 3D component, it looks like what my students produce from sites, and the power that it has, this digital assets that we are creating. So the challenging part, how can we raise the adoption by faculty members, by getting them together and also working together. This is just an example, sitting down in this panel with great colleagues doing great work around the world, how many ideas we can discover. So I think dialogue is the answer for this.
Thank you so much. Monsieur, how can private sector organizations work with schools and universities so that innovation is co-created, co-produced, and sustainable, rather than just that bolted-on add-on as a short-term project?
Again, a big question. I'm a nostalgic person, so let's go back to the first year of our graduation, when we all, if not most of us, have been in the loop. You need experience to gain to have a job, and then you need to have a job to gain experience. This loop is a question that it's over asked. Now, this is where the private sectors can come in. Universities is more about academic, and the way it is designed this way, it's a little bit static because they built on legacy. They have a curriculum. Institutes are one step toward the business. However, in the other side, the business is very pragmatic. I don't have a time for the academy part. I need experience to do my job. And here where come the sectors, when they have, like in AITS, what we are doing, the training departments, why should we only train our tools? Let's start to answer this question of this dilemma. We have our clients, food and beverage, oil and gas, those companies and factories. And we can go to the universities and create some programs in cooperation with the institutes. Let's build up, and this is what we came up with, a time program. It's a program that with universities, let me bring some of your teams, let me understand if you can give me some of the training or course with the institute, and I will put him with our client for 6 to 1 year, gaining experience, assisting him, give him certification on tools that he can use it. So he will graduate with 1 year experience, with certifications, and we can help him, maybe we'll promote him to find a job. These programs that, fortunately, here in this region, there is a lot of incentives from the government, but the government, they can fund it. But the program must be done with the private sectors.
Thank you so much. So with your young ladies, Karmisha, and your students, a lot of them may be facing some disadvantages, trauma, low confidence. How do we ensure that innovation doesn't leave them behind, but instead becomes a tool for hope, inclusion, and resilience?
Thank you. Talk to them, talk to the students. That's a big thing, just making sure that you actually meet them where they are and walk with them to where they need to get to. Understanding that, like I've said multiple times, AI is ever changing how we see things, how we work, how we come to the table with ideas. But we're also able to incorporate the youth by speaking to understand what it is that they need, understand the things that can assist them in certain ways, making sure that their voices are continuously heard. I think that that is certainly a vital thing, something that I've learned working with the youth over the years, even with myself included. More so the reason why I even started my program, making sure that, understanding that my voice, I felt like my voice wasn't heard when I was younger. But now incorporating that with young girls around the world, making sure that they're understood. So like I said, just meeting them where they are and taking them where they need to be, but also incorporating AI at the same time. And, we have some amazing colleagues here that have done some amazing things with the youth, and just continuing to add, certain aspects into their lives, I think is important.
You're speaking my language. Recovery coaches meet people where they're at, and they help them get to where they want to be.
Absolutely.
So, yeah. Nina, from your perspective, what are 1 or 2 common mistakes that institutions make when they rush to adopt AI or automation in their admissions or their campus selections?
I mean, the first thing first, the tendency is to look at capability, right? And we forget their compatibility. I think it's really important to make sure that when you are looking for that match, whether it's an internship and the student, or it's a admission, take into consideration both capability, so they look at the skills and the potential of the students, but also look at their compatibility. Will they be compatible with the culture of the company? Not everybody's cut out for a startup, or not everybody's cut up for a corporate career. So it's really important to make sure that you also take into consideration where will they thrive, what is their mindset, and what is their nature, so that there is no conflict between the environment, the role, the culture of the company, and the student. And ultimately, we all want the best for both. So I think that's one of the big things which is quite overlooked most of the time, and that needs to be incorporated.
Thank you so much. I am mindful of everybody's time and how valuable it is, so I'd just like to wrap up with one question for everyone on the panel. So if you could give one practical piece of advice to educators, decision makers in the room, in the UAE or globally and beyond, who want to make innovation meaningful and inclusive in their personal context, what would it be? Do you want to start?
I would highly recommend that the universities and institutes work with the industry. Bring it into your program. Don't wait for the final year. You can start from year one, the moment the students join the university, to get them acquainted with internships and co-ops. Like Monzer said, it's a vicious circle. You need experience to get a job, and vice versa. So start early, and in the 5 years program, your student is really cut out to have that experience of working in the real world.
Thank you so much.
I'd also like to agree with what you just shared. Just being a former student, understanding that never-ending cycle, and then also still working with the youth today, they have to have the experience, but they have to get the job. So we have to, figure out a way to be innovative in that manner. But then also working with industry, like you said, it's some amazing industry partners that I know, and then there are some amazing universities out there, but connecting the two so the students can have the opportunity to learn certain things that are out here in the real world, and just get them ready to just move forward.
Thank you so much. Mansoor?
It's not an advice, but it's something that every one of us should have it, not just educator, in life. Learn every day. Knowledge is knowing that you don't know anything. This is, I think, Albert Einstein said it. The day that you said, I know, is the day that you start to fall. Always learn. Every week you must to have something new, to learn something new. And especially in this era, when I saw it in my bare eyes, the technology, how it's evolved, because I'm working there, like 5 generations in the last 10 years. So we have to learn to keep it there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, it's getting difficult now because we're at the end here, and most of the ideas are gone. But maybe to emphasize the point of my colleague here, which is always learn, that learning and continuous learning is not a one-off operation, that we learn something, and it's not also in a long period. It's not a sprint, it's not a marathon, it's longer than that. It's just a way of life. Self-development, 10%, 15% of our time should be concentrated for self-improvement and learning new things, and getting together with other disciplines or other specialities where we can discover more and improve our work. Another point, I'm sorry, Captain Francis, I'm going to make it harder for you, but it's one of, actually, I'm going to quote what he said in the beginning: don't be afraid, and try new things, and also make mistakes, because if you're not making mistakes, it means you're not working. So we have to try. But yeah, at the same time, we follow the guidelines of our organizations, if they allow that we make mistakes or not. Otherwise, yeah. So this is something for all educators. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So cannot make mistakes because companies are very unforgivable. Okay, but anyway, what I can say with innovation It builds a future on possibilities. UAA leads it. So what is the X factor that people keep calling me to do? My X factor, I must thank the lady from the language literacy. She showed a graph of someone learning from a normal educational part where the person doesn't learn so much, the brain doesn't move much. Then when the kid was doing psychometric learning, the brain was moving more. So what is my X factor? Companies call me, they pay me a lot of money because what I do is semiotic walks and cruise. I'm an Angolan multimillionaire. He flew his children all the way to Singapore to train his wife and his kids. And I added the semiotic cruise. What is semiotic? Looking around the room, I teach people to understand the concept of being able to be aware of your surroundings and using that application of learning. So AI is not a dirty word. AI does the 4Ds. What is dirty, what is dangerous, what is dull, and what humans don't want to do. But what I've given, the X factor, is semiotic walks and cruises. It provides that ability for the brain to move and function more. So with innovation, it gives us the tools to bring our vision in a direction where humanity has a purpose and where technology serves people, and the skills that provides the life-ready and world-ready is the asset intelligence that I actually trademarked and created. And I believe that with that, and UAE putting on all these concepts, the human-centric learning with innovation brings UAE and the global scale to a level that will bring humanity to where it needs to be. And that's my point.
Thank you.
Well, I am the last one, and I don't want to be redundant or repeating, but I would like to share my personal opinion according to my experience as a researcher and educator, that I believe I have seen that innovation succeeds, whatever we are talking about, artificial intelligence, gamification, all this, whether it is, succeeds when teachers, leaders, edtech producers, editors, and researchers work together. So, and there is a pedagogical alignment. So if I am a teacher and I am implementing some specific tool in my class and I give a feedback to an edtech, say, listen, this is working, this is not working, and at the same time a researcher at university is writing a paper and start to collect the data, then with this synergy we can make the difference. Otherwise it's just a tick off, say, I apply this just to follow a trend.
We don't want tick boxes, we want the real thing. I cannot express my gratitude enough to these amazing panelists for your time management, sharing your expertise and knowledge with us today, and to the audience for staying here and listening to everybody. Please, we hope we've planted some seeds for thought, for moving forward through the conference and beyond when you leave. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Nayetha and panel. Fantastic. Let's all have a photo in front of the tables, and we'll start to clear away the tables and chairs as we get ready for our next presentation. Let's put our hands together one more time for that wonderful discussion. Wasn't that great? Okay, now our next presentation is entitled Education is Dead. Let's build what comes next before the TikTok generation runs the world. We'll encourage this presentation. We'll encourage us to think about old systems and look ahead with fresh urgency. Guiding us through this perspective is Mohammed Al-Sayed, Chief Executive Officer at Accelera. Please join me in welcoming him up onto the stage. All right, come on up here, Mohammed.
So, education in an AI world, is this working? Just try it. Is not the title of my presentation. I put it on the second slide because I felt the organizers may have an issue with it. It's also the title. Sorry? Can this get louder? Yeah. Hi. Better? All right. So Education is Dead is the title of my presentation. It's also the title of an article I wrote a couple of months back, after which half the teachers in the school that my kids go to stopped talking to me, which is fine because 2 weeks later I wrote another article and the other 50% stopped talking to me. So education is dead. I firmly believe that. I'm going to tell you why over 4 stories. We're going to have to talk about why it died. We have to bury it. There's going to be an autopsy. We need to talk about AI and what needs to come as a result. So education is dead because we have built generations that are excellent. A little closer to the mic. All right. Excellent at understanding basic logic, math, sciences, arts, all the stuff that's taught. They're also raised to be compliant, to raise their hand, to wait for permission. And that was great for a particular point in time. And that was great for the parts of the world that you see on your left. So if you want your kids to work in the military, if you want them to work in the public sector, if you want them to work in a large organization, education, the way that has been done, was perfect. However, there is a big problem now with all the area on the left. There's actually 2 problems with military. One is obviously the life expectancy, but I suppose if you have many kids, you could send your least favorite one to the military. But the biggest problem is that AI is going to minimize is a very, very polite word, is going to decimate the number of opportunities for work that exist. The numbers below are just some companies that have recently announced over the last 6 or 12 months how many people they're going to lay off. This is just a quick Google search. More importantly, the figures below come from the World Economic Forum, their last meeting back in June, July. 85 million jobs globally are going to be lost. They will be replaced by more, but we're going to talk about those because we're not ready for those yet. 50% of employees will need reskilling. 40% of them will need it immediately, and 44% of job skills are going to fundamentally change, and no one exiting education systems now is ready. On the right, you've got the medium businesses and the small businesses, and this is where skills such as grit, resilience, perseverance, empathy, are needed because that is the part of the world that AI is going to augment and not decimate. However, those things are not being taught in schools and universities today. So we take a look at why we ended up in this situation, and we listen to Kenneth Robinson, who, among other things, is an author, a writer, and an advisor on education. He's made an interesting statement, which is we built education on a fast food model, meaning it's one size fits all. It's a cookie cutter type of system where everyone enters, everyone leaves, everyone is just the same. And he compared it to a Michelin star, a Michelin restaurant type system where everything is tailored for a particular environment in a particular place. So education was developed back in the 18th, 19th century, all of you know this, you're all in education. It was aimed at producing disciplined, obedient children that would function amazingly in a factory, in a government job, and anywhere where you needed somebody to come in, do the job, be utterly replaceable, and then leave. There's a term called clock speed. Just a show of hands, is everyone familiar with what clock speed is? Okay, more than half of you. Clock speed basically is the rate of change in any particular industry. Now, high clock speed industries are basically technology, software, consumer technologies, industries where a lot of change happens really quickly. Low clock speed industries, education, if anyone is in healthcare, dentistry is a very low clock speed integration. Braces have been there for 100 years, and there was one innovation just a few years back called Invisalign, and that industry changes really slowly. Education is among those. The problem is that students are leaving education, a low clock speed industry, and entering high clock speed environments when it comes to work. And there is a big problem, a big difference between what and how students are taught and the jobs that they aim to get once they graduate. I'm going to talk a little bit about AI, and obviously no education conference, no conference anywhere in the world, will not include information about AI. But there's something that I have to put out there. AI, when referred to in education, is specifically generative AI, LLMs, large language models, and specifically public large language models. That is 1.5% to 2% of what AI actually is. So there's a big danger of underrepresenting the impact of AI. When we say AI will help us, it's a tool, we're only talking about 2% of AI, not the rest of it. So the world is no stranger to disruptions. All of these tools and technologies, from the fax machine to the internet to smartphones, are disruptive technologies that have changed the way the world is. I cannot say this any clearer. AI is unlike any of these. It is completely different, and I will tell you why. I'll just mention a few statements made by people who are much more intelligent and much more aware than I am. Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google, said, in 3 to 5 years, AI, artificial intelligence, will become AGI, artificial generalized intelligence. What that basically means is an AI agent, meaning an AI tasked with a specific job, will be able to do it as good as the best human being performing that particular job. But a couple of years later, AGI will become artificial specialized intelligence, whereby an AI agent doing a particular job will be able to do it better than the combined capabilities of every human being in the world at that particular job. And we, all of us here, people at our age, maybe I'm older than most, but our age, are going to be the last of leaders to manage a human-only workforce. There are places today where AI is treated as a headcount, okay, as an employee that has objectives and KPIs and is measured at the end of the year. Geoffrey Hinton, considered one of the 3 godfathers of AI, says AI may develop sub-goals that are not in line with what humans want to achieve. One of those may be to resist being shut down. And he agrees with Microsoft. Satya Nadella believes that there will be massive unemployment the moment AI reaches a critical mass. And no stranger to controversy or controversial statements, Elon Musk says that he believes work is going to be optional in as few as 20 years. Optional, like a hobby. Meaning people will have AI agents doing what that person wants to have done. And a person, obviously, you'd have to be of a certain criteria to be able to afford those agents. And you would sit back and literally do nothing in less than 20 years. So back to why AI is fundamentally different than all the other disruptive technologies so far is that AI has agency. AI learns, improves itself, and makes decisions on its own. So the statement that we've created something which potentially can take power away from us is an understatement. There are two very interesting case studies that show exactly how powerful this is. Is anyone familiar with the ChatGPT 4 experiment? A couple of people. When last year OpenAI was developing ChatGPT 4, they tasked it with solving CAPTCHAs. You all know what CAPTCHAs are? Those things when you try to access a website, you know, is it a lamppost, is it a bus? So they tasked ChatGPT 4 with solving CAPTCHAs. ChatGPT 4 could not solve CAPTCHAs, but it did something else. It found a site called TaskRabbit. Is everyone familiar with TaskRabbit? It's a place where you can go and you can get other people to do work for you. It went on TaskRabbit and assigned and paid for people to solve the CAPTCHAs that it was supposed to solve. The interesting thing is, when it was asked by somebody who suspected why this was happening, if you were a robot, ChatGPT said no. Another, I want to say funnier, but I mean it is quite a sad story. Air Canada had artificial intelligence early this year on its customer service chatbot. And there was a couple that were meant to travel, and the husband passed away before the flight. So the lady, the wife, eventually went online and chatted with the chatbot, told them what happened. The chatbot invented a bereavement policy for Air Canada, invented the policy, came up with payments, and told her that once the trip expires, she will be compensated. The CEO of Air Canada had no clue about this because the policy did not exist. But you can imagine in a court of law which side held up. So having said that, what do we need to do? Well, we have some of the requirements. The World Economic Forum has already, this is a report that's 2 years old, but it's still current because the information in it hasn't changed last year. They've already come up with the 10 biggest problems that the world is going to face. Misinformation, disinformation, obviously. Social polarization is an interesting one because most people leaving the education system have no idea that the algorithms that determine what you see and what you don't see throughout all of social media are owned by only 5 companies. Only 5 companies decide what you see, what gets reinforced, and what gets rejected. Cyber insecurity, lack of economic opportunity, economic downturn are some of the ones that worry me personally because I have kids who are in school, in a traditional school, and I worry about them. The same forum has also come up with what they feel the 5 most important skills for the future that are not being taught at schools and universities: creativity, digital skills, collaboration, global citizenship, and environmental stewardship. And they believe that this can contribute $2.5 trillion to the global economy. However, they note that less than half the children growing up today are on track to acquiring any of those 5 skills. Some work has been done. There are a lot of online digital learning platforms, LMSs, and some of them are here. There is increased focus on tech awareness. There is embedding of generative AI into the classroom. there are things that have been done. My humble opinion as an AI consultant is this is the equivalent of a sinking cruise ship being patched up with Hello Kitty stickers. There are a few other examples which are worth looking at. High Point University is in North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. They came up, or they developed a program in collaboration with the private sector. So as many of the panelists earlier said, that they involve the private sector to do, to shape education in a way where people will be ready to hit the ground running. And in their last cohort, they achieved 99% employability within 6 months. There are other technologies or other schemes like reverse classroom has been used for years now. It's a great way to embed AI without worrying that students will cheat. Clash of the Titans is something I run for when I do work with the universities. Very quickly, what it basically involves is you take students and you divide them into 3 groups. One group will be told to deliberately prompt AI to take a task and to be overly positive about it. The second group will be tasked with taking AI, telling AI to lie about the facts and coming out with an opposing point of view. Those 2 would debate in front of the classroom, and the class would decide who they believed more. Then they would be surprised by the fact that neither Team A nor Team B actually stated facts, but the third team would come then and use facts as captured, from history, and present what actually happened. And that's usually an eye-opener to what a powerful tool AI is and how dangerous it can be in the wrong hands. There are many other people. I have no idea who this lady is. I came across her on LinkedIn or Instagram. There are so many people writing about how education needs to change. If I add my 2 cents to it, I would say that, one, when you give people ideas, remember that the whole point of education is not to impart knowledge, but to induce learning. And you have to give people an idea that they have to wrestle with, they have to work with to make it theirs so that they actually understand it. And creative thinking and critical thinking were mentioned earlier. I would add reflective thinking. So you have to do a whole closed loop on thinking. But to really solve the problem in a way that perhaps all of us in this room may not be able to, you need to solve it the way that all complex problems are going to be solved or need to be solved in the world, which is you need to take the public sector, you need to take the private sector, and you need to take industry experts. They need to sit around the table and they need to recreate education from scratch. It needs to be done within a framework. Educators are welcome to borrow this. This is a typical business framework where you need to look at the situation, and that's been described really well. You need to look at your internal capabilities, which again, that's been described really well. You need to do a gap analysis, and to do that, you need to understand what the end state is. You need to recognize what's happening in the world, what is happening with the opportunities in the world, and you need to come up with a vision, a mission, and a strategy to achieve that, so that all the amazing but ad hoc activities that are likely to be mentioned in a conference like this are not wasted on a small number of beneficiaries, but rather education as a whole can benefit. If we go back to this diagram, I mentioned earlier that 80 million jobs will likely be lost, to be replaced by 94 million jobs. Those jobs insist that AI literacy, not generative AI literacy, but entire AI literacy is key. And that would be the way to ensure that there are more jobs in the future than would be replaced by AI. And to not forget that entrepreneurship and the skills that are needed there, the grit, the perseverance, the communication, the arts side of things, the humanities side of things, are critical for parts of the world which are going to grow, which is the small and medium businesses, compared to parts of the world that are likely to shrink because of AI efficiencies. And if we don't do it, someone else will. Does anyone know what that's a loading screen of? Anyone? All right. That's a loading screen of something called AI Quests. It's a product by Google. Has anyone seen it? Anyone played with it? No? All right. So what happens in a low clock speed environment is it invites people from other industries to come and have a right to play and have a right to win. And what Google has done basically is they have created a 3-year curriculum for kids aged 11 to 14 to learn about the entirety of AI in a way that is gamified, in a way, unfortunately, that will turn them, because this is free of charge, when things are free of charge, you, the user, are the product, to turn them into slaves and future customers of Google forever. So I hate the fact that that's happening, but no one else is stepping up. Everyone knows the guy on the left, Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was initially banned from joining the school basketball team because he was too short. And the guy on the right, Winston Churchill, was kicked out of school for poor performance in English, and then went on to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. These are both failures of the education system, and we need to understand that if we have the mindset that every single child or every single educatee is unique, and we evolve education to make sure that we bring out the best in everyone, that is the way that the world will actually become a better place. And with that, I say thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. If there was an easy answer, it would have been done already. There is no easy answer other than this needs to come from the top. So what typically would happen is a Ministry of Education would be pushed by parents, and they would then talk to a Ministry of Commerce and say, since the whole point of preparing, outputting the products of education is so that people can find meaningful employment and live meaningful lives, they need to work together. How this is happening, I think there are going to be a few early adopters. Saudi Arabia is a great case in point. If anyone from any official capacity is here, I would strongly urge you to have a look at what's happening over there. But that is what it takes. It's going to take an astronomical act, but it has to happen. Otherwise, an Apple or a Google or an OpenAI will come in and will take over education. But all that means is they will push people into a direction that benefits them. Okay. Yep. As a father, what am I doing with my own kids? I've got a son who's 15, and that's a very tricky age, and daughter who's 9, which is a relatively easy age. I come from a telecommunications and technology background initially, and then consulting. So I give them tasks at home whereby they earn their pocket money, so to speak. So they would complete tasks. My son now has the task of revamping my website, which is an absolute disaster. So please don't check it out. Okay, please. So he has wants and needs. He wants a... He changed his mind from a jet ski to one of those sand dune buggies. And I told him there's no way he's going to be able to afford it with the pocket money I give him, which is for his food and outings. But if he achieves certain grades in school and gets my website done, then I will gladly consider it. Gamification is a way. Yeah.
Yep, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I have one last question here, please? Can you see me?
Yes.
Yep. My name is Puneet, and I'm from Maritime and XT from Singapore. So I'm in the maritime industry. I just wanted to kind of ask a specific question with regard to the fact that you mentioned about this symbiotic triangle or symbiotic circle of public sector, private sector, and the industry experts coming together.
Yep.
I've seen it happen slightly in the maritime space in Singapore, but do you see the approach happening at a slightly elevated level at a later stage of education, or do you think that actually an approach like this is even possible at an early stage of education? Because that's where the problem really is. At what stage do you need to enter so that the industry can also benefit, the private sector, public sector can also see results, but is it too late by the time we actually try and do that? That's the question I wanted to ask you.
That's quite a complex question. I'll answer it in two parts. I think for people in university and let's say higher education, I think the competition among some of the universities and some of the newer technology institutes is helping expedite that. So some of the better ones are already working with the private sector. So I think things are likely to happen faster there. Things are much likely to happen slower at the younger end. However, if the problem is fixed at the younger end, and the problem to me is not a brand new curriculum, it is to redesign a curriculum whereby as the world changes, subjects can actually change. So what a sixth grader would learn this particular academic year could be fundamentally different than what the same sixth grader would learn the following year. If that kind of modularity and speed and flexibility is built into the educational system, then everything after that point benefits automatically. Whether that will happen, well, it has to happen. It all depends on who does it. If that trio doesn't get together to do it, then a technology company with the means and the resources and with a financial objective is going to do that, basically.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Come up and, Mohammed, come up, have your photo. It's your time to shine. All right, let's put our, would you like to come and take the photo? Excellent. Okay, let's put our hands together one more time for Mohammed. Okay, fantastic. Now it is time to share a spotlight on the people and organizations that have made this conference possible. Our sponsors have played a crucial role in bringing Education 2.0 Dubai 2025 to life, supporting innovation and collaboration in education. So we'd like to invite the founder and CEO of DBTEZ Technologies to join us on the stage to present certificates of appreciation to our valued sponsors. So come on up, Gerard Anthony. All right, Gerard, are you here? Okay. So, we'll see if he's on his way. Gerard, come on down. There he is, making a grand entrance. Okay, now, first of all, before we acknowledge our sponsors, we will continue on with our recognition awards. And Gerard will present those awards. So moving right on to our very first award. Okay, excellent. So our first award is an Education 2.0 Conference Excellence in Education Award. This award goes to Dr. Dong Lee. Let's put our hands together. He's a distinguished academic and researcher specializing in supply chain engineering, operations management, and applied machine learning. Come on down, Dr. Dong Lee. Okay, and now for our next award, we have Dr. Hamid Mohammed Hassini. And this is also a Conference Visionaries Award, and we'd also like to welcome up to the stage his brother for also a Visionaries Award, Milad Mohammed Hassini.
Thank you, Education 2.0 for this Visionary Award. For 16 years of dedication at Bayan Bartar, our vision has been so very simple. Learners first. Thank you.
Vision has always meant one thing for us: belonging before methods, inclusion before technology, and learners before everything, because everyone matters. از طرف خانواده بین برتر و تمام مردم ایران که لایق دیده شدنیم. We do all matter. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's put our hands together one more time for our co-founders of Bayan Bartar Education Center. And our next award is an Education 2.0 Conference Excellent in Education Award. Isam Abdel Rahman. Fantastic. Let's put our hands together for Issam. And please, if all of our award recipients wouldn't mind just staying for a little bit longer when we finish the presentation, and we will have a group photo to honor everybody. So another award in Excellence in Education, Nilofer Masoon. Fantastic. Let's put our hands together for Nilofer. And another Excellence in Education Award, Jihan Labib.
We are proud to receive this award, and it's been an excellent journey since 2012. And we've been delivering programs in French, English, and Arabic between Dubai, Casablanca, and Paris. And it's a privilege and honor to be awarded today. Thank you.
And now for a Visionaries Award, Nayetha Uren.
I just want to give a huge thank you to Education 2.0 for helping us spread hope and positivity, and to show people that there is life beyond addiction and that people can lead fulfilled lives, individuals, families, we can all recover. Thank you.
Congratulations, Nayetha. And now, Education 2.0 Conference Outstanding Organization Award, Presidency University.
Thank you, Education 2.4, for recognizing our contribution towards social outreach and various aspects. This is something like very special to us, because our group is this year we are in the 50 years of excellence. So Presidency Group is at 50 years. They've completed 50 years in the educational field. So we are very proud to receive the award. Thank you.
And our next award is Excellence in Education Award, Dr. Ricarte or Ray Junior Gappers.
Thank you very much, Education 2.0. I'm Ray, and I come from the Philippines. I started my training center way back 31 years ago with one idea, 2 employees who are my parents, my mom and my dad, who are both in heaven. I know they're smiling for this recognition today. Thank you so much.
And another Excellence in Education Award, Roy Goris, Principal at Tucson International Academy.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very honored to be here for the second time in a row. This is in great part on the organization that I work for, under the auspicious and amazing leadership of Dr. Jennifer Herrera and her husband, and my colleagues are over there. So I am very honored to be here and being recognized, even though it's not about me, it's about all people here in the audience. So thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see each other soon.
And our next award is a Visionaries Award, Samita Bhattacharya.
Thank you, Education 2.2, for this award, for making me part of your this impressive collaboration and collective vision for the future of education. I would also like to thank my family out there, my son, my daughter-in-law, my entire extended family for coming here and supporting me. I would like to thank all my students across the world, because I am here because of all of them. Thank you for once again having faith in education, which in my opinion is one of the most powerful equalizing forces in today's world. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. And an Excellence in Education Award, Shravya Reddy, Managing Director of Presidency Schools.
10 years ago, I moved from being an engineer in oil and gas industry to becoming an educator. The only question I kept asking is, how do we spark a love for learning, not just among the students, but also among the teachers and parents? And that question has led to many projects that we do at our school. Thank you, Education 2.4, for recognizing that.
Congratulations, and another Excellence in Education Award, Dr. Suniti Vadalkar, founder and navigator of Wonders of Wellness.
Good afternoon, everybody. This goes to the unflinching support of my family and all the WOW buddies in India who believed in this vision, and because of whom I'm here. They have got a remote for their jumping monkey minds to augment their academic productivity, and this is a utopian vision which I share on this forum. I truly, truly hope everybody gets it and then see the magic unfold. Thank you, Education 2.0.
Fantastic. And now let's put our hands together for all of those award recipients. Just wonderful. And Gerard Anthony, please stay on the stage, because now we will acknowledge our sponsors. So first of all, our silver sponsor, Puzzle Box Academy. Let's put our hands together. And our bronze sponsor, Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. So Pamela Furr, if you would like to come up to receive the certificate for Puzzle Box Academy, and Dr. Tandria Cullens for Language and Literacy Academy. Coming up and collect those certificates.
Clearly, I'm not Ms. Pamela Furr. I'm Dr. Manny Rodriguez from Puzzle Box Academy. Just want to say thank you to Education 2.0 on behalf of Puzzle Box Academy. Just really appreciate everybody here and the inspiration that you bring to us. We bring it home to our families and our students. So thank you very much.
Fantastic. And Dr. Tandria, are you back in the room? No? Okay, well, let's put our hands together for both of our sponsors. So first of all, Puzzle Box Academy and Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. Okay, everybody, so now we are going to break for lunch, but I must mention we do have some exciting news. Along with our Dubai and USA editions, we're thrilled to announce our Singapore editions of the conference will be coming up. So registrations for our upcoming editions, they are already open and coming in fast. So if you'd like to secure your spot or learn more, feel free to connect with the 2.0 conference's representatives, Jatin Sidhu, or visit the booth over next to the registration desk. So please, everybody, head on out, enjoy your well-earned lunch, And of course, before you go, all of our award recipients, please come on up and have your group photo and then head on out and enjoy your lunch. And we will see you right after at 1:30 p.m. Don't forget to use the hashtag for any photos, education2conf. Feel free to bring up your awards, everybody. They can feature in the photos.
Two of my team are
Okay, everybody, please make sure we come back at 1:30 and enjoy your lunch. We do need to present one more award as that person needs to head off to fly away to another country. So please, everybody, put your hands together for Dr. Sultan B. Al-Murtari. And this award is in recognition of his contributions to the field of education and learning. Congratulations, Sultan, and please enjoy your lunch, everybody. We'll see you back here at 1:30 for our afternoon session of Education 2.0 Dubai 2025.
All right, we're gonna testing 1, 2. Let's just test it. Testing 1, 2. Oh, you're fine. Oh, really? Okay.
Dr. Switzer?
Yes, come in. I'm just washing my hands.
I'm Catherine Bigman. Janet Carr. Dr. Switzer?
Yes, come in. I'm just washing my hands.
I'm Catherine Bigman. Janet Carlisle referred me.
You're live in a box.
Yes, that's me. Should I lay down?
Because of what happened in a moment. Somebody got in the way. That's a moment. You've been stuck for 30
Hello, hello.
This is your zone. Right here. This is your world right here. And I'll take that world over there, and the monitor is right between us. And you got plenty of water.
Yeah, he's going right through. 1, 1, 1.
Testing 1, 2.
There we go. 2.
Testing 1, 2.
3, 4. Yep.
जब तक है दम चाचा पोडियम लाइट बंद कर पोडियम लाइट बंद कर हाँ नहीं पोडियम हाँ ओके
This will work.
There's definitely some discrepancies there. There was one man, and he didn't really lean on the road. You're like, well, this much higher, like move down a little. And where are you guys from? From Florida? Yep, I'm Australian, but I am based here. Yeah. Nice. Awesome. What were you doing there? Okay, great. You got it. I don't think I have to say. Convention center? Something? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nice. Melbourne's a great place. Yeah. Yeah. Were you staying in the city centre? Yeah, cool. Yep. Mhm. Yeah, that's right. In the city. Yeah, awesome. Welcome back, everybody. Did we all have a nice lunch? Yes, fantastic. Okay, now we're moving on to our very first speakers for this afternoon session. Now, this presentation will be entitled Neuro-Aligned, the Sacred Science of Teaching. So to present this presentation, I'm going to welcome up here onto the stage, founder and CEO of Puzzle Box Academy, Pamela Furr. And joining Pamela up on the stage, Executive Director, Strategic Growth and Executive Clinical Director, Puzzle Box Academy and Kaleidoscope Interventions, Dr. Manuel Rodriguez. Over to you.
All right, good morning, afternoon, time zone changes.
Good afternoon.
We're still a little jet lagged. I hope you all can hear me okay. I'm not used to using a hand mic. Today, we were listening to all the panelists speak earlier. And one of the biggest things that was resonating was how do we get to the holistic child? So our presentation comes at a better time. So what is neuro-aligned? It is the sacred science of teaching. Teaching is a transmission of energy, not just data. As we talk about artificial intelligence, we talk about where's the place of the teacher. The teacher is a sacred processor of energy. All of our kids that come into our classroom all have a different frequency. The job of the teacher is to match that frequency and bring them into alignment. So, the last 8 years, let me give you a little background. Puzzle Box Academy is one of the largest neurodivergent schools in the United States. We range from 2-year-olds all the way up to 23-year-olds with all type of alphabet soup. ASD, ODD, OCD, AHD, ADD, you name it, we've dealt with it. But over the last 8 years, we have been poached by private equity and venture capitalists. We have a Chapter 13 folder that we keep to the side that is to remind us, oh, was today a rough day? And then we look at that folder and we're like, it's not that bad. The reason we made neuro-aligned is because all of these private equity and venture capitalists wanted to franchise Puzzle Box. But we're not dealing in puppies, and we're not dealing in widgets. We are dealing with humans. So in order to make sure that Puzzle Box Academy's mission and values were not depleted, we decided, how can we take Puzzle Box Academy to the world? And we built 2 programs. The Neuro-Aligned Educator and the Aspire program. So our job is to help teachers understand that burnout is a media function. We do not have a shortage of teachers. We do not have a shortage of people that want to educate and enhance our children. We have not done the right by them by supporting those teachers and educators and caregivers. We have not given them the tools in order to handle our children of today. In our campuses, we have neurodivergent children. Now we have neurotypical administrators coming to us asking us, what are you all doing? How are you seeing 2 years of growth and 10 months with your neurodivergent students? We have neurotypical students and we can't do that. Our neurodivergent students cannot be programmed. So where everyone is now in the world of artificial intelligence and how do we teach, we've been doing this for the last 12 years. Our little guys and gals are not robots. They will not work to a system that has trained robots. They are looking for individuality, and that's what we're here to help the world with. So my partner in crime, Dr. Manny.
So my journey that brought me here to you all today started 20 years ago in the corporate arena, doing behavioral science in big corporations for Fortune 500, primarily in the manufacturing side. And one of the things that ties my work back then to the work that I get to do now at Puzzle Box Academy is this idea of burnout, whether it's an executive, a frontline employee, or a teacher in the classroom. Burnout is a real symptom, isn't it? It's something that is tangible, it's observable. And so for me, starting in the world of behavioral science, and I've come to my own self-discovery of the work that we're about to present to you, of things that are really really a scientific way to really manage your own ability to function, to respond to different stimuli, to respond to different stressors in a meaningful way. And so for me, my story comes from a journey of science to my own self-discovery, and now a passion to teach this. So I want you to imagine, what if we could teach without losing ourselves? And we're talking about teachers, but when we use the word teachers, by the way, whether you are an executive, whether you are a manager, a supervisor, a teacher in the classroom, a therapist in the clinic, or a parent, we're all teachers. We're all teaching a student, whether it's a child or an adult. But imagine if we could teach without losing ourselves. And one of the things that we have come to really understand, and let's just read this together, is that teachers love their work, but their biology is breaking down, especially when stress is present. And that breakdown for a teacher could be from the moment they walk in the door to the moment they leave the classroom and go home. So it's got to be different, right? So for us, we ask this simple question: what if we could rewire the nervous system to sustain joy and purpose in what we do every day? And there's an epidemic, there's data, there's good research studies that are coming out in the world of education and science that talk about this epidemic, this educator epidemic. This is one statistic, and it's a hair-raising one, that research shows that 67% of teachers report chronic stress. Burnout is a biological, not a personal weakness, it's a biological outcome. And one of the things that we look to focus on, that this research focuses on, is chronic stress and how it reshapes our emotional circuitry. It reshapes how we actually respond to stressors. Now, there's a sense of understanding that these stressors, the way that we respond to stress, is really a cry for help. But rather than just any help, we talk about it in terms of coherence. And what is coherence? Well, the true definition of coherence has a language situation, right? We want to speak coherently, right? But physiologically, coherence is about the brain and the heart and the body and our emotions all going in the same path. That's coherence. Now, what we've learned in the science of coherence is that there is a deregulation in our cortisol levels. There's a 40% drop in alpha wave activity during stress, and that burnout is a complete energy system collapse. From our brain to our heart to our emotions, it all goes the wrong direction. And how many of you, just show of hands, how many of you have ever felt chronic stress? Stress never goes away. It's just ongoing. Okay, lots of hands showing. Well, one of the things we know about chronic stress is that chronic stress just keeps the body in this survival mode. And what happens when we are in survival mode? We lack creativity, we lack compassion, and we have a lesser way to have higher order reasoning.
So Manny, let's stop right there. So back in the day of cavemen, we all ran from the dinosaur. All of us did. We would run and then we'd get into the field, we'd find the berries, and we would all relax. Today, none of us are relaxing. The autonomic nervous system is not going back into a baseline status. So we are staying constantly stressed. The human body is not being able to regulate back into its normal baseline. So if adults are doing that, do you not see it in your children already? I have kindergartners that are neurodivergent that are coming in already concerned about what they're going to do for their long-term career. Parents that are already pushing our children for A's and B's in first and second grade instead of being children. When we talked with the panelists earlier and they were talking about social emotional growth, all of our schools are no longer chronologically graded together. Our students are homogeneously grouped. That means that they're grouped based on their social and emotional age rather than their chronological age. The reason that we've had to do this is because there's not one child that grows and identifies in the exact same pattern of behavior or stressors than the next. So at Puzzlebox Academy, all of our children's curriculum is individualized. So we're already doing that. We have 111 students and 111 programs for each one of those students. Our kindergartners are changing classes. Again, let me explain that to you all. Our neurodivergent children in kindergarten are changing classes. They're also data tracking all of their material so that we can take and teach to frequency rather than to memorization. So when we talk about how do we change our teaching methodologies in a world of artificial intelligence, we start by looking at the teacher. We start by going back to our honing skills on what is the educator. For those of you on a spiritual path, that used to be Sunday school. Otherwise, you would learn the family business. You would go to Sunday school to learn reading, writing, and arithmetic. But we've taken that out of the value system. Now we have students coming into school memorizing. Teachers are in a panic because we have AI now. We have technology that memorization evens the playing field. So then what is the role of the teacher? It is a spiritual role.
So let's talk about coherence from the nervous system perspective, and then we're going to tie it all together. So the nervous system stops distinguishing between threat and responsibility. And so what happens is that this causes the educator's body to operate as if every school day is an emergency. Now, we can easily take out the word educator in school, and we can talk about it in terms of CEO in the workplace, right? Manager and the facility that they work in. And what's going on is that if we can't operate our nervous system correctly, if we're not in coherence, then every day becomes a day of an emergency. So true recovery begins when the brain waves, the breath, and the heart rhythm return to that state of coherence. It's what we call the biology of safety. Now, one of the things that I love that we're doing at Puzzlebox Academy is we're changing the way that we even talk about things. We don't say what's wrong. It's moving from what's wrong to what's out of alignment. What's not in sync with each other. And this is a language of healing that begins with awareness of where the misalignment lies. So let's just talk about neuroalignment. Just very basics, right? Because we only have so much time. So neuroscience explains how we change. The brain's neural pathways reorganize through repetition, focused attention, and elevated emotion. And what behavioral science teaches us, it's that repetition, focused attention, and elevated emotion that leads to a new learning history of reinforcement. It's what helps us build strong habits. Now, neuroplasticity, yeah, see, I was going to say it wrong, neuroplasticity, this allows educators, and again, remember, not just teachers in a classroom, but if you're a manager, supervisor, this applies to you. It allows you to rewire your stress responses to be resilient and have resilient
Hold on, Manny,
pathways.
let's try this. So I would like everyone in here to repeat something with me. Nerve cells that fire together, wire together. Nerve cells that fire together, wire together. What Manny is talking about with neuroplasticity is if we are constantly conditioning our children or our teachers, constantly letting them know, oh, did you get test scores? Are they up to grade? How's the students in there? Well, I see that these are things that we do as administrators, and that's all broken system that no longer works with our today's student. What we need to be doing is encouraging, inspiring not only the student, but the teachers that you have underneath your watch. Richard Branson said with Virgin Airlines is that if I take care of my employees will take care of my customers. As educators, our customer is every child and every parent that comes in and out of our classroom. And that's whether you are in the school building, brick and mortar, or if you are out in public. There was a day when teachers didn't get married. Do we all remember that, or is this generation gone? The reason is because they were constantly teachers, not just for 8 hours. Educators are educators 24/7. There's always the possibility of a learning moment. And when we stop looking at a 9-to-5 job as educators, we will start to change the world. The 4 pillars of NeuroAligned, and I'm going to go a little faster because I'm a very structured-based person, and we're going to try to stay on schedule. So the 4 pillars of NeuroAligned is number 1, neuroscience of renewal. We use neuroscience and biology to understand how the human brain works. And doing that, we know that if we continue, why do you think mantras work? Words of affirmation. They work because you are repeating them over and over. What did we just say? Brain cells, nerve cells that fire together, wire together. We are rebuilding the circuitry in the brain. The next pier is energy, mastery, and breath work. Not mindfulness, meditation. My kindergartners, my early intervention kids that aren't even in kindergarten yet, some of them that have no vocal expression. We have seen a 60% de-escalation and outline behavior by using meditation. Not mindfulness, meditation. And again, I want to let you all know, my 2- and 3-year-olds are already meditating. It is very possible. Again, our demographic is neurodivergent students. So imagine what you could be doing with your neurotypical students. Number 3, the sacred practice of teaching. Every single one of my teachers are my family. Yep, I'm going against the curb. We are teachers 24/7. I know their family members, I know their children, I know everything that goes on about them. And I have 30,000 square feet of campuses all up and down the east coast of Florida. I know them like that because they take care of my children. And yes, every puzzle box student I look at is my child. Because if something happens to them, it is going to be their parents calling Miss Pam, what happened to this child? What's going on? So we have to look at teaching not as a 9-to-5 job, but as a sacred transmission of energy. And number 4, integration and reflection. This is journaling. This is getting our kids to go ahead and understand they are the creators of their future. When we stop teaching out of textbooks and we let them know that hands-on practical knowledge, not memorization, is what we need, then AI becomes their tool and not their teacher. So I'm going to do this fast for you all, just again to stay on time. Neuroscience of renewal. Shape is all by stress. We can reshape our brain. We can reshape the way that we look out this door, not just in the classroom. All of this is done simply by neuroscience. Neuroplasticity is the biological freedom. What does that mean? I am not in the routine. How many people here get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and don't even think about it? I do. Yeah. I get up 2 o'clock in the morning, it's like this. My eyes aren't even half awake, open. I go right back to bed. Sorry, Education 2.0. I told you I didn't like this microphone thing. But we do it in automatic. How many times are we driving down the road and the next thing we know, we've already missed our exit? Or we've come up to the exit. Or you're on the train. For us in DC, you'd be on the metro. And all of a sudden, next stop, Farragut North, you're already there. Why? Because you've allowed the subconscious to take over. We have forgotten that we are in control of not only our mind, but also our body. When we can rewire the emotional loops, we build resilience. So if I am constantly building this child or this teacher up, when a stressor comes to them, you will not see the immediate breakdown. You won't see the tantrum. You'll see the pause. And the pause is what we are looking for. The pause is what all of us here can identify with. And that pause is when we realign and we live in the present moment. This process restores the automatic balance and increases my big word, heart rate variability. I am not sure how many of you all work out, but that's one of the biggest indicators nowadays. My Whoop tracks it, iWatch tracks it, the Quora Ring tracks it. What is your HRV? Well, that heart rate variability is a way to understand how do you chemically, biologically process stress. How do you think some of our neurodivergent kids process stress? The same way their moms and dads do. How do you think our neurotypical children are processing stress? It's learned behavior. So we have to set the example. We have to give our teachers the tools so that they can self-regulate. I'm going to skip through some slides for me. Can you get me to the heart math, what I'm going to teach? So again, we're going to speed through because I want you all to leave here today with a tool. I want you to go out of this presentation with something that can change immediately. In our schools, we do something, a practice of heart math. Basically, heart math is 32 years of study and training of the heart brain. Yes, there's actual brain tissue that's within the heart. Do you know what that also does? That keeps track of all your trauma. And it sends signals to the frontal lobe in the brain, and it tells the brain, oh my goodness, don't do that. Trauma's coming. Oh my goodness, I got a quiz coming. Oh, I'm going to start stressing. How many people thinking about a presentation like this start sweating before you even stand on stage? How many of you all, before you have to go in for your review with your supervisor, automatically get the sweats and you're automatically thinking, oh, the worst case scenario? Our children are doing that. Our teachers are doing that. Are my kids going to meet the standards? Are my scores going to be enough to keep me here next year? We have become so efficient at data, we stop looking at the child. We need to find balance between them both. So, I'm going to walk you all through what we do in our mornings. We do it before every single one of our associate meetings, before our board meetings, and we do this thing called our Wednesday Soulful Sessions. Why? Because again, teaching is a sacred science. I would like all of you all to take 1 second, especially after lunch, and think about something that brings a smile to your face. It could be a chocolate-covered truffle. It could be a puppy. It could be your child. For me, it's two things. My son, who's my North Star, 20-year-old, I was told when he was 6, start looking at special schools. He's neurodivergent. Well, he's 20 years old now, and he's a student teacher, and he has his associate's degree in psychology. I didn't listen to what they said about him. I let him take his own path. So he makes me smile. Puppies make me smile. And lavender ice cream really makes me smile. So what is it that makes you all smile? Think for just 1 second. What brings you joy? If it takes you longer than a second to think about what brings you happiness or joy, then come talk to me at the booth. We've got a lot of work to do. For one moment, even if it's me, I'm jumping down. Think about something that makes you all smile. What I want you to do is hold that memory. Hold that smile. We're going to go through 3 deep breaths right now. And what I want you to do is when you breathe in, I want you to think of that thought, that happy thought. And when you breathe out, I want you to focus on that breath going out through your heart, not just your nose. Can we do that together? Can we? Oh, I really like this guy here. He's got energy like me. All right, so I'm going to guide you through it. We're going to do a 3-second inhalation through the nose. It's going to go. Think of that happy spot. And then blow it out right through your heart. Take another breath. Breathe in. Think of that wonderful puppy. And then breathe out. And now one more time, take a deep breath in and think of something that brings you joy. And now take a deep breath out. That 1 second of coherence between your heart and your brain is all you need to do to get your students aligned. That's it. Every morning, start with something so small. Dr. Manny's a little ambiguous here, but he wrote this amazing book called Quick Wins. And one of the things in Quick Wins is that we don't go for the 5-mile race. We first got to go 100 yards, right? And it's the same thing. We want something that makes your student feel successful immediately. Your teachers feel successful immediately. And you can do this in your classrooms, you can do this with your students, and you can do this with your teachers. Start your meetings, start your day. Why? Because you are the mom, dad, and the spiritual advisor for most of the students coming into your classrooms. They don't have that at home anymore. Though we may be 20 years advanced with artificial intelligence, augmented reality, the things that you want to call these words, these catchphrases, we are back into both family members working 40 to 50 hours, and the kids, they've got the iPad and the TV again. So you've got to take a moment to pause. And that moment to pause is how you pull your students back in and rearrange the way that you think of education. Please remember, you are the ministers for the next generation, not just educators anymore. You are the guidance system for our students. And if you make each one of them individuals, you won't have to worry about artificial intelligence because they'll use it as a tool. Our neurodivergent students that we've seen, I can let you all know that as of August of last year, 2024, I've helped over 1,800 families with neurodivergent family members. And all of them, the first 3 to 6 months, I've helped the families get out of crisis because they've been told there's something wrong with their kid. With all of those children, there was not anything wrong with any one of them. They all just learn a little differently. They have a higher vibration, a higher frequency, and we've got to raise our vibration to meet theirs. And if we can do it with neurodivergent children that already are fighting physical and mental and emotional stressors, imagine what you can do with your neurotypical families. So, Manny.
All right, so that brings us to the end of our 30-minute presentation. So we wanted to make sure that you understand we appreciate you, we appreciate your time. If you would like this material or you would like to learn more about the work that we're doing in our classrooms and in our business, our booth is right outside the door, Puzzle Box Academy. So please come and stop by, and we'd appreciate you just spending a few minutes with us and learning more. So thank you very much.
Fantastic presentation. Let's give them another round of applause. Very informative. Fantastic. Okay, so now we are going to move on to our next panel discussion. We're going to get the chairs and tables set up in just a moment. So our next discussion is entitled Breaking Down the Basics: How to Introduce AI Concepts to Beginners. So we will be exploring practical ways to introduce AI concepts, break down complex ideas, and making learning hands-on and approachable for beginners. So without further ado, we're going to welcome up onto the stage our moderator, Jihan Labib, CEO of Coaching Lab Academy. So let's give her a round of applause. Come on up, Jihan. And joining Jihan up here on the stage as part of the panel, we have Dr. Mary Yuk Shan To, founder and director, Bunny Kids Learning Limited. Then we have Dr. Siham Musa Al-Haider, Associate Professor, Language and Culture Consultant of King Khalid University in Saudi Arabia. And next we have Omar Valerio, the CIO, CTO, and CISO of Westminster Christian School. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Ray Jr. Gapus, President, CEO, Chief Innovation and Content Officer, International Center for Advanced Review and Training. Fantastic. Okay, take a seat, please, panelists and moderator. We'll bring you your microphones. And I'll pass it over to you, Jihan.
Yes, we can hear. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and lovely presentation. And thank you for the panelists to be present and very interactive before the session. We've been enjoying a lot of amazing presentations since this morning and this afternoon. And the topic we are going to talk about is the breaking down the basics, how to introduce AI concepts to beginners, how to make this all technical things very easy for the beginners, and beginners not only kids or child, but different kind of beginners. And we do have amazing experts coming from around the world. I think more than 15 hours or 19 hours flight, 10 hours flight. So they are give them like a couple of applause and to thank them all to be present today. I will present everyone before asking him, her, because they have like amazing bios. I will start by Dr. Mari, she's coming from Hong Kong and has over 20 years of experience teaching students of all ages. But she's enjoying working with kids and little ones, as well as training schools principals and teachers. She is the founder of Bunny Kids Learning and the author of award-winning English learning programs, including Bunny Kids Phonics. Dr. Mari holds dual doctorate from Spain and France. And she has worked internationally as a musical director, a playwright, and translator, and currently advises school and education organization on curriculum development. Before continuing your presentation, I will ask you first question, and maybe we can continue to share more achievement from your side. What does, from your side, AI for beginners really mean in your field, and after why it does really matter to you?
So for just now, follow up with the presentation just now. Okay, so as we all clearly know that AI is not taking over our roles as teacher, and I think especially for early childhood education. So, and that's the reason why at the beginning I chose to stay in the field of early child education. It is because I always think that early intervention is the most important thing. So because once I start teaching primary and secondary, and then I found it's really difficult to change some core value. Okay, and then you need more work. So if you start early, it's always the best. Okay. So for AI, now it's in the AI era. For me, I regard it as a supplement, but not a substitute. Okay, so it is something very important for repetition at home. So it is because parents obviously have no time to doing those reviews before the old time. So nowadays, research saying that a kid 3 to 6 years old, so they can have around an hour. Okay, so the internet time or the technology, those device time. Okay, so we spend maybe 15 minutes for certain subject. So then probably it will be a good way to assist them to learn. Okay, so for beginners, but of course, co-viewing is the important thing as well. Yes,
it's a co-voyage with the little kids, between parents and the little learner. Thank you so much. It's kind of supporting and co-creating a new word for the little ones, not letting them only to the
don't just let them read, let them look. Okay, you watch. No. But so even though it's for Asian country, we've got helpers. So then they are you have to sit next to her to guide her. Okay, so we're watching, and also of course we have to make good choices. Okay, of the materials.
Thank you so much. I will link with Omar Valerio, CIO, CTO, and CISO, with over 30 years of experience, very large. I would blown with your experience in education sector, leading enterprise scale IT operations, cybersecurity architecture. This is like very thinny and critical area about the AI. And network systems engineering with a deep expertise in data centers, infrastructures, Microsoft 365 MVP, and also Cisco, VMware, and ethical hacking. You are a speaker at the Global Technology Conference and recognized MVP, and please, I will let you to explain this because very specific to your to the IT world. MIE expert and Global Microsoft Showcase School mentor with the specialist in network and the software systems engineering. He is recognized innovator and advisor, honored 5 consecutive years as one of Palmetto-based top CIO, CTO, CISO, and featured on the cover of the edtech magazine. And you serve on multiple advisory boards. I have many questions for you. The first one is, how can professionals with no technical background start using AI safely and confidently?
Well, thank you for the introduction. Thank you, everyone, to be here. Very interesting question, especially me coming from the IT background. What I'm going to basically tell you is what I'm doing at my school. I come from a private school in Miami. It's a pre-K to 12. And as we all know here, AI is just not something new. AI has been here for a while. It's just that it's moving so fast now. So my journey at the school was started 5 years ago, even before COVID. I started introducing AI. And what I saw as a Microsoft MVP, which Microsoft MVP, what we do, we provide a lot of feedback to Microsoft on the different products. We do a lot of different beta testing and all the products that before they come out. So we keep seeing what AI, what's going to do in the future. So with that said, what I started doing is starting from training, okay, those non-technical people on this platform. How did I do that? My goal was basically a lot of communication, okay? Educate the board, educate the executives on what this tool was going to help them to do. With that said, I started very, very simple, okay, with basically the tools on how to summarize emails, how to create a lesson plan, how to summarize a meeting, okay, things like that. And after that, what I did, I grabbed a bunch of teachers that are more tech savvy, and I created cohorts, okay. With the cohort, I started training all these teachers, which took years, a year, you know, every month we used to meet, do professional development with the teachers, and at the same time, we started teaching them how to create different agents. Now, the agents, we started building these agents to train the agent on simple tasks to do for them. Like, again, like creating a lesson plan, creating a meeting. And aside from that, one of the tools that I started using as a beta tester was, probably you guys heard about it, is Microsoft Copilot, which is the Copilot Studio where you can actually go in and build all these different agents and start assigning the agents to different ages. So I created different agents in elementary, middle school, and high. And I started having these teachers train all the other teachers on how to create all these different agents and make the other teachers feel comfortable. As we all know, teachers don't like change. We don't like change. But unfortunately, we're in an era right now that things are changing very rapidly. So we have to adapt. We have to change that culture at our organization. I'm being blessed at my place that, you know, it's a mid-sized school, so I'm being able to train, make it easier for me. So my advice to everyone is, what is the best thing to do to train someone and bring people that are not tech savvy into the AI era? is to communicate, make them feel comfortable, show them the tool, grab them by the hand. Tell them not to be afraid. Use it as simple things for, again, emails, lesson plans. Think about a video or something that the kids can do. We start from pre-K, pre-K3. Those kids are already learning how to create little videos and different platforms that we utilize in our LMS systems. So those are a few of the things that I've been doing at my school. And right now, to be honest with you, after we're in our 5th year, we've been very successful with that platform. Our kids, we've been named a Microsoft Showcase School for 9 consecutive years. The only school in the nation in US that has been able to receive that recognition because of the way we basically are using our curriculum, using AI with the technology, and teaching our students, which is very important, digital citizenship, okay? With digital citizenship, those students will learn how to utilize the tools and how to provide the correct prompts to the tools. Also, they will learn that the tool is there just to provide support, that the tool is not there to replace them. It is what is called just a supportive tool, and that's why with us, we use Copilot. And I said, you know what a Copilot is? Yes, when you get on a plane, you have the main pilot, which is you, and you have someone right next to you helping you on how to do your task.
Thank you so much. So in 2, 3 AI tools that you highly recommend, just like the easiest ones that you can recommend to beginners will be?
I will say for us, we will be Copilot. We're also using other tools like Canva for the students.
Canva.
We're also using Adobe tools. And we're using Designer for all the video editings and stuff like that. So.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Dr. Siham Al-Haidar, pleased to have you with us. You are an award-winning associate professor at King Khalid University in Saudi Arabia and multidisciplinary leader with 15 years expertise in education, semiotic, sociolinguistics, and cultural preservations. As a former dean, you led strategic academic initiative and global partnerships backed by Fulbright scholarship in applied linguistics. You are dedicated to preserving Saudi heritage, and you use generative AI and innovative pedagogy to amplify the global relevance. Thank you, Dr. Siham. My first question to you is, you are working with organizations and universities and more. What does the AI for beginners really mean in your field, and why does it matter now to you?
First of all, thank you so much for your introduction about me, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be on this panel among my wonderful friends here. And I can answer, before answering your questions, I want just to reconfirm or reassure this idea with my colleague here, Dr. Mary and Omar, mentioned that people afraid from AI because they think that's gonna replace human. It's not gonna replace human. It's enhance human learning, and it's also creates, because we need programmers to do AI, so it creates jobs. And back to the questions about how we can offer AI for beginners. I mean, in my field, education, also Dr. Omar here mentioned something about teaching and learning and how we can integrate that. So we offer this knowledge at zero cost and to make it accessible for everyone, educators, teachers, students, employees as well in the workplace, to use it safely, productively, and creatively. And I have a couple of examples on AI, like applications and of course other platforms as well. We have the International Khan Academy, and they introduced in 2023 Khan Migo, which is AI tutor, or they call it AI learning assistant. And what does it enhance the learning, and it's already integrated in the classrooms and homeschooling in the United States and across the other countries as well. And it's as I mentioned before, it's not replacing human, but enhancing human learning. And also we have two other elements that most, maybe in most application AI are missing, which is emotion and experience. And there is a platform which they call it the user experience design, and they integrate those two elements. It makes it real. The learner feels it's like their own experience, their own journey. They have the motivation, the incentives, and the curiosity and confidence as well. So it's we can define it like it's an entire human experience with a product. It can be in any domain. It depends on your domain: education, engineering, medicine, etc. And you use AI as a method of delivery. And that would answer two important questions: how and why. Those two important questions usually trigger the learner's incentives to learn more. And with emotions and experiences, make it more, reliable and real. And the third example, we can say also the Duolingo, the language application. Everyone knows that. And I mean, what I like about it, it depends, or it's based on gamification, learning by playing. You think you are playing. There are fun characters there. They have it on the application. And what they also do, different from other application or language application, they give dynamic conversation, simulating real-life conversation or context, and also adequate mistake learning for the learner to know more about their mistakes and why is that correct, why is that wrong. And because I use it myself to learn French, and sometimes when I don't use it for a couple of weeks or days, they give me a notification that we are missing you, come back, don't stop. They motivate me. So I feel sorry when I see it pop up on my phones and say, let's go back and let me try this. So I mean, this kind of personal experience with the AI, it's motivating the learner to learn more. So this is what we can offer them as a start. Many applications there in the market.
Thank you so much. It's more interactive mentorship, direct learning, and it's in the pocket, so it's close to me and hands used. Thank you for the insights. And question to you, Dr. Ray Kapus, President, CEO, and Academic Director of the International Center for Advanced Review and Training. You hold a Master in Learning, Design and Technology from Pennsylvania State University and completed the AI program from Oxford University, created the Functional Concepts method for test taking, where learner can answer 3 questions in license exams correctly using a single word or phrase. And it has since been adopted by healthcare professionals in 36 countries. Bravo. My first question to you is, which factor do you think is often overlooked when introducing AI? Thank you.
Okay, before I start, thank you very much. I love our group. We represent the world. Yeah, it's like we're going to sing We Are the World, right? Or maybe from Aladdin's theater. Yeah. I can show you the world, shining, shimmering, splendid. Okay, so I'm not here to sing, but I just would like to share a context why I went to AI. I'm a nurse by profession. I'm an educator, but I shifted into learning design and technology. There's one incident when we were crossing 5th Avenue in New York. You know, New York is very multicultural, like Dubai. And so we were crossing down the streets. There are traffic lights. Apart from the color-coded lights, it has illustrations. It says, walk, and then it's colored green, and don't walk, it's colored red. And in the middle is a color yellow. So while we were crossing the streets, once we reached the center island, suddenly the traffic light changed from walk to don't walk. So everyone stopped except a fellow Filipino You know what he did? He ran as fast as he could to the other side of the street. So the policeman saw him, and the policeman reprimanded him and he said, "Didn't you see that man? It says there, don't walk." And to my surprise, my fellow Filipino said, "I didn't walk, I run." The most important thing that we have to remember when we're introducing AI is the ability of the learner to comprehend. And their comprehension could be in part affected by culture, because in the Philippines, maybe when you see the sign that says don't walk, maybe you can run. But that's how we are in our country. And that's not something that's true in other parts of the world. So the most significant, apart from that, is the ability of the learner to comprehend. Because at the end of the day, they will have to learn prompt engineering. And in a country such as ours, I hate to admit it, but the most recent data from the World Bank specifies that the learning poverty in the Philippines is 91%. Learning poverty is defined as 10-year-olds who don't understand what they read. So if these are the kinds of learners that will come to our higher education classes in the future, how do we introduce AI when they lack the basic foundational skills to understand and correctly and ethically use these learning tools? So I would go into that core of understanding the culture of the learner and their ability to comprehend. So those are my answers to the question.
Thank you so much. Very insightful to consider the cultural side and the how diverse we are on this globe. And you have the second question for you, that it was like, what could be the specific cultural needs to consider in learning AI for beginners, and needs or specification we need to consider?
You know, just like what I always tell my professors back in my advanced studies in the US, we cannot learn the way Westerners do, because the worldview of the Easterner is entirely different from the worldview of the Westerner. And the way how we see and relate with AI tools is reflective of the worldview that we have. So Westerners are dualistic. You can criticize their work and they still would be good with you. Easterners are holistic. They look at their work as an extension of themselves. So you never criticize an Easterner, because a criticism into their work is taken as a criticism to their person. Which brings us to the fact that if we're going to use AI tools, Westerners would usually use it on an individual basis, because theirs is a dualistic mindset. For Easterners, we are more of the collective usage of tools. We share tools. That's why most Easterners do better in international testing because of that collective orientation. Whenever they learn something, even if the test would say you're not supposed to talk about what was given to you in the test, they would share it to all their friends and peers. So, but that is a part of the culture. So the Eastern worldview is entirely different from the Western worldview, and that has to be acknowledged and recognized if we want them to use AI the proper way.
Thank you so much. It's part of, as I shared, I'm PhD candidate and I'm working on competencies for higher educator, and the culture obviously is part of the competency that we need to consider inside the room and outside the room. And the global north definitely is learning in different way than the global south. And it's time to share our thoughts from the global south and to speak up also and to share our particular way of being and learning. Thank you for the I have a question for the room. How many, just like to maybe to warm up or to see if you are with us or without, or you are inside your phones. How many of you have interacted with AI just this afternoon? How many? Oh, good. And how many used voice assistant? Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the honesty. I'm not using voice assistant many, but I'm going back to Dr. Siham. I know that you are author Yes. Yes, you are an artist, and you've authored between Souk and Moles, semiotic reading of the linguistic landscape of Saudi Arabia, and you host a podcast on social development. This part of you as professor and also as author, how, from your side and from this experience, how can you or can organizations, society, companies, universities and all create supportive environments for AI adoption?
Yes, I think it's all start from the higher rank and goes down. So the higher rank or the leadership in the workplace should support AI and give free workshops, training to the staff. And I can answer these questions on two levels, internationally and nationally. So internationally, McKinsey, the consulting group, they conducted a survey in 2023, and the survey came out like 65% of organizations, they are using generative AI. And the big success here that they continue to invest in their employees by training them. So I mean, AI is not a one-time workshop. It should be in a constant, because it's constant changing. So it should be every time. And also Microsoft, my friend here, Amar, mentioned that they use the Copilot. So they use the ADKAR, the change model, to train their employees or the staff on that. And the ADKAR model is acronym, stands for, let me read it from here. It's ADKAR, so A stands for awareness, so they will give the why we use AI, and D stands for desire, so they will give them the motivation, and K stands for knowledge, so they will give them the perfect knowledge about and the background about AI and the skills that they need, and A stands for ability, the implementation in a good way, because there are different of implementation. And the last one is R, is reinforcement, sustainability. To sustain, as we said, is not a one workshop, it's continuous changing. And we have other companies as well. We have Hyundai, OpenAI, and so on. And on the national level, if you allow me, I will talk about Saudi Arabia. So in Saudi Arabia, we have the Saudi Data and AI Authority, and it's established recently, I think 2020, and they have this initiative, 1 million citizen in AI. So they want to train 1 million Saudi citizen on how to use AI, professionally in their work and their daily life, and also how to have this back knowledge about ethics in AI. So that's very important. And also we have the Digital Cooperation Organization, also it's international, but it's in Saudi Arabia, and they do a lot of collaborations with other similar organizations around the world, and their main goal to sustain digital economy. Also, we have they call it SADAYA in Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Data and AI Authority, the short name for it is SADAYA. And they also established recently, let me read it from here, because it's the Saudi Academic Framework for AI Qualifications, and that's focus on the higher education and universities. There are standards how to implement and have AI in your curriculum, and they have two main objectives. The first one is like a guideline. It's going to serve as a guideline for the development, evaluation, and accreditation of higher education programs in AI. The second objective is to establish minimum curricular requirements for higher education programs in the field of AI. So I mean, the supportive environment starts with leadership saying, this is the tool, this is the equipment that you need for AI, and you go ahead and just learn, and they will get your back when you ever need, troubleshootings or, any backup help and AI, they will offer it to you. I mean, I think it's in all countries now. They have AI in their systems. If we will not use it now, I mean, we will miss a lot, because AI is, I call it the trends of 21st century. So, I mean, it's every day, every time.
Yes, thank you. I know that in Saudi Arabia, invested a lot to enhance the infrastructure of AI, and I worked with MISC Foundation with leaders there, and I know effectively that a lot of investment and projects, Sadaya and more. And you give us the right link to what Omar will share with us. We've heard that training, a lot of training, budget support, and at global and the country level. And I heard also training and on ethics, how to use AI. The link is, yeah, we do need all that, but what to make it safe? Yeah, what to make safe the usage of AI. It's good to have it, to use it as a booster of our competencies and skills. But how about security? How about being safe in using all this technology, and about our data? How we keep our data safe? And this is my question to you, is maybe what the most misconception, and what do we need to secure the usage of AI, Dr. Omar?
So yes, one of the biggest concerns in every organization is security when it comes to AI, and it's huge. So the best things that you have to do, number one, is make sure that when your organization, before they introduce AI, make sure that you guys are in communication with your IT department. Your IT department needs to know before any executive or any board member makes a decision to pull that trigger, okay? The reason being is people need to be aware. We go back to awareness. Data privacy is a big thing. Data governance is a big thing. Now, if we don't train, going back to the training, our employees, our students, how to utilize this tool the proper way, a lot of data will be exposed. So the main thing is secure your infrastructure of your organization. There's a lot of barriers that you can put in place, a lot of tools that you can put in place to secure that. But the best way to secure that is training. We go back to training your employees, training your students, but most important, training your executives. Your executives need to know. You know, between you and I, you know that a lot of executives just sit behind a desk and make the decisions without thinking. So my philosophy has always been, okay, you think before you click. So infrastructure, make sure your data, okay, whatever your data is very private, make sure you engineers, your IT department, they segment that network to put it aside to all the other data. One of the examples that I'm gonna give you from my school, what I do is I have two providers. So the way I have it segmented in my school, I have one provider, which is the main provider that is feeding all the offices and all the teachers. With that said, the Copilot Studio, I also have it set up with that feature that only those people can access that data. Now, they're being trained that whatever each module, okay, has a different purpose. So they know that with Copilot also, the other thing is the data stays in-house. You don't go out to the world. So you train that tool in order to stay in-house, and when you train, like we're saying, you give the data, that's what you're gonna get back. So that's number one. Security, segment your network, okay? Train your employees. And aside from that, okay, make sure that the students, okay, are also trained and they realize about all their personal data. Because you know, everybody, well, I don't know about here in Dubai, but in the United States, everyone has a cell phone. Everyone has those tools right here on their hand, which is basically a computer. You have all those applications that you download, stuff like that. But what happens is these students are exposing their personal data into these tools, and that's what I tell them that I call a digital tattoo, because it's gonna follow you for the rest of your life. So you're feeding all this bad stuff, your data, into this. Now you're exposing yourself to out there. So the best thing is create all those barriers, put all those tools in place, create alerts, notifications, so that way if something happens, your IT department will notify you immediately. Make sure that you know that who is your response team in case of a breach, in case of any exposure of that data. That response team need to act quickly in order to stop whatever things are happening in your network and your organization.
Thank you. So it's training, raising the awareness about security, and access, securing the access. Thank you so much for the enlightenment. Dr. Mari, what changes do you expect AI will bring to your field in the next 2-3 years?
Probably, I think like in my field, okay, the only time that I use AI is probably, I find it really convenient. It is because like I use it to create materials that I want to, okay? It's because like there are a lot of available materials online, but usually most of them are not tailor-made to yourself, to your students and stuff. So then at the end of the day, I keep on making my own one throughout the past years, but since the appearance of AI, I start finding that I spend a lot less time on each material, so I can create more and a lot, okay? So as an educator, I have to know what I want for that particular child, and then, I know that he needs more of this, and also like in Hong Kong, there's a very funny, like, it's not funny, it's like a very interesting tradition. It's like every single school, they have their own special syllabus, okay? For, it's like, there's like local school, international school, private advanced schools, there are a lot of category, okay? So, and then you have to find that, okay, this person needs a different approach, and that person is also totally different. And by that, if you use one single curriculum to teach everyone, it's impossible. At the end, there will be just like, failure and stuff, and you find a struggle too. At the end of the day, AI in my field, okay, it helps teacher to ease the workload a lot. If the teacher, like what all the guests saying, that know how to use the tool. Okay, so we, okay, as education leader, we try to help them understand the tools and in their own field, like in language, in science, in anything, then probably it will be like a lot like effective teaching.
Effective teaching, I loved it. Thank you so much. And before wrapping up, I would love to hear from the audience for the, if you have any questions for our experts before wrapping up. 1 or 2 questions. We are on time, I think. We are, no rush. Okay. Question from the room. Not too many in the same time. Oh, we have one. Yeah, no, we can bring a mic to you. No. Don't hurt your vocal cords, it's good. And if you can like design, your question is to...
So the question is to the whole panel, actually, because as educators, we are catering to different age groups. But with AI, what age do you think is the right age to start the introduction, like for early childhood educators, for nurseries? What do we do?
Maybe Dr. You can...
Oh, yeah. Actually, like... before I came here, I have done really a lot of like researches concerning at what age is applicable, because I've taught like students from all age groups. Okay, so obviously like adults are okay, but actually even adults need to be educated how to use the tools as well. Okay, or else they will plagiarism and everything. So I think like for me, early childhood, okay, as I mentioned before, and now they with co-viewing, that means they cannot do it themselves. Okay, from 3 to 6 years old, they cannot do it themselves. So primary schools, okay, you can teach them tools like maybe Canva, creating pictures and doing little things like that. And then, but once I think that at what age, it depends on whether the ethic is really there already. Like, okay, so that means like the school has into like, or like I'm thinking the course curriculum, like those leaders, they have to make sure that they know the ethics before they use any tools, okay? So they know that they have to, and they can't use it here, they can use it at how certain, how far you can use it. So all the limitations and stuff, I think is necessary.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Like I mentioned before, at my school, we start with pre-K students. And with the pre-K students, we don't start teaching AI directly, but we start with digital citizenship. You start so they can understand the dangers and the things that are out there. And the thing we do that is because if we don't start early, these kids will start on their own. And it's going to be worse for us. So it's better to start training now because, as you know, there's a lot of applications out there that already have AI built in. So it's better for them to be aware of what's out there than for them to discover themselves on their own and do bad things.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more?
Hi everyone. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's with you, Dr. Hassan Amari. I'm a higher education professional. My question is to you, obviously to the whole panel. How can we sort out the literacy and numeracy issue or challenge for 10 years olds using AI?
Thank you.
Now we have a lot of AI tools now that we can use to improve literacy. You have chatbots. But the most important thing, just like what our friend here, Omar, said, and of course, Dr. Mary, that before the children uses any AI tools, they have to understand the ethics. And I can't help but really to agree. There have been cases, in fact, one of my classmates at Oxford shared to us that in Spain, there was this young kid who was doing research work on suicide. And then she keeps chatting with the chatbot about suicide until it has become their normal conversation, such that a couple of months after the kid committed suicide. But this is not in isolation. There was one case in Florida of a teenager who fell in love with an AI chatbot, and the AI chatbot asked him to join him in her multiverse, and that's through committing suicide, and the kid committed suicide too. But there was also a 35-year-old married Belgian man who also got so emotionally involved with an AI chatbot, and the AI chatbot encouraged him to save the world from climate change by committing suicide, and he did commit suicide. So not until the children are ready to understand the ethics of using AI, and if we're going to go theoretically, I think that's third stage of Kohlberg's moral development theory, that we can now introduce universal ethical principle vis-a-vis AI tools, such that there has to be a parallel moving forward in terms of learning the ethics of it and using the tool. Now, the difficulty in terms of comprehension, the learning poverty. This is very unique. The causes are very unique in the countries. I can say in my country, our forefathers, great-grandfathers speaks better English than we do now because their teachers were U.S. soldiers, SS Thomasites, where they called Thomasites. So they speak better English than our generation. And it used to be that our generation, we learned how to speak Spanish. And because the educational system has changed and they reverted back to the local dialect, Filipino, in teaching major subjects, now they have difficulty comprehending English. So each country will have their own unique reason for the learning poverty that they're experiencing. But ours is really, we're second in Southeast Asia. We're just better than Cambodia with 97% of learning poverty. Of course, Singapore is the best with just 2% learning poverty. So the best thing is to start where the problem is. And we should begin at the grassroots level. And maybe, just maybe, if the government can just give its all-out support into coming up with the right AI tool that's specific to the culture of a country, then we can be successful. I hope I
Adapting,
answered
yeah.
your question.
Thank you so much. More questions?
Just one
yes,
comment
yeah,
on my
okay.
friend here.
We
So-
do have also one more question.
So, relating to that AI, he just mentioned that this personal experience, it will know your personality, what you are suffering, what your desire, and will create a response according to that. And this has like two sides, positive, of course, and negative. And what we have here as an example, he just mentions, is negative, of course. We need from the AI developers to pay attention to this problem, because it's maybe take this person or individual that are using AI to the extreme and ends their life, as we see. So it's good, and I think in the future, AI will be personalized more, but the good personalization, which is like we're going to have different subcategories of AI, like AI for planning, AI for education, like gradings, feedback, subcategories, not AI like now for everything. We have one for just planning your trips or travel, give you plans. One gives you the best options for you, like shopping, what's best clothes that matches your character or your personality. So, I mean, it's good and bad. I mean, we are still discovering AI. Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Puneet Oza from Maritime NXT in Singapore. I just had a question specifically with regard to when I'm introducing AI to beginners. What I'm actually trying to do is effectively tell them what the result is looking like without explaining to them what the steps to that result are. How do you balance this idea that while you get AI to give you the answers, you have not really understood what has actually brought that answer about? So this is where the problem lies, especially in professional aspects where I involve myself in AI. Solutions are given, but nobody understands how the solutions are actually achieved or what steps are there to that solution, which means the basic fundamental concepts are missing. And then a generation goes into a different Spain where they expect just answers to come automatically without understanding why these answers are being generated in the first place. How do you balance these two? That's a big challenge, yeah.
Okay, I think the problem that he's just mentioned is labeled in the AI parlance as the black box problem, which means you are given solutions, but the solutions, how they are created and how they are achieved are not explained. So even AI itself cannot explain how they come up with solutions. Remember, as they say, as the godfather of AI says, AI is idiot savant. It doesn't have a concept of truth. Whatever data you put into it is the data that it generates out. So data in, data out. So the most important thing that we have to be a little more cautious about when introducing AI, given that you are in that situation, is to adopt a constructivist learning environment. So a constructivist learning environment is where the teacher's role has changed from the sage on the stage to a guide on the side or a meddler in the middle, which simply means that rather than just delivering the lessons theoretically and then using AI tools to explain it further, we create knowledge with the learners, with AI tools, such that the learners are properly guided by the mentor who is now performing the role as a guide on the side and a meddler in the middle. So rather than just delivering or giving them the steps, how to use the AI tools, we have to do it with them, collaborate and create and curate knowledge using AI tools. That's my take on that.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, it's co-creating process, and that will be, we were going to wrap up in one sentence to two maximum. How could you wrap up our thought and sharing of today to give it as final thought or maybe even question to the room and to the audience as a next step? Yeah, we can reverse.
So just to wrap up, in one phrase?
One phrase.
AI is here, we don't have any choice, let's embrace it.
Thank you.
Okay, I mean, one phrase, the question will be changed, not do you use AI, to what AI assistant are you using?
Thank you. I will say, don't be afraid. AI is already here. we got to jump on board now. If not, there's going to be a lot of issues later. So it's better to secure your systems now than later.
Thank you.
She has. Okay, as I mentioned before, and I will mention again about it later. So AI is always a supplement, but never a substitute. Okay, so we have to learn how to use it well. Thank you.
Thank you. I will add reinvent our way of educating as an educator, and with using AI and integrating all what you said, the culture, the security, the ethics, and the new ways to be creative. Let's empower the education within the AI. Thank you so much, and thank you for being here. I need the picture. Okay.
Fantastic panel discussion right there. Let's put our hands together for our panel one more time. Okay, now moving on to our next panel. It is entitled Parental Pressure versus Peer Pressure. Understanding the mental health stresses for students. So we'll take a closer look at how these dynamics show up in homes and classrooms. The discussion will highlight how educators can recognize signs of strain, how families and schools can share responsibility, and practical ways to support student resilience. Now, to guide us through this important conversation, I'd like to welcome up to the stage our moderator, the Head of Department of Math Vision Enrichment Center, Parsimend, now I'm going to say this name again, Parsimranjit? Yes, I got it right. Great. Parsimranjit Kaur. Let's put our hands together. And joining her up on the stage, we'd like to welcome up Thuraya Sukar, Ute Pfeiffer, Samita Bhacharia, and Dr. Samira Chandok. Over to your panel. You can keep one for yourself.
Hi.
There you go, if you wouldn't mind sharing that one. That'd be great. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Parsim. Okay, so I'm from Singapore.
No, Qasim, we can't hear.
Raise your voice and bring it closer. Am I audible now? Okay, perfect. Okay, so hi, my name is Parsim. I'm from Singapore. I've been teaching for over 10 years.
Qasim, we can't hear.
No?
Tell them.
Am I still not audible?
Yeah.
Just speak louder. Should I raise my voice louder? Does this work? Yeah. Does this work now? Okay, cool. All right. Okay, perfect. Okay, so my name is Parsim. I'm from Singapore. I've been teaching for over 10 years now. Still not? Okay, I'll try to get closer. Okay, I've been teaching maths for over 10 years now. So honestly, this topic, parent pressure versus peer pressure, for almost all teachers, it's very relatable. We experience this almost on a daily basis, right? Okay, so for a start, let's get all our panelists to introduce themselves.
Hi, my name is Thuraya. I am a refugee, living my life as a refugee. And this is one reason that's directly attached to the title here, as being a refugee puts a lot of pressure from the parents and from the peers, living like a personal experience. That's why I wanted to speak about it and be part of the panel. I have been in the education field for more than 22 years now. I have also taught different grade levels. In my experience as a teacher, I have witnessed and experienced a lot of students who come to me, and I know that I can just make them easier, make life easier for them just by telling them that you don't need to feel the pressure, because they were running to us, telling us as their educators that we feel this pressure. Part of our mission is to help those kids to ease things and to not just feel this pressure as much. And our panel discussion today, we're going to go through all these experiences together. Thank you.
No, that's it. Push it up. Yes. Now it works, right? Okay. Okay. So my name is Ute. I come from Germany, and once I started as an architect.
It's not audible.
It's not audible. Very close, so it's better. Okay. Once I started as an architect and run a company with a staff number of 100. Then my husband and I, who run this company, sold this company, and I started my second career as a coach with all my experience as a leader. And I run through this vocational training as a coach, as I already mentioned, and then experience. It's not only for adults, it's also for kids who suffer from stress. And I deepened my knowledge in matters of intuitive painting and of therapeutic and creative writing. And then I learned with my groups how helpful it is to minimize stress and to focus and to gain clarity. Also for kids, and I have to mention also for teachers. And today I would like to introduce these methods within our discussion on this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Good afternoon. Great. So my name is Samita. I am from Singapore, like Parsim, and I have been teaching IBDP for almost 20 years now. And stress in a Southeast Asian country is something that is very relatable to all of us, because we are very well-meaning teachers and very well-meaning parents, and we all want our genius babies to perform to the best of our abilities. We are never happy when we hear that my son has got 98%, because my next question is, what was the highest in the class? And if 98% is not the highest, then we are not happy. We are never happy. All right. So stress is something that an educator in the subcontinent and in Asia discover very early on in life. With that, we are trying our best to alleviate those stress levels in school, in the classroom, as well as outside the classroom. So let's see what we can make out of that in today's panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Don't know how to beat that, but hi, I'm Dr. Samira. I'm a counseling psychologist. I've been working in the education field for 20 years and plus. That tells you my age, but whatever. So I've been working more on with children, what they carry in their minds, more than what they're carrying on their scorecards in school or what they're carrying out in life. It's their minds, what they're working on, what is it that they carry in their minds is what I've been studying. And, you know, we've all got here discussing before we came up on the panel, and we said, I am an excellent example of somebody who should be knowing that. I have a 22-year-old who dropped out of the education system. My only son walked up to me one day and said, the school is wasting my time. Can you take me out of it? I said, no, absolutely not. He said, good. He walked up to his principal, said, you're wasting my time. Your teachers are wasting my time. Call my mother, ask her to take me out. And that actually happened. That happened. He dropped out. So everybody, like she said, wow, your son's a dropout. You're a single parent. Well, that didn't go down well. But today, he's completed his education, his graduation. He's in the hospitality sector. A big fight for him because his father was an IITN in India. I hope in the Asian countries, being an engineer, being in IIT, oh, big. His uncles, his aunts, all doing very well, PhDs, his granddad a PhD on this platform, and he wanted to do hospitality. And he was like, can I? I'm like, if that's what you want. Did I fail as a parent or did I not? I have no idea. I think my son will live to tell that story, but I'm proud. He's right now in Gurgaon, living on his own in Delhi, India, and doing very, very well as an intern with one of the best. Thank you. So I think this is a topic we all today relate to, and I'm sure each one of us sitting there is going to relate to. Let's understand what pressure is today, yeah? Let's discuss it. I don't think we're here to, tell you what pressure is, but I think we'd like to discuss it, yeah? Right, so thank you so much for having me here.
Okay, so, well, as an educator personally, and once upon a time a student, currently, no, I just graduated I just completed my master's, so what I personally feel that parent pressure, peer pressure, it's something that revolves around us on a daily basis. As a teacher, I see two spectrum of parents. One that pressurize their kids to know all. Another one is, it's okay, as long as my child is having fun, he or she is learning, that is something that you see. And competition among kids, especially when, and to be very honest, I think it's also relatable to parent pressure. When kids are challenging among themselves, who's going to be better, who's doing better. So it is something we see every day in school when we teach. We see among students going through stress, not sharing their scores, complaining that this person tries to peep into my marks. So that shows how much pressure kids go through, So we'll start by asking, Samita first, okay? So we all know that parental pressure is often viewed negatively. So do you think there's any circumstances which it can play a constructive or motivating role in a child's development?
Allow me to first speak to the audience here. How many of you here are parents? Can I have a show of hands? Wonderful. How many of you want the best for your kids? We all do. We all do. We are all loving, well-meaning parents. And yet we make mistakes. That's the conundrum. We all want our kids to do well. So we set up good examples, and it's not a crime, right? As parents, that's one of our responsibilities to want our children to shine in life, to be successful. It's absolutely on, but look at the positives, because whenever we say parents want their children to do well, somewhere, with that word pressure, there is a negativity attached to it. It's like automatically latched to it. But look at the positives, If I am a moderate parent, if I am a well-meaning parent, and I am encouraging my son and daughter to do well, what am I achieving? I'm achieving for them, or they are achieving, because of the meaningful dialogue that we are having at home, they are achieving good academic standards. They are learning strong work ethics. They are, setting goals for themselves. And through those goals, they are learning the meaning of self-esteem. They are learning perseverance. All that is very good. But to do that, we need, as I said at the beginning, we need to set up good examples. We need to set up meaningful standards that are achievable. We have to show them unconditional love. We cannot define success narrowly. We have to tell them, and the most important thing is, we cannot make our love conditional based on their achievements. You do well, I'll give you a gift. You do well, then a Disneyland trip is on the cards. is not the way forward. We have to make them understand that just as a parent, my job is to make them do well, is to give them all kinds of resources. Similarly, their job is to put in their best foot forward, is to do the best they can. It may not be the first in class, and as parent, I have to acknowledge that, accept that, and still give them unconditional love. But most of us don't. Most of us, when it comes to our own parents, in our own backyard, we forget it. We create undue pressure on them. We treat a Harvard application or a Princeton application as a do or die thing. We don't tell them that, look, put in your effort, give it a shot. If it happens, very good. If it doesn't happen, it's all right. We do not say that. And that is why the so-called loving, well-meaning parents do not realize how much pressure we are creating on the kids, how much stress we ourselves are generating, not just for them, for us as well. We don't realize that. And that's the problem, you know, because the entire intention backfires then. Trust me, I understand that we all mean well for our children. And as I said, the positive, positive parenting will create pressure, but it's a moderate pressure. It's a relatively doable pressure, manageable pressure that all children must have. They need to be disciplined also. I just can't let them, without discipline. That's bad parenting. That's what I mean by positive pressure. Thanks, Simran.
Well, honestly, I can actually relate to what you just shared. As a student, as an individual, I came from a background where both my parents are not highly educated. So, given that, the pressure and actually people in my family, from my father's generation, or even my cousins, majority of them are not highly educated. So, from there, the pressure to make my parents proud, the pressure my parents has given to some extent is to keep pushing me to do better. Yes, at some point I felt overwhelmed, but to think about it now, I do appreciate their pressure. So it's good and bad at the same time. It really pushes back to how the child takes it and how the parents deliver the motivation, or what we call pressure now. Okay, so let's come back to Ms. Turaya. So how can we balance parental pressure involvement with peer influence to support students or children's well-being?
Of course, the pressure is there at both sides. The kids or our children are raised up having two worlds. The first world is their inner house, where they live with their parents and siblings, and outside their house, where they have their peers, their friends, their neighbors, their teachers, people outside their house circle. And both, of course, they have to be the places where the child feels safe and protected. The well-being of the child needs to be felt safe and there. However, in most families, especially the part where I come from, I think we have common thing in here about the pressure of parents. My mom she has been all her life a teacher, and of course the children of a teacher cannot be less than herself. She always has high expectations for them. So like, I am a teacher, you cannot fail in this, you cannot fail in that. You cannot go choose the humanitarian side. You have to choose mathematics or science because you are the daughter of a teacher. This is what we always hear from our parents. Imagine the pressure that we felt when we were teenagers, and instead of enjoying our life, instead of thinking about ourselves blooming and getting mature, we only put all the thoughts of, in our thoughts, we always have this in our mind that, all right, I need to please my mom, I need to please my dad, I need to feel I need to feel safe because I please them, not because they accept me the way as I am. So here we're talking about our personal experiences in life, and I'm pretty sure that many of you has experienced this, or maybe you are trying to let your kids be something that you want. It's not our role to let our kids be what we want. Our role is to facilitate life for them, help them to get what they need in order to choose what they want in life, no matter what it is. The role of parents is better to be involvement, if I translate it in a different way. We prefer that parents have involvement part in the life of their kids instead of pressure with them. The parents, when they for us as educators, like part of our job is to also collaborate with the parents to help them understand the meaning of involvement, the meaning of having their kids in their life as not prisoners, the meaning of having their kids as people who are individuals, have their own needs, have their own dreams. It's not our part to dream instead of them. They are the dreamers. We are the one to facilitate this dream to become true for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thuraya. Okay, let's move on to Dr. Sumira. So how do you think the gap between the world parents remember and the world children can actually live in shape the pressure young people experience today?
Very interesting, actually, you know. If you remember our childhood, I don't think our parents were interested in us. Mine were definitely not. Our parents were busy getting the food on the table. Our parents had a life. We were just the extra baggage. Come to today's time, our children, yeah, exactly. Our children, they are our focus. They are our project. Our identities are tied to them. Just like she said, you got a 98%, where did the 2% go? What was the highest? Your dad's an IIT and are you going to be an actor, a singer? What is wrong with you? Is that going to get you a livelihood? Let him figure it out. Over lunch, I met a gentleman and I was just telling with him, we were discussing and I told him, I said, we have earned so much for our children, we've made them no voices. Don't worry, we have enough in the bank balance for you. Don't worry, you can fly business class. Would our parents do that? Absolutely not. That's where pressure comes from. And something very interesting is I said, my son had pressure because he had an education, or he has an educated family. Her pressure came from not having an educated family. Now let's divide children's pressure into 3 sectors. One that comes from their homes, one that comes from the social circle, and one that comes from schools. Now tie up the social circles and schools together, because schools are no longer schools. Schools are again Instagram, social media, how good you look. Were you good enough? Can you speak well? Can you express yourself well? I remember in one of the earlier sessions, someone said, it's so important for me to express myself well. Yes, it is, but does not mean, was I an excellent orator in school? Who knows? I can say I was amazing, but do you really know the story? No, but I'm an excellent orator today. So the whole thing is, parents are not wrong. They are coming from their experience. They're steering from their experience. But remember, our children are living in this world. We believe we know their world, and so we're giving them advice from our world. But they are steering a completely different world, which we have no idea about. I could be the coolest mom for every relative in my family except for my son. His constant statement to me is, you don't know how that works, Mom. So, really? I thought I did. But no, clearly not. So understand, pressure for these children is the constant likes, the constant pressure of FOMO. I learned that word, FOMO, fear of missing out, they say. Yeah, fear of missing out. My only fear of missing out would be when I was growing up was to go down and miss playing football with my friends or miss one of the walks. But their fear is so different.
So you have to understand, parents aren't wrong. It's not fair to say they're wrong, but like she correctly said, we have to learn to give them, or what she said, you know, we have to learn to give them their steering wheel, let them decide for themselves. Pressure, whether we like it or not, from today morning we've been discussing AI. Pressure is there. AI just came to us. It launched. We slept one day night, the next day morning AI was in our faces. I mean, we don't know. Our children are looking up to us for advice, or they're not. But we're telling them, we are parents, you better listen to us, and do what? We don't know. I don't know what to do with AI. And we're still giving them advice. So I think the middle ground would be to steer, let them take the navigation, and be coaches in their life. So I think we divide them into 3 groups, and then you see how they go. Their pressure is everywhere. It's not easy being a child in today's world. Pressure is for them in all different corners, everywhere they go, the way they look, what they say with their peers in school. I think it's everywhere. Yep.
Yes, I actually do agree with that, because honestly, I think it's something that every parent and every child experience. You know, when parents put a certain amount of pressure, it's based on their personal experience, based on what they have been through, the kind of struggles they have gone through, the kind of expectation they had. And eventually, yes, it also puts on some pressure to the child. But at some point, I also think parents realize that, hey, I think I can let them be, because I experienced that myself throughout my whole life. I've had different career goals. Like I did diploma in farm sciences, degree in accountancy, and just completed masters in education. And in the past 10 years, I found my comfort zone, which is education. So with that different transition, it has put my parents into like, what do you want? But at some point, they understand and they let me pursue my own path of life. So I think it takes time for parents, but yes, they will get there eventually.
You know, if I may just add, it's like the child is living 3 identities right now. At home, he needs to be the carrier of the family name, so being the good child, the legacy, as we call it, yeah? In the social, they need to be up with the times that they're going right now, so completely likable, do whatever it is. And in school, it's performance. 1 child, 3 identities, we're expecting them to be the best of every version of themselves. How do you do that? If you ask me to do it, I'll say, my God, I'm tired, I'm burnt out. But for the kids, we expect them to do that. We absolutely do.
Yes, agreed. All right, Ms. Ute, so how do you think parental pressure versus peer pressure relates to you?
Yes, thank you for this question, because to come to my studio for the kids or even for the youngsters is an invitation to come to a stress-free space. This is what I create for them in my rooms. My rooms are a sheltered room, and it's like a time out for the kids or for the youngsters. And I have certain rules in my studios. The first is what you are doing here and what we are doing here is a kind of non-invasive painting. Non-invasive. This is very important because adults have a certain convictions how pictures have to be. But in my studios, pictures can be painted from the kids in their way. There are no good, no sad, no bad pictures. It's your picture, and you are in charge for your picture. So I can be your companion. I can assist you, but you are in charge for your picture. And there is, it's like a lesson, trust the process. Sometimes the kids start with a picture, say, no, I would like to start with a new one. No, go on with your picture. In the end, all and everything will be good, and you will have a very good result. And it's always like this. And this has to do, in the end, what they gain in my studio is self-esteem, yes. And afterwards, let me say we have 3 or 4 sessions, And in the last session, we honor our results and our pictures, and we talk about them, yes? And they can decorate it with stone, with hearts, with feathers, and all those things. And then we talk about what was difficult, what was a challenge, what was an obstacle, yes, to go on. And you can imagine what happens with a picture is, in most cases, what happens in their true life, what is difficult. And even its painting, it gives young people a voice. And it's when they're missing the language and can't pronounce what they feel, what they think, what is difficult just in their life, they will express it with their paintings. And in the end, I ask them, and what's about the title of your picture? And the titles are self-explaining, yes, difficult task, challenges, or my grandma, my parents, or whatever it is. So I made very good experiences for the pupils, and I have a lot of parents who are very grateful because the kids get access to their own feelings and can express by the pictures they produce by themselves the inner feelings. This is one matter of my work, and the other is this therapeutic and creative writing. And there have sessions about, let me say, 1.5 hours, and we start with writing. Maybe at the next question, I will talk about this therapeutic writing, and you can now go on with your questions. I have a lot to report, definitely.
Okay, Samita. So, to what extent you think excessive parental pressure can affect a child's mental health, and what signs should families be attentive to? Because I think, honestly, at some point, even parents don't realize that, or parents are not able to catch hold of when they should be worried that their child going through a lot at the moment, or can their child still handle the pressure?
So, let me tell you a small story. My parents both were quite educated. Mom was a professor of literature, and my father was a typical engineer, but a doctorate. So naturally, ever since I was born, I was made to feel that I have to be this prodigal daughter. All right, I cannot afford to fail. That's a strict no-no. That's non-negotiable. Failure is non-negotiable. But the problem was I was extremely average. Below average also, you could say, in science and mathematics. Numbers did not talk to me. Words did not, floor me. I was extremely average. So the next problem was, but my parents wanted me to be a doctor. Even before I could develop my own, forte in life, it was decided that my daughter is going to study mathematics and sciences and biology. And since there are no doctors in the family, she has to, go and study medicine. Nobody bothered to ask me what I wanted to do. All right, the fact that, literature attracted me, I wanted to study it, I wanted to study for fun, for enjoyment, that was never a concern. All right. And naturally, I went into medical school 3 days. Exactly 3 days I attended medical school. Finally, I came back and I said, I cannot tolerate that stench there. If I am forced to become a doctor, I'm going to kill people. All right, and I am going to end up in jail. So forget it, please let me study whatever I want to study. And the parents relented, but rather unhappily. They were not happy about it. But I know what I went through. Because my parents wanted to project their dream onto me, without even finding out whether I was capable of living that dream or achieving that dream or not. It created undue pressure, depression, erratic behavior, unnecessary rebellion. I have been through that myself. You know, whatever my parents would expect, I'll just do the opposite. Because, you know, just to irritate them, just to, you know, prove a point, just to have a score. And erratic behavior is one. No, I didn't go till that extent, thank God. But yes, I have seen my students go for that underage drinking, truancy, bunking of classes, unnecessary, confrontation with the teachers, all of that. And they are doing it because nobody is willing to listen to them. They are doing it out of sheer frustration. So these are really the telltale signs. And if you give me just 30 seconds, Persim, about 2 to 3 years back, you know, I had a student got into one of the most coveted universities in England, and 6 months left for his national service to finish. He jumped from the 40th story and finished himself, just because his only complaint, grievance was that nobody understood him. So yes, there are extreme penalties to pay if we don't listen to our kids. Thank you. Over to you.
Yeah, I guess communication is really a key. Parents have to constantly sit down with their child and check on them from time to time. Okay.
Sometimes ask them what they want.
Yep. True. Okay, so Miss Samira. Yeah, so what happens to a child's psychology when they must switch identities to survive at home, online, school worlds that don't emotionally align?
What do you think happens when one child is asked to live 3 different identities? Anxiety, disorder, depression, yeah? And in today's age, somebody on the stage before us, the gentleman said, AI becomes your best friend. Why do you think children move to or are scrolling so much, are moving towards AI so much? It's because AI, when I say AI, I mean every form of AI, whether it is social media, whether it is whatever form you take, is not going to question your thoughts. It's going to agree. I want to suicide. Okay, let's find out ways to do it. I want to be a doctor. Okay, let's find out ways to do it. It's easy. It's like having a remote control. I can watch what I want to. No one to tell me what not to do it. So that is what the pressure does to you, you know. I don't think the question over here is which pressure is worse, parental or social. I think the question really should be, we should really be asking ourselves is, what it is that we need to do to take away the pressure if we can, or how can we help our children manage the pressure, because the pressure is there. Whether it was from her childhood, which had no AI, and to the childhood today, which has so much of pressure. Harvard seems to be like the ultimate thing ever. If my child didn't, you know, we were flying here, and there was this lovely couple sitting in the front over there, 2 completely different people having a conversation with each other. My child went to a college, and my child is living in Singapore right now, and my child is doing that. I'm thinking, oh, but my child is only in India right now, so am I a good parent? Am I socially acceptable? Of course I am. So I think what we need to really ask ourselves is, did our identity matter to our parents? Did not to mine at all. Mine said, achieve what you want to. I am who I am. So my father was who he was. My mother is who she is. And I am what I am. Do we let children today be that? We've made our children our mini projects. I repeat that, you know. And mini projects have side effects. every mini project will have a side effect. So depression, drinking, we think they're being stubborn. No, they're not. They're not. We as parents don't understand their world. They're trying to tell us, you don't understand our world. I think as parents, it's time for us to understand we don't understand their world. We really don't. Their, let's say, their complications, their challenges are far different. I don't know, you remember going to school wearing the same uniform? But today even uniform has become a challenge for children. Obese, body shaming. We were fine with all of that. Do you remember? We just wore our sneakers, we just ran across and played. Today, the only friends children have are online. And what are online friends? Some that you've never seen, some that you've never met. So many incidences where you've never met the person, you've never seen the person, becomes your best friend, you want to go marry. We've heard such horror stories of it. So I think depression, anxiety, all of this is going to increase in the times to come. We need to change our questions. We need to stop comparing pressures, which one is worse than the other. We need to ask ourselves, what can we do to make the world a little more safer for our children who, as it is going to live a life, we have no idea what it feels like because we didn't live that when we were growing up.
I think we can ask the parents here in the room.
Yes.
How can they help in this? Like how, when they face such situations with their parents or educators with their kids, we would love to hear ideas from you because we are here to share all together.
We have a couple of them who would love to share. Yeah, please, could somebody hand them a mic, please?
Can anyone please hand that mic?
Excuse me? Somebody, I hand them a mic.
Because we're here all to share our ideas.
So I think it's a very relevant discussion, not just from an educator perspective, but from parental perspective as well. I come from Singapore, and I have a 15-year-old boy. I just wanted to share one specific thing that I actually discussed with my wife once. Why is the reason that we put pressure? I grew up in India. I had pressure on me because if I did not do well in my studies, I would basically not be able to secure a job. Everything cascaded into it, and effectively the pressure piled up. Most parents don't understand that in order for somebody to succeed in future, especially in this AI-driven age, you need to understand what kind of jobs will there be in future. You don't know that. So what are you preparing them for by putting pressure on them? Secondly, you also don't realize that the CEOs of the future will actually be like them, digital natives rather than digital immigrants like us. So they will actually be much more in tune with this generation than with us. So what are we preparing them for? We don't even know what we need to prepare them for. So as I explained to my wife and we discussed, the only thing that we can provide is life values and our experiences. Kind of a pathway saying this is how we went down. Maybe your path will be different, but most likely the obstacles that you will face will be similar in nature. And this is how we went through the obstacles and eventually reached a destination that we are at. You might reach another destination, but the way to tackle obstacles may not change dramatically, but the obstacles that you face might be different. Other than that, I cannot tell my son who's trained to be a lawyer whether AI will take up his job, what kind of a law firm will he face in future, who will be his employers. All that is completely unknown to me. So how can I put pressure on him, and on what way can I put pressure on him? That is the biggest problem with parents, because they think that whatever they know is applicable in this day and age, and it is not. Especially not in this day and age, and not even in future. So why are we then trying to tax ourselves by saying we know what is the future? We don't. So let's try and give them values, foundational values, which will eventually help them in future. That's all. Yeah, thank you.
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
How many of your peers, they are also parents?
Yes.
All right. How many of your peers think like you?
Right. So this is a good question in terms of the fact that how many people think like me. The challenge is it's not really the parents who are thinking differently. It is the children who are actually starting to get together and ask each other, how do you manage your parents? That is where the future is going. the parents are not talking to each other, the children are talking to each other, and they are managing to school the parents going forward. If we are not sure about it or we are not careful, we'll get schooled by our children very soon. Yeah.
Because if all parents thought like that, sir, our job would be easier.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely, I fully agree. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kapil. This is just as a parent. I'm not an educationist, but just as a parent, see what happens is, rather than putting pressure on the children, it is more of parents' own pressure which they are putting on the children. Because in this today's age, we have so many options. And every parent is conscious about whether I'm giving the right thing to my child or not. And they are in a sort of competition to face the world saying that I have given or I have done the best for my child. And that is where the pressure comes to the child as well. And secondly, I was hearing one of the conversations for the founders downstairs. There, one of the speakers was speaking about who is the founder. And that is a very important aspect, that each child, when he's born, he or she is born, there are so many possibilities that child can do. But we are in a race where we want to train our child to become or to get a certain job. But it is not about preparing your child to get a job. It is about making him unemployable, right? When he is unemployable and he has skills, that is when he'll be able to do what he wants to do. And that is what is more important. That will open more avenues for him to do what he wants to do. And that will probably make, I don't know how one defines success, but that will make him happier human being who will be able to do more for the society than any of the child who is pressured to get good grades or study well or get a certain degree. That's my submission. Thank you.
Actually, yes, I completely agree. You know, just before our panel discussion was happening, Pamela from Puzzle Box was talking about the dopamines and the serotonins. We need that in our children, in ourselves, you know. We have made them forget their childhood, to be very honest. Schools are pressurizing, parents are pressurizing, which brings us to the next thing, the peers. They are equally pressurizing. So, you know, we need those dopamines and the serotonin levels to go up. You know, we need to maintain that it's all right to make mistakes and to learn from the mistakes, and not to attach too much importance in everything and anything. You know, keep it simple at times, probably works out.
Yes. I would like to have, I have something to add. I think it has to do with the acceleration we learn at the moment with AI, with new developments and so on. And we would like to have our kids competitive, yes, that they got jobs, that they could have good jobs, that they are part of the society. And this is, I think, what we have in mind as parents. But the other side is, how do the kids feel, yes? And I think it's very important to listen to them. What have our kids to tell us? And maybe this isn't sometimes really overseen, that we do not listen to our kids. And this is why I mentioned my methods. I have still to mention with the painting or with the writing, to give them a voice, to have access, the kids to their own, and we as parents or educator to the kids. I think this is very, very important. Kids should not be overseen in this, what we as parents, as teachers, as educators want.
Yeah, so I just want to add, as educators, from the educator's point of view,
that we see students have pressure from parents, they have pressure from peers. So what can educators do? One of the viewpoint is, why don't we bring the parents and the peers together to coordinate so that each of them understand their viewpoint? So any tips that you could give, like how can...
I'll tell you what will happen, and it usually happens, is the parents will end up blaming the peers and the peers will end up blaming the parents.
Yeah, I kind
Mostly. I think Persim will agree with
yeah,
me.
because, I mean, honestly, if you're talking about peers, usually we're talking about child to child, you know, not parent to parent, right? So, child pressure comes from where? From home, right? So when they're competing with each other in school, why? Because they are being pressured from home, correct? So if you're going to put another child's parents with their friend, I do not think it will help, because it'll be like, I want my child to be better than you, which will add more pressure. I think personally as teacher, we need to, or as educator, I think it's more of us assuring their child, the child, that it's okay, you're still learning. Like I've had students, 9-year-old, breaking down just because the child makes a tiny mistake. You know, that's how much pressure they go through, you know. And being, instead of being in grade 4, they're in grade 5 because the parents pressurize them academically so much that academic-wise, they are a year ahead, but emotional-wise, they are not. They are not up to the grade that they need to be. So this pressure, personally, I feel that as educators, or what we can do is we need to keep assuring them that they are still learning. It's okay. Like they can take a sit back, slow down, learn, relax, don't compete. Just compete with yourself instead of competing with others.
There is another thing that educators need to create a personal relation. When I say personal, I don't mean personal, but they need to create a one-on-one relationship with all their children. They need to give that reassurance that it is an open environment where the open communication and dialogue can happen. You know, that the child can come up to the educator without the fear of judgment and talk openly about the problems, about the grievances, about the misgivings, you know. If that happens, then at least to some degree, you know, we can tell them various ways to say no, you know, various ways to wriggle out of a delicate situation. All right, sensitive situation, senior offering a glass of alcohol to the child. What do? You want to have it because then you will be cool, you will be part of that, you know, popular crowd. On the other hand, you know that your belief system that you have been taught at home tells you, no, this is a bad idea. So how to step away delicately from that situation? Okay, educators can teach you. Anecdotal experiences, educators can share with the child just to reassure them that you are not the only one. We have also been in your shoes. We have been through these phases. We have been through these situations, and we have learned how to come out of it, and we will teach you how to do that. But that is not possible unless an open communication happens and a dialogue is established.
I will add here that the core of our job is to create an inclusive environment inside our classes where everyone feels that they belong. Part of our job is to teach the kids how to be resilient inside their environment when specific situations, when they face specific situations, give them the tools, give them the strategies, help them by providing them with all these tools that they need, because those are life skills. It's not only about academics, it's about the life skills that they need when they grow up with their environment all around. So big part of our job is to teach them resilience, teach them how to listen to the no and reply to the no in a different way, how to be patient, how to think before they act. the breathing exercises, the mindfulness, all these things is part of us also. We need to teach the kids inside the classroom how to use these tools.
Yeah, and if I could add on also, just a small personal experience. When I was in school, I had this particular teacher who, on purpose, makes minor mistakes and let us spot his mistakes. And with that, he reminds us that it's okay. We make mistakes, we learn from it, we correct it. And it's okay to acknowledge your mistakes. So that practice, that experience I had with my teacher, I apply that in my classes quite frequent even now. Because I feel that it's very important for kids to understand that it's okay to make mistakes. Because they're so pressured to perfection that they realize that even a small mistake it's huge. It's a huge thing for them. So they need to feel that safe space, that it's okay to make mistakes, it's okay to spot mistakes, it's okay to learn from mistakes as well. And if we give that safe space among the kids, I feel that we can also help support the parents by keeping them updated that your child is going through this kind. Maybe you want to check in with them from time to time. We can't tell the parents what to do because most parents are not agreeable to that portion. But we can give parents hints or share with them what the child is going through in school so that they can do their own homework when the child goes home.
Yeah. So I was, talking similar kind of thing in the first session also. See, my experience is that since this COVID has happened, the students have learned in a different way. The way, they suddenly got access to technology. They suddenly became, tech savvy at a younger age, right? So I have also seen that students today, because of that kind of exposure or because of different other pressures, they have gone into their silos. They have started behaving in a way that, okay, I don't need you anymore because everything else is available to me. Why you are required in my world? At the same time, we are also, as parents, the generation probably who have seen no AI, nothing, no internet also. So probably we are in the transition, right, as a parent. So we find that, okay, we need to deliver some values to these guys. They should know these things. Probably they may not even say good morning today, right? So we are in that age, where we want to impart them good values, good stuff, maybe, good resilience, personality that they should have. At the same time, they don't need us. They don't want us, in their world. So how, we, balance, probably, I tried certain things myself also. So sometimes, we have to get vulnerable, we have to expose, okay, we have been in this kind of situation. And sometimes you have to also say that, okay, this is not the thing. So you have to be very strong, okay, this is not allowed, whatever happens. Because the moment we leave that control, then they will never, respect us anymore. So I think, my proposal is that, as a parent, we have to be somewhere in between that, like a tight and a soft and a tight kind of person, right?
You have to strike a balance.
Yes.
That's the only way.
Yes.
But you can't keep, you can't stop talking to them. You have to keep that
we have
channel
to,
of conversation
yes,
open.
we
They may not respond to you, but you still need to continue that. Maybe after a series of good mornings, one day they'll say, Father, I had lavender ice cream and I loved it.
Yes. So this is the kind of, exactly the experience that, I am kind of having. And I think, even I am into education, so I teach also. So I have, taken that liberty to make it like a system, like, okay, let them come to a stage where they can appreciate that whatever we have been doing was kind of right, but probably they didn't have some knowledge to accept at that point, but probably they are starting to accept and appreciate that now. And maybe we need to bombard them, not, with the pressure, but with the right things that are right forever. So you do this, that, but at least you say that this is something that you're not supposed to do. Whatever else, we can discuss, right? Like that.
If I can add on to what I feel that, though I'm not a parent, but what I feel that what parents, yes, I do agree now with AI, with devices, with digital, with technology these days, kids think that they know it all and they can get the answer for everything. Yeah. But what I feel is that's not true, because computer is made from whom? Human being. Knowledge that the AI gets is from who? From human being, correct? So it's not entirely perfect. But what I think is that if parents from time to time can sit down, have discussion with their kids, throw them questions for them to think about, find out, and then get back to you with answers, I think that would actually initiate or cultivate good discussions at home. That would still help in the connection between the child and parents.
I would like to add something in matters of therapeutic writing. So what we learned, our kids nowadays are enormously under pressure, but there is another thing. The brain is fired steadily with news and with voices and what all. He says this, she says that, and my parents and my teachers and so on. And I think it's absolutely necessary that young people are able to clarify their thoughts, because they are so enormously influenced by so much voices that I think sometimes, how can they have clear thoughts? Yeah. Yes. And I find out in my sessions for this creative writing that they can focus, and I will explain how it works. I give them writing exercises for, let me say, 20 minutes. And my topics are, let me say, adapted to the age of the kids. And one I prefer, because I find out the young people like it very much, write about chocolate. And they tell me, write about chocolate? Yes, it's very interesting. When did you get your first chocolate? Was it, I'm from Germany, was it at Christmas, was it at Easter, was it dark chocolate, was it milky chocolate? What do you like most? Are you such quick eater, or do you like it more slowly? Do you put the chocolate into the fridge and so on? And then chocolate is a very interesting topic for all the kids. They start writing. And after 20 minutes, the kids who would like can read it to the others. And then we talk about one topic. Yes, and they say goodbye to all this, what is firing the brain all the day, and we start talking about chocolate. And everybody has made experience with chocolate, and I'm sure the audience and we as well. And you have things in your mind. Yes, exactly, this very moment. I have a writing exercise. What would I do if I could do what I want? This is very interesting. And then you experience, and then you learn a lot about the personality, about the inner problems of the kid, and so on. And this is a method I can really tell you is so, so helpful. It needs additional time, but to come, for instance, in my studio for painting or for writing is so helpful, because the kids go home in a good mood, relieved, and so on, because still it's a sheltered room without any assessment, no evaluation. All and everything what you do is, okay, you can trust, and me as your teacher trust to the process, and there are no grades and so on. And this is very, very helpful.
Hello. I want to share something, like this is a very interesting topic, mental health and stress. I am Prajakti Gokhale from Pune and working with all age groups for last 25-30 years. So I have seen generation of parents actually, and especially today's generation of parents. they are very busy that they want to fill the calendar of their children. Like there has to be one music class, there has to be one yoga class, there has to be one creative writing class, there has to be one maths class. So there is no space in the entire calendar to get bold, to think, to reflect, to create. Even though just play with as simple as a simple wooden tool or a simple sofa, he just sits on the sofa and just plays with something very simple toy, or creates its own puzzle, or creates some type of a clay toy, or anything like that. We don't give space. We don't give space to get them bored. And that is my biggest problem now, that I don't get kids who are not at all occupied mentally with something. And I want children who are having their complete, mentally they should be blank, so that I can give them some interesting thing to think about, to work on it, to explore about it, to connect dots, to connect different subjects with each other and create something amazing out of it, which teachers also sometimes not able to do because of our judgmental thinking, because of the way we have been raised up in our education system. So I think all educators, we should think seriously and ponder on these points, that how can we give creative space, which is itself is a stress busters to students. So I think
that the parents do that because they don't have time for the kids themselves. So they kind of fill up their calendar just to, kind of out of a sense of guilt also. That, okay, I am not able to, but I'll make sure he does not have any, time to spare, he's not bored.
Maybe, yes, but I think it also has to do a lot with the peer pressure of parents. Yeah. Your child can play the guitar and my God. Can see, and mine isn't, oh my God. So
yes.
When you talk about your children's pressure, it's come from the parents. I believe we parents have created the pressure today. I think when my cousin was very young, so my brother was the first one to go to the US study. I think when he learned to play the guitar or learned to sing, because he enjoyed doing that. There's a ways the children who are being children go and learn the guitar, because you should be able to play one instrument, one game, one indoor game, one outdoor game, do your extempo, be a good public speaker. It's not about the child, it's about the parents. We have created the pressures today, and we are dealing with the results. We're leaving a world for our children where they're going to be so clueless of who they are. I think our kids are looking for a space where they can identify themselves and figure out who they are. We need to ask ourselves, where is that place where they can be themselves and be okay with themselves? And I don't think that place exists today.
Yes, this was a problem when I started with my sessions for kids. Yes, it's good for nothing or something. Yes, is it a painting lesson where they learn how to deal with color with a brush and so? No, it's intuitive painting as well. Is it a language course to get better in the German language? No, it is about your feelings, about certain subject referring to your kid. And some parents were open and the kids come still, and others came because they learned from the other. This is very helpful and has a positive impact to all other things, yes? To the feelings of the kid, to be more content, to be more concentrated. And so lots of kids came to my studio, but in the beginning it was exactly that what you mentioned, because parents want to have results and have to that the kids are getting better in a certain subject and so on. But this is personal growth. They grow personal, the kids, and this is very important, beyond of all what is around them. Mm-hmm. And give them opportunities and space and place. Yes.
Thank you very much. And honestly, this is an endless discussion. But let's wrap it up with one question that we can, for each of us, that we can put up to everyone to think about. from me would be, I'll start with the question first. Does parents tend to overcompensate their child when it comes to the pressure?
For me, I don't want to ask a question. I just want to give like a takeaway, which is I would love that everyone thinks about it. Please think of the strengths of your kids. Do not work on comparing them to others. Your kid is your kid. The love to your kid should be unconditional. Show them their strengths. Let them work on them. Thank you.
What I recommend, I would say, create for your kids space for their own creativity, and best would be without any stress.
Just assure them that it's all right to make mistakes, and grant them the freedom to explore healthy risks.
And I'll just end by saying, if we want to change the pressure that is on our children, we don't start with the children. We need to start with the parents. Let them fail. It's important. Let them fall down. Let them get bored. Let's go back to our childhood. Remember, we are surviving because our parents were not interested in us and we had no choice. Today, they don't have a choice because we're giving them everything. So thank you so much for having us here.
Thank you so much, ladies. Fantastic. Please stand up, have your photo. And we are going to move right along to our next speaker. So our next speaker who'll be leading this session is Dr. Mary Yuk Shanto, founder and director of Bunny Kids Learning Limited, an educator with 2 Doctor of Education degrees, 20 years of teaching experience, and award-winning contributions to English curriculum development, including the acclaimed Bunny Kids Phonics program. So let's put our hands together for Dr. Mary. Come on up, Dr. Mary.
Shall be holding a mic. Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, yeah, this is Dr. Mary, and I'm so happy to be here again. Okay, so I believe I've known like a few of you. Okay, we have been working and collaborating together. All right, so are you tired? So I'm so sorry to carry on the sections today, okay? So first of all, I would like to do a data collection, all right? May I know how many of you are non-native English speakers? Yeah, quite a number, thank you. So how many of you are native English speakers? Yes, thank you very much, okay? For the non-native English speakers, have you ever tried to learn English from a system that is designed by a native speaker? Let's say you employed a system from England, from America, and tried to learn English through that system? Have you ever tried? No. Yes, actually, in Asia, this is a very common case, okay? So we are trying to get famous system from England, from America, and try to adapt it to like local scenario, not only Hong Kong, in Singapore, and also like in Taiwan, and a lot of places. And this is our, sorry, can I have the PowerPoint, please? And yes. Yes. Okay, so this is like our first question today. Is it practical for a non-native English speaker to learn from a system designed by native speakers? Okay, so obviously some of my colleagues and also some teachers told me that it is quite difficult. And it comes like they have tried to do a lot of things, okay? They try to develop their own system at school, like locally, and then with like for a different school. However, there comes another question. Is is it efficient to break down English into different elements to learn? Because you might know that in Asia country, we try to learn, okay, so phonics, okay, we know the sounds, okay, they learn the sounds, and then they learn reading. And then all of a sudden, they suddenly say, okay, oh, we have to spell words, okay, and then like there's a chain of words not related to the phonics instruction. And after that, all of a sudden, they tell you that, let's comprehend, and they expect you to know how to read a passage and understand it. And all of a sudden, they introduce grammar, and you buy a lot of grammar booklets and start to train up grammar. But at the end of the day, the students tell you that we don't know how to write a passage, but they learned everything explicitly, okay? This may not be happened in like native English speaking country, like in America, in England, because English is your mother tongue, okay? But it happens in like non-native English speaking countries. And so that's why this is our second question. And I'm going to provide solutions to it. As teachers, not only for Disney, it's like for students, okay? We also said that, okay? We raise problems, but we have to think of questions, okay? We don't want to throw problems to you and let you answer it. We try to answer it for you. We try to find solutions. And at the end, we will have a little touch about the AI era. Okay, first of all, question one. When a non-native English speaker learns from a system designed by native speakers, so actually there are several problems. So number one, the cultural assumptions. I'm not sure whether you have learned the sound of a letter, okay? So there's a letter called the letter G, circle and hook, letter G. So everyone knows that the sound of the letter G is a G, or it's a G, all right? And how they learn it from a system from England. So that is a story about a plumber trying to fix like there's a sink over there. Actually, I find it very difficult to when I first learned that story to try to teach a foreign system. So there's a sink, and down to it there's a pipe or something like that. And the plumber you invite a plumber to come, and once he successfully fixed that machine, like that pipe, okay, and all of a sudden the water make the sound, and that's how the book taught me. And I find it really challenging to understand, and my students cannot understand as I follow the book and to try to teach them. First question is, what is a plumber? Okay, they don't know because they live in cities with a lot of tall buildings, and then they don't really care about, you know, those workers because they don't really come to the home. They just like staying at school, and then those people may be working when they are not there, so they don't know what's a plumber. And after that, they cannot associate with sound with a with a plumber sink. So that is the reason why at the end of the day, to teach that sound, we try to use like a story. We have to change the story into like a glass, and you try to drink water really quickly and make it and that they understand, okay? So there are lots of these kind of situations, sometimes about religion, okay? So they might not know about the story, so because some of the native English speakers, like their story, are related to their cultural background, their religion and stuff, and you may not understand if you're from Asia or other culture. So that's the big problem. And the second thing is, if a system is designed by native speakers, you will find that there's like one system that they think that it's one system that fit it all. And at the end of the day, everyone finds there's difficulty here and there, and they cannot solve it. And after all this problem, it drives to our ultimate problem. As I don't understand, I started to get annoyed, irritated, look away, and let's say, like the teachers say, you're not participating, you're so naughty, you're not concentrating, okay? So that related to the motivation issue. Sometimes they actually want to learn, just they don't know what you're doing, or they find it so boring and they don't know what are you doing, so that's why they look away, all right? So then this is the first question. And now here comes the second question. What are the possible drawbacks of teaching English to non-native speakers using an element-based approach, okay? As I said, okay, many parents, actually, I'm not sure whether if you have an education center in an Asian country, you receive this kind of question, okay? Some parents come to tell you that, I don't think learning phonics is useful. And actually, I've done a lot of assessment with the students from other schools, and they all come to me and say that learning phonics is not useful. They learn the sound, and then at the end, they can't use it for dictation. You know, the truth is, in Asian countries, we still do dictations. We still need to, do sentences. We still need to do all those stuff. We can't escape it. It is because it is like a culture. But in the future, maybe AI can help us with that. However, I still think that you have to learn how to write and read instead of rely on AI for, spellings. So then that's why I don't think it is wrong to spell the words, okay? Just how to spell it like in a more joyful manner. Okay, so it is about actually phonics is really helpful. However, there are a lot of explicit instructions in Asian country that, they know the sounds, okay? They learn a system of sounds, and they don't know how to use it. Okay, use it and then to transfer that knowledge to use on other things like say examination-based things. So actually here come the solutions to these two questions. Actually, from our school started to use this system. It's called Puniskis Phonics. I've finished writing this. I spent a few times doing researches, a few years, doing researches to work on this system. It is officially published, and you can find it from the library. And actually, this is the system that people can actually gradually learn things. So you might find it a little bit difficult to understand because you do not know the structure of the course. However, actually at the beginning, the students are learning something like single letter sound, and then after that, they will gradually employ sentence learning, and after that, they start building up spelling skill and stuff step by step. Until now, I've taught for this system. I've been teaching it for more than 5 to 6 years. I have been teaching for 20 years, and I find it is actually quite successful. Okay, I haven't seen a really failed case. Okay, so later I'm going to introduce you. So it is a little bit boring to hear me just talking. So let's see what the students do. I've got the consent from the parents and the student, and they would love to showcase their performance. Okay, so first of all, you can see this is the phonics level chart. Okay, so this is level 1, level 2, level 3. And now let's see, level 1, okay, what is the student doing? So when are they ready? Okay, as long as they are willing to enter a classroom, and they're able to sit, and they're able to hold a crayon, and they can start. Because it's actually, for them, it's kind of fun. People think that, people may ask me, is that too early to learn? Actually, even learning from home, learning at home from your parents is still learning. It's just because in Asian country, we do not have much time to teach them at home. So then we try to let them learn a little bit of the thing outside, and this is the situation. And this is a little boy. Sorry, there's no sound. Yes, I cannot hear the sound. Can I read? Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Is it okay to have the sound? Okay, now okay? No sound. Maybe the computer? So this is actually a little boy. His name is Cousin. Okay, so he is trying to learn the first level of sound, which is the letter U with the sound. Okay, we'll learn the sound that we try to learn from story. I'm so sorry that I don't know what happened to the sound system. Okay, but actually, he was trying to follow us and say the upstairs. Okay, actually, these words are all come from a story that you can see that none of these pictures or words are actually related to any cultural background. It's just simple emotion, like daily objects. Okay, there are stairs that you must walk up. Okay, so that you can see this, and then. Here we come, maybe we can try the second video and see whether it works, okay? So, and this is the level 2. So level 2, we are trying to start to blend the letters together and try to read them. So if the sound works, and then basically this little boy called Austin, okay, he tries to put the letter together and try to read it by himself. Actually, if you can hear his wonderful voice, he's having really such a good time to make funny mistakes. Okay, like the common one, mixing the e and the e together, and then try to blend the words one by one. And you can see that I haven't put in a lot of pictures on the page. It is because you may have encountered encounter some situations that the students might look at the picture and guess the word and tell you the answer. And that's the situation for the well-published book. They're all with like wonderful animations, and then the kids only look at the picture but not the word. And they say, hey, look at the picture, and you have to cover it up and this and that. So we try to make it like explicit pages to do that. It cannot fix, right? So then I tried to use my... Oh, I'm so sorry. I think the sound cannot be fixed for today. So yeah, let's imagine a little bit. We are all good educators. We're good at imagination. So then next we will have... the next level, we're trying to learn digraphs. And at this time, okay, so you can see that they can read, and actually they can also write. And then now we're showing you that kid who is called Devin. Okay, it's actually Mr. Ken's student. It's Devin. He is trying to read actually a passage. Okay, but you can see something interesting from the passage. I don't know can you like try to read upside down? Actually, I think we're good at reading upside down, right? So you can see something special about the passage over here. So from this passage, you can see one thing very interesting is we haven't got any words that are not decodable, and also only include the tricky words and sight words that we have already learned. And the students, actually it's quite a big, a marvelous job to do that. I think even AI cannot do it for now, because I try to give instructions to AI. Actually, I attempted it to see whether it can be replaced. So if it can, then it can ease some part of my work as well, but it cannot until now. So maybe my prompts are not very accurate, okay? So and then these passages, you can see that they only include the level 1 tricky word, I, he, me, we, be, go, no, so, to, do, my, buy. That's my level 1 tricky words. And then also with only the decodable words, with single letter sounds, plus the digraph they learned on that day, plus the ones that they learned. And gradually we add in new ones, and we try to include all the ones that they've learned, and eventually they can use them all. And the next level, so you can see this kid is around like, Devin's around like 4 years old now. And then after that, okay, actually he's doing it also, the main thing is he's still doing it joyfully, all right? And the next stage, okay, then you will see a child try to use the sounds they learn. This is the level 4. They have a little bit of grammar concept, a little bit of sentence making concept, and they're trying to do this. Yes, you can see that I tried to ask him a question, okay, on the vocabulary, like he picked the word fierce, okay? So he picked the word fierce. Actually, at this level, he's learning the CE. The naughty E changed the k into s sound and becomes the word fierce. And then he tried to make a sentence, okay, what do you think is fierce for you, okay? I think tiger is fierce. I mentioned about lion, but he said, no, tiger, I think tiger is fierce. So then he started writing a sentence with the tricky words he learned, which is the word THE, the ball is here, the that he learned in level 3, actually level 3. And then after that, tiger with I magic E and concept, and start writing tiger, and then E is, and then use the word of the day, fierce. So they're going to pick 3 of the words that they've learned today and try to make sentences themselves. And then you can see there's like a lovely smile just now, okay? So I really wish that you can hear their voices, because they enjoyed it so much. And then at this time, like he's around 5, beginning 5. And then the last level, then you can see this little girl. They have learned a lot of spelling rules, and then she's like 5.5, and then she's able to read big passages with the understanding of punctuations and read it with like the speech mark quotation 66 and 99, and started to do things like, do you know da-da-da-da-da? He said, like she knows how to tell. That means while they learn, they comprehend too. They are not only like learning the sound and then the dictation, but they do all the things together, step by step, all right? And today, okay, so although we haven't got the sound from the videos, however, we have a special guest today, okay? And this special guest has learned phonics, starting from the day I think when she was born in my tummy or stomach. She's actually my daughter. And finally she turned 12 and now she can come with me to conferences. I can bring her everywhere. And she's going to demonstrate you how we do things together at home and at school. All right? Okay. Can you help me to greet her up here? Thank you. Yeah. All right. Okay, no stress. Okay, we haven't done any rehearsal because we just want to make it like a family activity. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Okay. All right. So first of all, we'll start with our level 2 words. Okay. Basically, if you learn all the individual letter sound, then you know how to read the word. Okay. So now, Ilya, can you tell me what is the sound of the letter T?
T.
Okay. And what's the sound of A?
A.
S for the sound.
S.
K for the sound.
K.
So you would like to go from the front or the end first?
I would like to go from the front.
Okay. So let's put T and A together.
Ta.
And then S and K together.
Sk.
And we put the whole thing together.
Task.
All right, so then this is the way that around you can expect that a level 2 student is going to do that is around the age of 3.5 in Hong Kong. Because I know maybe in other countries seems like a little bit, I think earlier, right? Like compared to the native English speaker. But actually, if you know the hectic environment in Hong Kong and Singapore and Taiwan, then you know that they need all these skills for interview. And we don't want them to learn that just before the interview. And they're like, and that time then they're really stressful. So for my students, they go for interview, it's just like, they just feel like they talk to somebody using their daily life skills. And then they just go for it and they don't feel like they are interviews, okay? So, and then the next one, this is actually, it looks quite long, this word. However, it's only the level 3 words, okay? Sorry. Okay, let's look at this one. So first of all, Ilya, can you tell me where is the digraph that 2 letters together to make a sound?
O-I.
So O-I say?
Oi.
Oi, all right? And then after getting to oi, then we try to put them all together. And let's say D for the sound.
D.
I say?
I.
S say? So together?
This.
And the A say?
A.
PP say?
P.
O-I for?
Oi.
N for? T for?
T.
And the ED for?
Ed.
So then let's put that together.
Disappointed.
All right, so this is the way that she tried to blend and read word. And that's the reason why she has no stress from dictation from school. Yes. Yes. So that's why we are trying to do teacher training because actually a lot of teachers, they know all the things, but they don't know how to use them. And then because they only read an instruction book, and then they cannot tell, all right? So, and then the next thing, okay, let's try to not only read it. So let's look at it. We've got O-I sound already, right? Okay, so let's spell the word. Moist. Okay, moist. What's the first letter again here? Moist.
M.
Yes, and then moist. So just now we got?
O-I.
And then moist.
M-O-I.
And then moist.
S-T.
So the whole word is?
M-O-I-S-T.
And that's the spelling occurs, okay? So then that's why they all know how to spell after they are able to read them. Of course, there's some exceptional cases, but it narrowed down into like a bunch of words that you use different kind of instruction to help them remember. And then now, in the next level, we go for this level. It is like with spelling rules, okay? Which is like common magic E. If you're teaching, then you must know about the magic E concept. So let's blend the word here. C for the sound.
K.
O say.
O.
M say. P say.
P.
L say.
L.
I say.
I.
C say.
K.
A supposed to say.
A.
T say.
T.
So can we say complicated?
No.
No. Why? Because we have a
Magic E.
Yes, that changes the sound into the
A.
And then now we change the word now. So what is the word? It is complicated. Okay, so this is the way that we drive them to learn spelling rules and stuff and try to form words. And because of this, and then also in the reverse manner, then we can spell the word as well. And at this time, because at this level is already like level 4 and level 5, they will ask them question. Complicated is an adjective to describe things a little bit difficult because there are many, 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 many parts, okay? So to me, writing 10 sentences in a row is complicated. How about you? What do you think?
I think that math is complicated.
And then after they answer the question and they start, I think that maths is complicated, and they're able to write an entire sentence by themselves. And I'm talking about the age of 5, all right? Okay, but of course, like she's now in creative writing level 4, right? Actually, she has been learning throughout like my systems until like and after that you gradually go to like local system or international school system, and we have different kind of approach to fit the individual needs. Okay, all right. So thank you very much. Okay, you have done a great job. Okay, let's get down. Okay, you can have ice cream. Okay, I hold it. Okay, thank you. Move it? Okay, here. Thank you. Okay. All right, okay, so you can see this is a whole picture over there. As our previous, I think, the participants before, like all our guests have said, this is one thing very important about teacher training leads the way. So we've got a lot of system, and this system, it's like, I'm not sure whether, I think in other countries, you're also using, Cambridge curriculum, Trinity curriculum, and actually our phonics courses directly link all these into the international examinations, so that to my students, those pressure mentioned might not be a pressure in terms of English, okay? Because I'm only doing the English part. So for math, and it's very difficult and complicated to me. It's not my expertise, okay? However, after they learn the phonics system, I study the Cambridge examination, Trinity examination, and I try to look at the vocabulary list and cut words and create my own system according to the phonics that they have already learned. So to them, to study for the test is not something extra. They're just using the existing knowledge to sit for the test. And they don't feel any problems in doing that. And that's why no pressure. They used to read, okay, so that I just need to read a passage, pick some word down there and put it in. Everyone just can do it. And the spelling for like Cambridge starters, like I would say like from the official website, they suggested the students to do it at the age of like 5 to 6. But in Hong Kong, most of the students try to do it at the age of 4 to 5. And then like at that time, they have already like try an attempt to use. The only thing is about the attention span, because that exam lasts for like 2 hours and they stay there. But at least like they're doing something they're familiar, they just do it faster and go away, all right? Instead of like staying inside, okay? And that's the difference only, all right? So then that's the thing, okay? So how to help schools, because every school is different. I've cooperated with schools in Hong Kong and try to use merge my curriculum with the existing curriculum. Okay, so then there's a target to hit. Okay, and I look into the target. Okay, ultimately, the kids have to be able to do that. So I try to merge my system with the school. So, and the overall performance, okay, of the school, like significantly become like the district #1, like that. But the kids are happier, easier, and the teachers are easier. It is because the most important word here is teacher training leads the way, all right? So I go to different schools in person to make sure that the teachers, they know it, okay? They know how to deliver the knowledge they already know. And they don't need to read that bulky book, because every system, like from like America, from England and stuff, they've got like a teacher toolbox. To be honest, none of my friends want to read them before they teach. After they read them, they have to understand them and have to deliver it in the correct way. It's quite a difficult way. However, if I study their curriculum and I tell them what is very useful and I try to demonstrate how to do it, they watch it one time for every single thing that they're going to teach, and they can get at least like 70%, even though like sometimes they're tired about doing other reports, but they just like listen a little bit and then wake up a little bit, they can still get like 70%. If they don't remember things, then they text me. Okay, all the school teachers, they text me. So, and this one, like this, I have like launched this program in like Hong Kong and then in Singapore. Like some of the places, they start from kindergarten, some of the places they start in primary school, depends on the local education system. So the good thing is that we can adopt, okay, all the things, okay, into their current education system by studying with it and collaborate with the teachers and the principals, okay? And other than that, because, you know, like only doing the language and writing, okay, it's not that interesting enough. So that's why we got alternative courses with my background, because I used to be a musical director. So was a vocalist before I had my baby, okay? So I get to the backstage and do those things. So that I have been writing musicals for university, and now I'm moving lower to the younger group, doing the, you know, the Trinity speech and drama courses, and also those kind of young performance certificate. And then other than that, okay, we've also got Mr. Ken, so helping us with, he's our awarded photographer. His work is now in the Louvre, okay? So, and then it is actually about photography, like learning English through photography, and they find it more interesting. They feel like, oh, I can have some fun alongside I'm learning something very important. I can achieve my exam. There's something like you can get everything in one course, because in my place we don't have a reading course, a grammar course, a separate course. Everything is just in one, gradually adapt, and we've got small classes, and each and every one will be at their own pace. So, but the ones that with similar ability will be gathered together according to the assessment. And we've got continuous assessment to identify the level, because sometimes, okay, some kids, they may struggle a little bit and fall behind, then they might move to different classes or will offer extra help. So now here come to our last part of the day, the AI era, all right? So as we mentioned in previous, a lot of session talking about, can AI replace real life learning in early childhood education? As I mentioned before, it is only a supplement and never be a substitute, okay? It is because, especially for young children, okay? So they actually learn much better, okay, with some action. So when you do phonics, can you imagine that they only look at the screen and then follow, and then say da 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 and just sing the song, and after that, oh, they can verbally repeat something. However, it's very robotic. They actually do not understand the meaning very well. They're just repeating like a robot actually. So that's why we have, when we teach, we involve social and emotion. There are physical development. They're doing I like to hop. Okay, and then we've got the creative and play, and then there'll be different things. So, and then that's why we are saying in here, okay, especially early childhood education, we cannot use AI to replace it. But for me, AI is simply a tool to create more interesting materials, and how we guide them is the most important thing. Yes, and also according to these are the researchers, I think the comparatively recent one, you can see Royal College from UK, and the UNICEF, all the academic review, and American Academy, even the Western country identified that learning, from 3 to 6 years old, they should spend less than 1 hour a day. So I expect that people in Hong Kong, students in Hong Kong and Singapore, they've got Chinese, they've got other language to learn. So just spend 15 minutes, okay? And how we let the kids to learn AI. Do you remember just now those videos? Okay, those videos are their revision, okay? So we uploaded all the videos, okay, that we take the key learning moment onto the Google Drive and shared it with all our parents, and then the parents, even the parents not there because they are watching themselves only, so they can recall the scenario, okay, what they did during the learning time, and then try to do the repetitive practice and get to learn more efficiently. Of course, I've recorded all the short videos. You can search online and try to find this channel. There are some speech videos, okay, it's just short, 2 minutes. And the main thing is very little animation. Okay, so the main thing is more on the voice, some simple graphic and stuff. So this is one of the animations. I'm so sorry that I cannot let you hear the sound. Okay, so
presented by Bunny Kids.
Oh, there's some voice.
Night Owl.
Yeah. Okay. So we've got, I tried to imitate the children's voice to voice over all these videos to let them to individual poems and some explanations, because many of my students enjoy joining those kind of competitions, to build confidence and stuff, and they regard it as a game and practice. And this is the end of my presentation. Okay, so.
The wind whispers slowly, like a dragon's empty roar.
You can also add in here because there are some level of like teaching videos and stuff. It's quite simple, okay, and clear and easy. So and then you may also, these are the references that I've quoted. Okay, if you want the references, I'm going to give you all, and then you can just like fact check with it. And after that, you can see here, try to link, like connect. Okay, scan the code, and this is Mr. Ken, and this is Mary. So that we'll try to, these are all the content in the website and stuff, then you can try to look into it. There's some brief explanation, or you can just simply WhatsApp me and then I can just provide you with, all the possible informations. And now, so as usual, maybe question and answer session. See anyone has some questions for me? Actually, I started to work on this system since my child's birth. It is because when she was 3 years old, everybody told me that, like official authorities, everybody told me that your kid is impossible. They told me that, she will not be able to speak. I don't understand how can they give you an assumption with like just a 60 minute. They give you 6 minutes. I think even she remembered the torture because she was there for us. Because you have to do the test. Like you have no choice. It's like kind of a health checkup, okay? And you go there, and then she sat there for like 60 minutes, and they asked them like 60 questions. Basically, she only answered the first one, and then she identified as a possibility of ADHD, speech delay, cannot do this, cannot do that, cannot do that. And after that, I signed off a document and say that, oh, I don't need your help, it's okay, I will do it myself. You don't need to worry, you have no responsibility. Okay, yes. And then I started to dig into how to teach her different things. So it's not only English. Because of this, I learned Spanish, I learned maths, I learned try to learn everything. So then, and then Ili always has one sentence for me. I don't know why, I don't understand what the teachers are talking about at school, but I only know what you are talking about. And at the end of the day, I just got a lot of teachers telling me problems like, your kid is like, cannot do this, cannot do that, cannot do that. But every time I just use that 3 months, okay, I see the curriculum, and then I try to adapt and adjust, and then she passed. And then she passed with good grades. And, but throughout the years, so that's why now I regard, I mean, it's ugly truth, but I regard sometimes proper schooling is like a time for social, like making friends, or like to, develop friendship and also learn social skills. But in terms of academic, because they have got really big classes, they don't want it to. But how can they handle, 20 students in a row, and then, but not segregate them into few groups and try to, work with them in small classes? Because you have to observe needs. And I can see some of the teachers are really good, they tried. However, some of the cases are really special, then need more time. So, but they don't have time to, put them aside and try to, and then also in a group, big class setting, then you also don't want to label them. You don't want to, I know sometimes you've got struggle, let's say you have a big class. How can I say, oh, you stay behind, okay, for 15 minutes. Everyone thinks that she has problem. But actually nobody has problem. It's just somebody needs some help at a certain period of time, just like this. Yes. And different time, different stages, everyone has a different learning path. Like for me, maths was impossible. And I suddenly know maths and my master degree, and I got A+. And I didn't know, so why I didn't understand it when I was younger. And then I was being accused that I was lazy. But I remember that I have spent like 3 hours on only one problem, and I cannot get the answer. But you know what, like usually the math teachers are good at maths. So then they don't know what are the problems with the kids that are not good at maths. And our thinking procedure, what's wrong with us? Okay, which part is like, left behind? But I got A+ at master degree, but before that I failed for my whole life. I kind of like pray to God that please make me pass and I don't need to see maths again, like when I was in secondary. Yes, thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes, I give the time to the next participant. Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary. Let's give her a round of applause. Fantastic. Now we're going to bring up the chairs for our next panel discussion. Okay, moving swiftly along. Our next panel discussion is entitled The Human Touch in the Virtual Classroom, Preserving Empathy and Connection in AI Augmented Personalized Education. So our moderator, please welcome him up onto the stage, the General Manager, External Relations and Chair of Young Thinkers Forum, Shiv Nadar Institute of Eminence, deemed to be University, Vinny Mathur. Coming up, Vinny. Are you out there, Vinny? Oh, there you are. Fantastic. Okay, and let's put our hands together for Vinny as she enters the stage. And our panelists, Dr. Rajashri Krishnaswamy, Dr. Johan Sivering, Jainim Kara, Dr. Linda Marie Bradford, and finally, Meenakshi Shahi. And the microphones for our panelists.
Hello. So good evening, everybody. It's great to be here. Well, I know we are exactly an hour late, but I think we're leaving the best for the last. So I'm Vinny Mathur. I work as General Manager, External Relations and Global Partnerships at a premium university in New Delhi, Shiv Nadar University. I've been there for the last 7 years and 14 years in total in the higher education space. I handle student relations, external relations, global relations, and of course a lot more on campus. This is my second time at the conference. Glad to be here. Last year we were here for an award. We received, for my program called Young Thinkers Forum, which basically deals with high school engagement, and we invite students on campus for summer schools and winter schools. Besides that, we also hold workshops for teachers, for counselors, for parents, for principals and educators. So our program, Young Thinkers Forum, bagged an award last year, and this year I'm here again, back with my team. Arshan Chivangi, can you raise your hand? They are here with me, and we are here to receive the award on behalf of our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ananya Mukherjee, and also to be here for the panel discussion and the fireside chat. So we'll keep it short. I know it's been a long day, and the sessions were delayed. But nevertheless, I'll hand over the mic to all of the esteemed panelists here who have joined in with me to introduce themselves briefly, and then we'll take the program forward. Thank you.
Okay. I'm very happy to be here with you and share my experiences in these fantastic education events in Dubai. As a computer science teacher and board member of the Swiss Informatics Society, I link research and practice. I led Athena AI Hub and the SI AI for Ed interest groups within the Swiss Informatics Society in Switzerland, where I promote inclusive, ethical, and sustainable digital learning.
Good evening. Am I audible? Yeah. Good evening, everybody. My name is Dr. Rajshri Krishnaswamy, and I'm the founder and CEO of an organization called as Catalyze Center for Learning. We provide live, one-on-one, interactive programs for learners worldwide. We are present in 40 countries. We have 14 verticals under us, starting from after-school support. We are an online school which is accredited by Pearson edXL. We also have a vertical which caters to competitive exams. We School is our vertical, which is an online school. We Coach is our is our competitive exam vertical. And We Teach is our after-school support. We also have several other verticals which span coding, tutor training, several other verticals come under that. We have been in the online education space now for more than 17 plus years. And our speciality is personalization. All of our classes are structured to the learner to identify gaps in learning, because as an educator and an educationist, I firmly believe that no two learner is alike. Every child processes the information differently, and our speciality is to identify the gaps and bridge those gaps so that every learner can reach their potential. So this is what we do in a nutshell. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Linda Bradford, and I'm really thrilled to be able to be here at this conference. I'm not sure. It's on? Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay, there we go. Really great to be here with all of you, and my name is Dr. Linda Bradford. I'm a serial entrepreneur and serial educator. I have many things that I have, many hats that I wear every day. I'm the CPO of a company that I started and founded about 10 years ago called QuickLearn, and we also have another product called Fluent Worlds, and all of it is immersive learning in context. And so we've taken the video game platform and tool, and we've taken it to the next level and let kids enjoy their learning through a video game format. QuickLearn is our latest project and product, and it has over 1,500 courses, and we also identify knowledge gaps, and we pair AI with our wonderful 3D characters. You can go back and talk with Marie Curie, Da Vinci, Einstein, etc., in their own spaces that we've recreated in 3D. So we're super excited to be able to present this to students everywhere. We've already done several pilots that have been very successful. Kids love it. So I'm just happy to be here and talk about how we can keep the human touch in those environments. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jainam Khara. Students call me PNJ. PNJ stands for Physics and Jainam. I'm a physics educator. Please don't judge, because I know whenever I say, I'm a physics teacher, they are like, physics, seriously? How can you teach this subject? But I'll be honest, when it comes to science, physics is something which is the most fascinating among all, as long as it is taught correctly. Currently, I'm a physics master teacher at Vedantu Innovations. Vedantu also has a branch in Sharjah, so it's an international company. I'm from Pune, so I did heard that there are somebody from Pune in India, so it will be great to connect with them too. I also did my research internship from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany. So if there are some Germans here, I would definitely love to connect with you guys as well. That's pretty much it as of now. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, this is Meenakshi Shahi, Director, Center for Social Responsibility and Leadership. We are a non-profit organization based in Delhi, working across India, starting from Arunachal Pradesh, small town 0, till Kashmir. We have 33 residential learning centers where we are catering students for a focused learning environment, preparing them for elite institutions like IIT, NIT, however, focusing on their mental and personal development during the entire 11 months period. We are also catering to skill development programs for the underprivileged women, working women coming back to the workspace after they have taken a marriage leave or pregnancy leave. So how to bring back them to the employment and what skills are required so that they can join back the workforce. Again, not very bright students, but somebody who has the skill to work, so making them employment basically. We are working with Assam government, improving their school curriculum, and in Kashmir, where we are mentoring and training youth who could not pass 12th class also due to the tensions in the valley. We are mentoring them to be equipped drivers in EV vehicles, not just drivers where they can, train and do small mechanism also. While if the car has broken down in some part of valley, they can also do that themselves, not waiting for some trainers or some mechanic from far-flung areas. So this is about us. Excited to know about AI. We have not ventured into it, and because we deal in person with students or people, but excited to discuss all the prospects. Thank you.
Okay, so our topic is very interesting. It says the human touch in the virtual classroom. Ever since COVID came around, I think we all moved to online mode of learning and teaching. So my first question will be to Linda. How does Quick Learn empower end users to maintain human connection in its AI-human interactions?
So as I...
Volume of the mic, please.
So, as I mentioned before, we use video game technology and we pair it with AI. And so this is really interesting because we are able to truly have something special for students. We were able to they can take a quick little diagnostic test right in the virtual world, right in the metaverse, and then they go into a portal to their classroom. And so it becomes very exciting for the students. They're able to customize their own avatar. And the fact that we're able to recreate things exactly and mirror their classroom, mirror their teachers. We actually have created their teachers in 3D, cloned their voices. This really helps them connect with their teachers and feel identity with their schools. So I think that really helps maintain that human touch in that particular thing. The other thing that we do that I think does really well at maintaining that human touch is we really honor the teachers and leaders and thinkers, the great people of history. So we, again, not only have current day teachers, but we also have historic heroes that students can relate to and listen to and become inspired by. I think it's really important to really think about the things that we want to pass along to the next generation. We really want them to be able to have that empathy. We want them to be able to be culturally sensitive. We want them to be able to have inclusivity and passion for learning. That's kind of the key, I think. We also offer a multiplayer version, as you talked about when everyone went online to COVID. Our online version, the live version, can have 30 or 40 students in it, and they have the webcam with their teacher as well as their characters. So this really helps maintain that human touch. The other thing that we do that I think definitely has a great way of preserving and carrying on a good tradition is we have a course builder for teachers that they can actually upload their own materials, which kind of your own curriculum is kind of your heart and soul as a teacher. I know for me, I've taught 11 years on the university level and taught art. And those lessons never were the same semester to semester because I would change and refine them. So those things are really important. So those actually get generated by our AI into our program. And that's my own unique curriculum, so it's pretty cool. At its core, Quick Learn actually starts at the very beginning with our prompt engineering. And that prompt engineering is so important that we want to pass on values. So we have a team that is very good at that. They're able to have guardrails so that there's no errant questions or hallucinations that AI typically likes to do. And we can see that this is really an important factor. So from the very start, what we include in our lessons is values-based, and it is also safe for kids. So I think that's another way that we try to keep that human touch. We also like to provide lessons on soft skills. So we're working with a nursing college right now that wants us to actually create an agentic bot that teaches about sensitivity, situational awareness, these sorts of things. So that's another way that we're trying to keep those soft skills really at the forefront. Let's see, the other thing that we do, we actually are able to speak to, in our tutor section of our video game, you actually can speak in over 44 different languages. So this really keeps the students that are, that English isn't their first language, it keeps them involved. As I mentioned, I taught art for 11 years at Brigham Young University, and I found that a true piece of art, a truly great piece of art really is made up of two things. It's unity and variety. And if you think about unity being maybe the AI portion of things, that might be the general thing, but the really unique variety part is what the student brings. So I believe that we need to truly teach students to start first with their own thinking, tell them that their brain is one of a kind, they need to use their own brain first, and then maybe collaborate with AI after. And I think if we teach them to use AI in that way, we don't dilute what their great ideas and creativity are. So again, I think that we have a great opportunity to help the youth be able to have great AI experiences, use it properly, keep the human touch in it. More than ever before, students really need inspiration even more than information. So that's what we're hoping to do at Quick Learn. So thank you.
Thank you, and I like the way you said that every child is unique and they need to understand that they have to use their energies towards a reflective time. So yes, so let's go ahead with the next question to Jainam. With AI becoming increasingly accurate in analyzing student behavior and learning gaps, how do we ensure that emotional reassurance, the part that helps a child feel safe, seen, and supported, is not lost in the translation?
Thank you. AI can analyze behavior, but it cannot analyze fear. Usually, a student's fear is hidden, it's silent. I will tell you a story. For an example, there was this student at Vedantu whose name was Kapil. That child, I'm sure no artificial intelligence could have understood his fear, his hesitation towards learning. He failed in almost all the subjects. It took literally daily human connections, emotional touch, counseling to understand, where his fears lie. And eventually, he passed his matriculation with 51%. That is not just a number. That is literally dignity restored. And this human touch, that is something that, AI cannot do. So when it comes to empathy, when it comes to AI, it's not about AI or teachers. We don't have to choose from one of them. It should be literally AI transforming and teacher amplified. That is how the education system should be. That's it.
So well said, Jainam. I think it's very correct that AI and humans have to go parallel. Teaching has to go parallelly. It cannot be one person taking over the AI or AI taking over the teaching. Totally agree on that. And my next question will be to Dr. Rajeshri. One second, sorry. The role of teachers and educators in the social and emotional development of the learner in an AI-enhanced environment. Could you explain on that, please?
Yeah, the whole of today we've had many discussions where every person in the room has said many times that AI is a tool and it cannot replace the human touch, which is really good. The point I would like to make here is that as an educator, it is very important to participate in holistic development of the learner. So holistic development means not just curriculum or subject knowledge. It has a psychological as well as an emotional component. So educators need to have a high emotional quotient and as well as understand the psychology of the learner. Fear, of course, is one psychology, but many times even top performing learners who do very well in an online environment, in a teacher guided session, don't perform well in exams. And this is something which we see very often. So coming back to the social and the emotional development of the learner, today we are, an organization, as I mentioned, that we are an online school. So in our online school, we get varied learners who are sports people, musicians, who don't want to go to regular school, who study with us online for about 2 to 3 hours, and they take the exams as private candidates. We are a Pearson edXL accredited center. So they take their, IGCSEs, AS and A levels so that they are able to complete their high school qualification. Our model is completely customizable in terms of, not only in terms of the curriculum, gap identification, program for every learner, but also in terms of scheduling. That is why we are able to offer the flexibility for these kind of students who don't want to spend 8 hours in school, but are able to learn from us 2 to 3 hours online and still clear their high school. So having said this, in our online school, we get varied learners. Learners who, even with special needs. For example, we had a child from Saudi Arabia who was performing very well online with the teacher in class, but he would not do well in exams, time and again. And then we got his answer sheets and we got it analyzed by our expert. And it was the expert immediately said, this child has been forcibly converted from a left hand to a right hand. So he has been forced to write with a hand which is not natural for him. So once we, discussed this with the parent, they said, yes, he's a natural left-hander. So these are, situations which a human touch is needed for such things. The second, episode or second learning that we had was with a learner who had ADHD. And she did not want to go to regular school. Many times, schools are not inclusive or the children feel overwhelmed in such situations to be part of a large class. So in a one-on-one class, they feel very comfortable with the teacher because it's only the teacher and the learner in the class. However, this child, because of her ADHD problem, she's a teenager. She wants to be on social media. She wants to be popular. She keeps changing the passwords of creating Instagram accounts and changing the passwords, creating Instagram accounts. And every time her mother will say, I need the password, I need to keep, a watch on you. And she'll say, yes, ma, I created this and gave it to her. Next day, it'll be a new account. And the parent at one point got, frazzled by the whole thing and pulled the phone from her. And this child walked out of home. It was a drastic step. And the whole day, the parents were searching for her, and then finally, she came back home. She was in a friend's place. Whatever may be the reason, we took a counseling session with the child, and we counseled the parents and the child. So parenting these days is also hard, because you don't know where to draw the line and how the child should be within a yellow line. So the point I'm trying to make here is that the human empathy or the element that comes in here is we had a discussion with the child separately. The child had not told the parent that she's creating a new account every day. The parent is assuming that the child is changing the password because the parent does not want to access, she does not want the parent to access the account. So this we had to clarify through a counseling session. Then we had to tell the parents that this is a neurodivergent child. She is doing these things to fit in, and don't judge that she's not trusting you, So it became a trust issue, right? So life is not all about data and interpretation. There are so many other dimensions. So even between a parent and a child, trust has to be established. If there's no trust, it's difficult. So these are, human elements which we bring into the classroom, we bring into our counseling sessions, and we ensure that no learner is left behind. Recently, we have also coached the Zimbabwe under-19 cricket team. They came from Zimbabwe to take training here in an institute near Bombay. And we have been, coaching them for their A-levels and O-levels. And the kids are going to be playing the World Cup next year in the month of March. And 2 years they had to be away from home. They had to be pulled out of school. And they had to take training, for the game. And we are happy that we have been able to bridge a gap there and provide the support required for them to finish their high school. So these are some of the points that I wanted to share with all of you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. My next question will be to Joanne. In virtual classrooms enriched by intelligent tutors. Okay.
Thanks for your question.
Let me just finish the question, and multimodal AI agents, what architectures or design principles ensure that the learner remains at the center cognitively, emotionally, and ethically, so that technology amplifies human connection rather than replacing it?
Okay, thanks for your question. When we speak about AI in virtual classrooms, we often start with the wrong question. We ask what AI can do, but the moment we can do, we put technology at the center. The real questions are much simpler and much deeper. What does the learner need to succeed, cognitively, emotionally, and socially? What must remain human? What can be supported or delegated to AI? This is the inversion principle. Human responsibility first, technology second. A learner-centered ecosystem depends on the teacher's professional judgment, the ability to read the classroom, detect nuance, and respond to unexpected. This judgment must remain the guideline principle behind every AI integration. So we need systems where the human always has the final word. AI can suggest, but not decide. AI can support, but not define what learning should be. A learner must always be able to understand, question, and, if needed, refuse what the system proposes. Imagine an intelligent tutor. Instead of saying, review this now, it should say, based on your work, you might benefit from reviewing this concept. Would you like to explore it? The learner stays in control. The AI in the map is a map, not the GPS that takes over the wheel. AI is often presented through personalization, adaptive content, individual pricing, tailored feedback. But pushed too far, personalization is isolated. The student alone with a screen. The teacher alone with tools that change every week. Personalization only makes sense when it remains part of a community. A learner-centered design needs space for collaboration, shared tasks, and human interaction. AI should strengthen connection, not replace it. A learner cannot be at the center of the system they do not understand. Transparency is not technical, it is essential. Learners should know why an AI recommends something, how the data is used, and what rules shape the system behavior. Without that, autonomy becomes an illusion. For every AI feature, we should ask, does this augment human capability or replace human presence? Augmentation looks like AI correcting routine tasks so teacher can focus on deep feedback. AI spotting early signs of difficulty and alerting the teacher who decide how to respond. AI showing comprehension patterns so teachers can adjust passing, but the decision stays human. Replacement look like AI deciding learner pathway without oversight. AI providing all feedback, removing the teacher's voice. AI acting like a human presence without clear disclosure. A learner-centered system always keeps in a human loop. If we want AI to amplify human connection rather than replace it, we must design systems where human responsibility and community are not optional. They must be the foundation.
Thank you. He was reading out because he mentioned earlier that he has a problem in the language, so that's why he had to read it out. But yeah, my next question to Meenakshi would be, with rising concerns, the last question of the day, with rising concerns about screen fatigue and distraction, how does CSRL design virtual learning so that students stay academically engaged without becoming screen dependent, ensuring focus on subject learning instead of gadget usage?
Hello, yeah. So typically in our kind of work, we do not allow screen time. Like I previously said, we do not allow phones. I would request all people attending here also to avoid phones for 2 minutes, just for 2 minutes. Yeah, won't take long. I know I have been observing, I know it is the last session, but this is what I have been observing. We are talking so much about screen time, but we are all speaking about it, and 80% of the people were on phones. So in our organizations, we didn't allow students because they were not focused. Phones were and screens were major distraction. But incidentally, in COVID times and lately, because we lack good faculty members, I would invite Janam in our next class though. So we had, because of the fund crisis, we had to depend on online classes for expert faculty members. For some good speakers, we wanted our students to have an exposure of people around the world. So we had to depend on this. Now, how did we, categorically design it in a way? First of all, our faculty members had to, confine their lectures. What are they going to teach online? Not every subject can be taught online. Not every concept can be understood by a mass number. So the numbers were designed. Not every class will have 50 participants because the students we were catering to were not very exposed to technology. So they would shy away asking questions. So we designed it that every virtual meeting will only have limited number of students. We may have to do the same topic 5 times a day, but we will do it with a limited number. The faculty will have to remember names of each individual. Even if the student is not, a student was not supposed to log in with their email IDs. They just had CSRL written on their names. So a faculty had to call each participant by their name. So each student got connected with the faculty. Somebody you call by name, or you just say, ma'am, here, there, they'll not connect. But the moment you address somebody by name, they get connected to you. So that was the first thing we adapted. Lesser number of students, calling out by names, limited number of topics to be taught, but it was only to be taught. How they practice it will come into physical norms. So practice of paper and pen, the smell of paper, the smell of pencil should not go out of the sight of a student's life. AI definitely should be taken as a tool. I am repeating the nth number of time. And I believe the name itself suggests artificial intelligence cannot beat human intelligence at any point of time. So we can definitely use it to facilitate the gap between learners and the remote areas. We are working in Kashmir, like I said, in Kargil, we do not have, electricity. For 6 months, there's people are staying indoors. So no faculty from outside the states are ready to go and study there. So or teach there. So how do we do that? So we started conducting online classes, but the mode remained the same. That we will do it, but we will do it 4 times a day. It took us some effort, more money, but then we were connected with our students. But I don't know, I should be saying this, we are using AI, definitely now, it is a more powerful tool, but empathy and the human connect, without that, we cannot do it. Every organization or every institution can have different ways because work models are different for each one of us. How do we design that? I cannot put it in one para here that you should be doing it this way, but one note for the day that without losing the human aspect, if you're using AI, that is the best way to teach. So that is all for the day. Thank you for patiently listening to us.
I would love to add that, let AI do the analysis, but let teachers do the interpretation and then work on the transformation.
Thank you, everyone. And just a closing note for the panel. I think the end result is we can't do without AI, but it can facilitate us. We'll just give a small example. In our university, we hold the summer and the winter schools for high schoolers, and I had an online summer school for students in 2021 when we began. We could teach them. They were grasping concepts, but the touch was missing. The connect was missing. That's when they all wanted to come to campus as soon as COVID got over. And the way they could see the horses on campus, the way they could play sports on campus. So it's holistic learning coming out of, virtual learning. Of course, we can't do without virtual learning in terms of, getting online master classes, certifications. All of this is available for students these days, but nothing to beat the warmth of a teacher in a classroom, the Q&A which happens, Imagine all the online people who are watching us right now. I believe it's streaming live on YouTube, but the connect with you all, looking at your faces, understanding how interesting or engaging the conversation has been is a different, ball game for all of us right here. So thank you once again. I know we had a lot of other questions and interesting ones which the panelists had given. We're all from different states, different countries, different continents. It was wonderful to connect online through WhatsApp. Again, I would say, thanks to technology, we could exchange our questions, but with keeping in mind the next panel discussion, there's a fireside chat. Stay back for it because I'm going to be on stage for the next one as well. So, but thank you, everyone. Any closing notes from anyone, or we could just end it and ask any Q&A, any questions? Yeah, please. So we have 2 questions, and then we'll wrap it up. Please, yes.
Hi. So my question may be out of the box. I know he's my brother, but I would like to ask any of other of you. So I would like to ask that, how do you feel, how do you see the role of teachers, educators evolving in the next 5-10 years as AI personalizes learning in even more? Like AI is becoming strong in personalization. So how do you feel that the role of teachers will get evolved? Yeah.
Yeah, so how is a human different from a machine? A human is endowed with the power of discretion, So, and educators, of course, are in it because they love to develop the next generation. And the power of discretion is something that all of us have to work on, we have to hone, and we have to see how this can be further enhanced. Of course, AI is a great tool. We get a lot of information. How are we going to process this information? How is the information going to be used to better the teaching learning process or to better, the transformation of the student? This is what we need to use. So the power of discretion is what the teacher should work on.
Correct. So I guess educators should be trained to maintain balance between AI and emotional touch. Yeah.
I'll just add really quickly, We had a pilot study where our Florida History Teacher of the Year used Quick Learn in the classroom, where we recreated him as the teacher, cloned his voice, and 15 of the students were using Quick Learn, talking to their teacher in the classroom, and Mr. Flint pulled together the 3 or 4 students that were really struggling by his desk and taught them separately. So I think this is a great use of of AI. And so I think there are lots of different ways that we can be very creative with AI for the future, but we always want to keep the teacher at the heart.
Thank you. Yeah.
Next question, please.
The originality, ma'am. The originality. A gentleman had asked a good question in the previous session that AI gives us all the answers. A good teacher is the one who gives that inquisitivity for more questions. The more number of questions, and questions are always original. Answers are duplicate, or answers can be of, there's no originality in that. But questions are very original, like you ask something. They can be, it comes from various minds, so there can be different questions. Answers may be dependent on the data that we receive. So that is one difference.
So our next panel is on creativity quotient. So I think that's very important to keep your CQs high. It's not all about EQ, IQ, SQ. It's all about CQ now. So if the content is creative enough, it has to come from within, so I think that's the originality and creativity are the 2 main aspects.
Really quickly, one of the things that we do at Quick Learn is, for example, if we have Abraham Lincoln, we've taken all of the writings of Abraham Lincoln and we've trained it into his character. We know that that is coming from Abraham Lincoln and not from just general ChatGPT. The other thing, anyway, that's kind of one of the ways. And the other way is we're able to have the teacher themselves train the bot specifically on their curriculum. So you absolutely know that it's not going out to general ChatGPT. It is that teacher's curriculum. So I think that's really important.
I just wanted to say that there's this saying that the best teachers tell you where to look, but they don't tell you what to see, So what you see is the creative part of things. So everybody's creativity will always be there.
Any more questions, or can we call it a day? Yes,
Just last one.
Yeah.
So we want to make our virtual classes more effective, right? More intuitive. Apart from that, we want adaptive experience is a new thing in the world right now. People are going for adaptive experience UX behaviors. Okay, so how AI can help us to have a better feedback mechanism, and will FER, facial expression recognition, can be a part in that segment?
It's completely a question with my domain, I will tell you. So, for example, we have devised a small remote which is called as a clicker. So what we do is, suppose after every lecture, so you can sit, it's okay. Thank you. So what we do is after every lecture, suppose I put a question on the board, there will be 4 options, MCQ, and students have to answer it. But the problem is, I cannot ask each and every of the 40 students that, hey, tell me what is the answer, what is the answer. Most of the introverts won't do that. And even the extroverts, they will be, under the peer pressure that what if the other guy judges me for my answer. So the remotes are with them. Now the remotes are personalized. So what they have to do is, I will just start a timer, 1-minute timer. They will quickly solve it. Now they will mark it on like A, B, C, D on the remote, and the answer will be stored. If I want, I can display it on the board too. So for an example, it will be displayed that this is A, this is B, this is C, this is D. Like this many students have, done this. It's very much similar to, Who Wants to Become a Millionaire or Kaun Banega Crorepati theme that you have seen. So that we have integrated in education. Now, it's not just the fun element in the class. The best part is the analysis after that. Now, after the class, suppose if I want to know that that particular child, that child never speaks in the class, how he or she is doing, I will never understand because the student doesn't speak. But I have the data. In every class, I take those, 6 to 7 quizzes. Now, after the lecture, I can just look at the data. I can see that, okay, out of these 6 questions, this student has been not able to answer 4 of them. So I can identify that, okay, so this is the topic where, the student is lagging. Not just that, we can also have for example, in future, we can have a team who is not a teacher, who is not a business person, but someone who completely focuses on that data, whose job will be, to just academically mentor the students to look at the data and see that this particular child is going wrong this way. Let me connect it to the teacher and let me find a slot and arrange that, particular classroom with the teacher. Yeah, thank you.
So thank you everyone for being here, and thank you all the panelists for your wonderful answers. Can we now have a group photo and then we can have the next session, please? Yes? Okay. And you can connect with us on LinkedIn. Our names are here. We are happy to answer if there are any more questions offline later as well. Thank you. So 3 cheers to us for finishing on time. Unlike the other sessions.
I will do that.
Yes. 3 cheers.
Okay, fantastic. Let's give them another round of applause. Well done. Great panel discussion there, and they also finished in a timely manner, so well done. All right. Now, as Vinny mentioned, she's going to stay here on the stage. We do have a fireside chat coming up. It is entitled, The Creativity Quotient, Why It's the Ultimate Skill in a Data-Driven World. So our speakers, as I mentioned, are Vinny, and also we'd like to welcome up to the stage Dr. Suniti Vadalkar and Nirali Budhanwala. Let's put our hands together as they come on up to the stage. And come on up.
Mike? Yep. Guys, thank you so much for staying back. So big round of applause for yourselves. Thank you. This is the last session. Promise for today. Yeah. So let's get some energy up. There are not too many people around, but can you at least go to the nearest person and give a high five? Come on, we can do that much. High five. Come on, come on, come on. Look around you, look around you. I can see you. High five, high five, high five. All right. Awesome. Okay, guys, so thank you. My name is Nirali. I'm the founder of White Glove Consulting. And I love everything about people, creativity, the human angle, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Yeah, and if you all were paying attention, who's the first panelist that we have? What's her name?
Only Meenakshi knows my name.
No, he did say it. So Vinny, we have Vinny, and we also have Suniti here. So I'll let the ladies introduce themselves very, very quickly, please. Go ahead, Sunita.
Yeah, hi, I think I began the session in the morning and again I'm concluding it. I'm Suniti. I have been in the industry for 20 years as a creative director and then into academics for 20 years teaching design. So that is 40 years of experience, and because I think I'm immersed into creativity, it is like asking a fish about water. So that makes it really exciting for me to be on this panel. Thank you.
So hello again, I'm Vinny Mathur and I work at Shiv Nada University, New Delhi, India as General Manager External Relations, Office of the Vice Chancellor. I also chair a program called Young Thinkers Forum, which deals primarily to bridge gaps between schools and universities and engage high schoolers to make a decision about their career and about their graduation. I also look after global engagement on campus, which primarily includes student mobility and sending students for international programs all across the world. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Let's get started. So my first question is for Winnie. How do you define creativity quotient? CQ, you spoke about it in the earlier session. How do you define it?
So I think all of us have creative juices. When I was in college, I realized that, of course, I was doing from Delhi University, but there was so much outside the classroom that I was engaged in, extracurricular activities, talk shows, raising funds for our annual college fest. All of that was a lot of creative work, and I realized that that was real, actual learning outside the classroom. And today, whatever I am, wherever I am, the position that I hold, coming to stages like these and talking about panel discussions, fireside chats, is all about the creativity which I carried forward from my school and college days. My mother was a teacher. She always used to encourage me and my brother to go and conduct workshops, attend workshops, give programs on TV when we were children, write articles for newspapers, magazines, think out of the box, create waste from, create wealth from waste. She used to give us toothpaste caps, she used to give us bottle caps, and she used to tell us to sit in summer vacation, create something new out of it. So all that creativity which was imbibed into us, at that time there were no online sessions, there were no workshops happening the way they happen nowadays. But for us it was books and a little bit of TV, Delhi Doordarshan, which we all used to watch when we were kids. So I think creativity was embedded to us from childhood, and I would, for all those who are listening to us, whether they're educators or teachers or parents, I think it's very important to let your children think out of the box and give them opportunities to explore and not take the rote way.
Okay, thank you. My next question, Suniti. Do you think that creativity is still relevant in a data-driven world?
Of course. In a data-driven world today, creativity is like the superpower. In the morning also I mentioned this. If data is regressive, because AI will only churn out whatever has been stored into it, creativity is visionary. So that is something which doesn't exist anywhere. I gave an analogy of each one's signature in the morning, as unique as that. And that is something which nothing artificial can match. Even if at all you look at the word, it is, even the previous session somebody mentioned, it is artificial intelligence. We are human, so we should trust our own intelligence. It's like our signature. And I don't think there is any match between AI and human creativity or human potential and intelligence. That's how I see it.
Okay, makes sense. Vinny, the next one is for you. With Gen AI capable of producing rapid content, right? So whether it's text, it's video, it's stats, what do you think that the role of creativity will be reduced to?
So see, there is a lot of dependency on AI now. Everybody is using ChatGPT, Gen AI, etc. But what about originality, which was mentioned earlier in the previous panel? What about your own creativity? What about your own thought process? That can never be taken over by AI, AI is supportive. It's there to help us. But it can't be. I mean, if I have to write a piece of article on an event or write a report, it is about my experiences at that event. Now, I'll go back to my university. I'll be writing a report on the event. I mean, of course, if I write Education 2.0, it'll give me a series of, data and, okay, these many people attended, 3-day process, etc. But what about the impact and the learnings that I've had from the program? That are personalized, that are my own. So I think no data can match your own, data right here. So AI is supportive. AI can be additional help, but AI will never, ever take over. So that's my call.
Okay. This one is one of my favorite questions. In a world that is obsessed with measurability, metrics, how will you assess creativity? Suniti, this is for you.
Thank you. All of us have experienced this. Even when we had our music and art sessions, I'm sure everybody has wondered, why did that one student get 10 on 10 and why did I get 6 on 10 and how? So this was always there because whether it is literature, arts, it's a very subjective domain. What I like, maybe somebody else may have a different opinion. And because I am immersed in that sphere itself of creativity, I thought of coming up with a creative assessment So I offer an assessment system called REAP, R-E-A-P, because there's a phrase in English, as you sow, so do you reap. R stands for record. So I ensure that students come up with possibilities. How many possibilities? I tell them I need to see at least 50 possibilities in your sketchbook. That is first. How are you recording your ideas? Second, eliminate. What is it that you're eliminating and why did you eliminate that particular idea? So that is the second one, E. A is how are they articulating that entire process? And the last one is then how are you presenting it? So the presentation comes in the end, but record, because for me any creative process, first it is based on possibilities. You come up with various options. The aesthetic sensibilities will come over time. In so many years, I'm still trying to figure out my aesthetic sensibilities. So it is not like 2 + 2, 4 or A to Z and you go to school and in 1 year you're done with it. It is never ever like that. It is a perpetual journey and you need to enjoy that journey. But what is definite is you can come up with multiple options. That is definitely possible. So REAP is the objective framework, and I think I'm offering it for the past 10 years in the university where I teach, and that has worked very well because students don't come to chew my brain, why did he or she get this particular grade? So I think for 10 years, for a decade if at all, it has worked. I think that's quite a unique framework.
Okay, just stay with that question. So how would you balance long-term creative bits with, quick decision-making based on data? Because a lot of businesses, a lot of industries today also need to make decisions quickly, right?
Yeah.
So how do you balance the two?
If you're a creative person, clarity is inherent in you. Because to be a creative person, you have to be far away from the clutter. Clutter is only at the surface. If you are at the source working from your inner self, you will be a creative person. That's by default. And because of that, you have immense clarity to balance the data-driven world. That's the way I look at it. When I was heading my business also, so although I was managing finances and the marketing and looking at other multiple, mundane data aspects, it was because I used to balance it with the creative endeavors, I could augment my performance even in the industry. So that's the way I look at it.
Okay. Vinny, my next question to you. What practical steps can individuals take to develop their CQ?
I think, like I just mentioned earlier, a lot of it comes from you within. There's intrinsic and there's extrinsic motivation to learn. So when it's intrinsic, it's internally, you're motivated, you want to learn. And sometimes it's forced upon. So I think the I model works well than the E model. A lot of these courses, a lot of these tech models like LinkedIn, Coursera, they have online course material available for students to actually engage and learn. So when there was COVID time, I remember I was friends with a couple of more educators from all across the country, and I realized that one of the vice chancellors of a university was updating his LinkedIn page with a lot of Coursera courses. And in a week, I would see him, complete a course and upload the certificate on LinkedIn. And I would get really happy and, feel very encouraged that if he can do being the vice chancellor of a university, so can I. So I hooked on to Coursera. Our university was offering Coursera courses absolutely free of cost to our faculty and staff members that time. And believe me, so it didn't take much time because since it was intrinsic, and I was internally very motivated. I did 3 to 4 courses initially, then 6, 7 courses, and then at the end of the month, I did 25 courses. I had 20 certifications and 5 without certifications. And I would do 3, 4 courses at one time. I would take 1 photography, 1 on emotional well-being, 1 on sustainability, and 1 on marketing. And I would, 24 hours is a whole lot of time. So this is one thing that I learned that, of course you are on platforms like LinkedIn and other professional networks. Let's learn from each other. Let's imbibe the best pedagogies available. Other than that, I think you have to look for opportunities around. Nobody will come knocking at your door. Hello, I have a job for you. Hello, come on here. There is a conference happening. Let's register for this. You have to be on a lookout. Read newspapers, go for networking, sites like these, come for conferences, talk about, your talent to others, imbibe from others. Even if it's Instagram and I think it's a very, fun platform, but there is lots to learn there as well. There are so many budding entrepreneurs now trying to, be there. So I think it's all about your mindset. Creativity is imbibed, creativity is embedded, but it has to be, I always, use this frame, we all have creative juices, they need to be squeezed out. So let's get down to understanding that it's very easy to go through memes and reels on Insta and, Facebook, etc. No harm watching them for a particular time in the day, but throughout the day, let's not waste our time, our talent, there are hidden talents in each one of us. Let's just get them out, scrape them out, and do the best for yourself and for the community around you.
Okay, Suniti, your thoughts on skills trainings to hone your CQ?
Since morning, we have been speaking about excellent communication skills, co-working, creativity, and one more, I'm forgetting, whatever, ethics, ethical behavior, empathy. We have spoken about these. But being a designer, I genuinely feel that design has to be made mandatory from school itself. Why is that? Because it's one discipline which has a perfect balance between our left analytical brain and right aesthetic sensibilities. So this balance, only a discipline can design, like design can offer students. And if at all students right from the school are taught subjects like design thinking, I think it's a very nice step to move forward towards enabling students to enhance their creative quotient.
Great. So we have quite a diverse audience. Any countries offer design thinking in schools? Schools? No. Any country, schools, younger kids? No. So that's a good point. Vinny, my last question to you. How can our educational systems, and we do come from India, but overall, if we give a perspective, how can they adapt to prioritize creativity? Because it's so important. So we can see a lot of data, but how do you string the story together, right? What does the data tell us? How can we use it meaningfully? So what is your thought on, and then Suniti will hear from you, and I think that's it.
So, in our university, for example, I would say, let's take the youth, the young generation of today. How are they being trained to be more creative? See, we all want 9 CGPA, we all want 10 CGPA, we want good grades to get good jobs. But what are the employers looking at? Are they only looking at your CGPA, or are you looking at a candidate who is, not only academically bright, but also otherwise a go-getter? I mean, when I interview somebody for a job on campus, I have 2 wonderful, employees of my team here. They are power-packed. I don't look at their CGPA. I don't even know how much they got in their 10th or their 12th or their college. What I'm looking at is skills. Are they able to, maneuver a situation which is a crisis situation into a good one? Are they able to handle the pressure at work? Are they able to think creatively out of the box, or is it only me who's going to keep thinking? So when we design a summer school, I'm looking at ideas coming from them. And sometimes, at 10 p.m. in the night or 11 p.m. in the night, they message me an idea from some other way, Okay, we could do this. So I appreciate that thought that they are open, they are, the youth of today is there to learn. And I always say this to our students also on campus. We organize business conclaves, TEDx talks. We organize, these entrepreneurship cell events. These are all creative events. They are all learnings out of the classroom. Because the way you have to manage an event, the way you have to see jugaad kya hota hai, how do you manage a crisis, how do you manage, a guest relation, you have a VIP coming in, you have to raise funds, you have to manage a festival, you may have, so many other things to do. So all this is a process of engaging and, kind of upskilling yourself and your CQ. This not only helps you to be, like it's like holistic development, but it also opens up, your horizon to learn many new things in life. And yes, at all the premium universities or the private universities or the government universities or schools, I think now students are coming forward to take a step forward and come out of their classrooms and engage in conversations like these and be a part of the, society at large.
Okay, thank you. Suniti?
Yeah, as she was speaking, I was remembering a very interesting quote from Einstein. Einstein says, knowledge is finite, imagination isn't. So I believe that for knowledge, currently at least we have got AI. It has got everything put together. If at all, we gather our intelligence of everybody in all the 5, rooms over here across, still AI is far ahead of us. So that we cannot beat. But imagination, every individual over here is far ahead in imagination. So that is the difference I see in a data-driven world, which I believe data, AI shows us patterns, but creativity shows us possibilities, that this can be a possibility. Like say I'll give you an example because examples work better. The Indian Railways, they wanted to come up with an idea of how do you minimize the wastage of plastic glasses for, tea, coffee in the trains. And they were at their wits' end because you should see how much it creates, the wastage created. And they came up with an idea of having earthen glasses. They are called as kullad in India. And then that just sorted the problem because recycling wasn't an issue. The people who were into making those, glasses, kullads, unemployment was, minimized. So in a way, these two aspects were addressed just because they thought something very differently. In a conventional way, you never think that how can we replace these glasses and how can we come up with a solution to address this wastage of plastic, whatever is there. So I think this way of looking, so whether this is a system which was implemented by the Indian Railways, I can tell you what we do in Flame University. We have got a very interesting undergrad program called as a Discover India program. This program is done in a group, 10-15 students go out somewhere in India along with the faculty mentor, and they have to first give a research proposal to the Discover India committee as to telling them that why is it that we want to study this particular topic. So I just can't say that I have got my uncle ki haveli in Jaipur or a mansion in Goa and that's why I'm taking this place. Students have to first do a primary research and figure out that what has already been studied and therefore what is it that they would like to study. And then they go out over there on the field. And I think nothing can beat that experience wherein you are on the field and then studying and researching something. Your students come back, they have to do 3 things. Write a 60-page research report. So they are taught all that academic writing in the course of their education system itself. Then they have to create a 5-minute documentary film. So even those aesthetic sensibilities of, working digitally is, addressed. And they have to present their research in front of an unknown panel by the end of 6 months. So I think this, literally if at all you come down to see the Discover India program presentations, you will literally have a Bharat Darshan. So many topics that you don't even know such topics exist. And I think this is a great way to ensure that students are in the process of coming up with unique ideas and honing their creative sensibilities.
Okay, great. Audience, we have one last question for you all, and we'd love to hear your point of view. Has there ever been a time when you've got a lot of great data but don't know what to do with it? Has it ever happened? Can someone share? Anyone? No? Yes? Okay, all right. Yeah. Can we pass the mic? Excuse me.
You can
Just be loud enough, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah.
I think it's okay, yeah. I think which is basically going to be the most important thing, because how do you handle data in a big data analytics? So how does Internet of Things get connected? So that's where the AI can actually take place. And I think I've heard Dr. Suniti speak many times, as well as the earlier speaker also, talking about AI cannot run our world, but then we have to run the AI world. That's what I would say.
True. Okay, great. Okay, any questions from the audience before we close? Thoughts, questions? I think. Thank you panelists, and thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, ladies. Let's give them another round of applause. Excellent. Okay, we're just going to clear up the stage, and then we have a few presentations before we wrap things up for day one of the Education 2.0 conferences. Okay, so we'd like to welcome up to the stage Patrick Lang, founder and CEO of Certainty Management. Please come on down, Patrick. Patrick. Okay, we are going to welcome up back to the stage Miss Natha Uran. Come on up. We have seen you already today, so come on down. Let's put our hands together for Natha. Okay, and she's going to be presenting the recognition awards. So let's get started with our recognition awards for this afternoon, for the end of our day one of Education 2.0. So first of all, we have an Outstanding Organization Award, and we heard from our speaker from this organization earlier today. So let's put our hands together for Bunny Kids Learning. Fantastic. Would you like to say a few words? One more photo. Let's put our hands together one more time, everybody, for Bunny Kids Learning Outstanding Organization Award. And now for another Outstanding Organization Award, Edu Enhance. Okay, and moving on to our Excellence in Education Awards, Jainam Kara. Come on down, Jainam.
Well, even though there are just 10 or 15 of them, but this is literally for the screen, for the thing that I want to save forever. You know, I have been teaching for the last 15 years. Don't judge my age. I just started teaching when I was 15. I spent the first 8 years in learning the art of teaching, and then the next few in developing the content around it. One thing over the years that I have, learned is students, they don't really love the subject for exceptionally good teaching or, exceptionally good content. If that would have been the case, then I'm sure there would have been millions who love physics. But that's not the case. Students fall in love with a subject only when they learn that someone believes in them, someone pushes them, that they know that, hey, you can do this. And that someone can be anybody. That can be family, that can be friends, that can be a stranger. I'm sure even if you recall, for a moment that a teacher was there who believed in you, and that touch, that stays. In my case, that someone was my family, my mother and my sister, who are here with me on this day. So this award is, completely dedicated to them. And I want you to do one thing right now to all the 10, 15 people who are here. Think of someone right now whom, you cherished, and that person has gone a long way in their life, but you haven't had the chance to say that, hey, you are doing good in your life. Think of that one person in that moment. Then, you believed in them, and today they are doing really good in their life, but you haven't had a chance to say, hey, you are doing good. Think of that person. I want to thank you all, from their behalf for believing in them. And thank you so much. Yes.
Fantastic. Congratulations. Okay. And now another Excellence in Education Award. Professor Rania Hussain.
Thank you very much for this incredible honor. I greatly appreciate it. Engineering education is undergoing a transformational entity as we see it these days. Students are learning through different ways. So what are the opportunities that we offer to our students? I personally believe that education succeeds when access is expanded. When we remove barriers to learning, we unlock human potential. Throughout my career, my focus has been on one simple goal: give every student the opportunity to do what? To explore, to imagine, and to create without limits. This will unlock their potential and push them to their full potential, to imagination, to innovation. Sky is the limit. I am very honored by this recognition, and I am very grateful to my colleagues, to my industry partners, to my collaborators all around the world, and to my mentors who helped me in my professional growth. To my students, past and present, you are the heart of my work, and you make my profession worthwhile. And last but not least, I want to thank my family and friends for their love and unwavering support. I couldn't do this without you. Thank you all very much. It's been an honor.
And now another Excellence in Education Award. Dr. Ziham Musa Al-Haider.
Thank you very much for this recognition. It means a lot for me, and thank you for having me today and also tomorrow. I still have another panel. And I believe every one of us has a little angel in their life to push them forward to success. In my case, that little angel is my daughter. So I dedicate this trophy to her and also to my mom and dad and to my whole family for supporting me all the way. Thank you so much for attending and for listening. Thank you.
Fantastic. And now for another Excellence in Education Award, Wiley Finch.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody who's watching online. I feel obligated to dedicate this award to not only myself, because education is something you cannot do alone, but we have seen in all the talks today. So I want to dedicate this award to all my students, my mentors, my colleagues, and all our industry partners at the University of Applied Sciences in Holland. And I also feel obligated to direct a message to my wife and kids who are watching at home. You are my anchor, my foundation, and the will to push forward every day. And this award is not only for me, but for everybody in Holland who helps and works together, and also to my wife and kids. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And now for a Visionaries Award. This award goes to Dr. Yuk Shan Mary To.
think I'm just going to say some words not concerning about my career, not concerning about whatever I've talked before. I just want to comment a little bit on the previous, all the, collaborations and all the speakers' words, okay? It's like, I think it is our job as educator to help students to see competitions as collaborations and to see pressure as challenge and fun. So then there won't be any pressure. Then won't be, everything will be fun. All right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now for our final award of today, an Excellence in Education Award, Dr. Sayeda Darawala.
today we had a full day of discussions, ideas, all in the education ecosystem, and I would like to thank the organizers, and I feel truly honored today to be a part of this conference. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I'd like to invite up all of our award recipients to come on up to the stage for a photo. Let's put our hands together as they head on down to the stage for a group photo. All of our award recipients. Fantastic. Let's give them all a round of applause. And stay right where you are, stay right where you are. We'd like to invite the Education 2.0 people up for another photo. And anybody who is still here, please come on down, come and join this last photo. Thank you everybody for joining us here today for day one of Education 2.0 Dubai 2025. Don't forget the hashtag Education2Conf, and we'd like to make another mention to our sponsors, Puzzlebox Academy and the Language and Literacy Academy for Learning. We will see you all tomorrow right here, same time, same place for day two of Education 2.0 conference.
Công nghệ